The man was trapped in the terrifying demon realm for a whole 1,000 years. But he thought this was just the first level of a beginner's dungeon. Even without any powers or systems, he still had to persistently draw his sword and slay monsters 900 million times every day. A millennium of honing has long since perfected his physical form. Even the legendary Demon King is no match for him. Yet he still couldn't find a way to leave. Until one day, he met a noble young girl. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, only a month had passed. Everyone thought I had died in the first level, as my power level didn't even qualify as the worst F rank. But at that moment, a girl named Leia stood at the massive dungeon stone door. Her father was the vice president of one of the top 10 guilds in the world, but since her awakened level was F rank, he didn't allow her to participate in the dungeon. But today, she sneaked out, and as she looked at the enormous stone door, she fell into deep thought. She had heard that the first level of the dungeon was filled with very weak bone wolves, yet she still prepared a full set of high-level gear. Determined to prove herself to her father, she resolutely stepped through the stone door. But the next moment, the scene before her was truly terrifying. Beneath a blood-red sky lay a horrifying sight of bones everywhere. Here, corpses were strewn everywhere, and every step forward stirred up pools of unknown red liquid. This was completely different from what the girl had imagined. Because the butler had told her that the first level was in a forest, where only some ordinary creatures would appear at first, and the most terrifying bone wolves would only appear later on. What Leia didn't know was that the dungeon she had entered was the very place I was in, and also the most dangerous place in the universe, even scarier than the 100th level of the dungeon. However, she thought it was just a frightening scene and that the monsters couldn't break through her defenses, so she bravely continued to explore. She only stopped in front of some ruins because she heard a strange sound. Her heart raced as she nervously drew her weapon, and countless sounds came from all around the ruins. For a moment, Leia's anxiety peaked, extreme fear constantly stimulating her mind. Even though she felt a bit of ringing in her ears, she kept reassuring herself until the sounds from the ruins finally quieted down. She thought these were the active little creatures the butler had mentioned, and with that thought, her heart calmed down. Unexpectedly, a drop of unknown liquid fell on her face, and feeling the oddity, Leia's pupils locked in shock. She touched the liquid on her face, realizing it was still warm and mixed with a very unpleasant metallic smell. Soon, she sensed a massive shadow looming behind her. So she quickly swung her weapon back, but when it made contact with the creature's body, it produced a sharp, piercing sound. At that moment, she finally saw that it was a massive hellhound, and that blow had completely knocked her off balance. With just a swipe of its paw, it sent Leia flying, and she rolled on the ground several times before finally coming to a stop. As a mouthful of blood spewed from Leia's lips, she realized that her exquisite divine armor was glowing red all over. She was shocked, for even a level 1 awakened being wouldn't be able to shatter it with a single punch. In that moment, despair and fear enveloped her heart, and she knew that her fate was sealed. Meanwhile, the hellhound slowly approached her, and with her body broken, she could only close her eyes and wait for death. But the next second, a huge explosion echoed in front of her, and the shockwave and dust made it impossible for Leia to open her eyes. When everything settled, the hellhound had been cleaved in half by a gigantic sword. Leia stared at the sword, which was taller than she was, speechless in shock. Just then, something rapidly fell from the sky, crashing down where the sword had been, and the resulting explosion and shockwave surged once more. It wasn't until the breeze gradually cleared the smoke that she could finally see what had just happened. She saw a filthy man standing on the sword, looking at her like a war god, his clothes tattered yet exuding immense pressure. When I finally saw the girl before me, I couldn't help but get excited. My God, after so long, I finally saw a living person. Speaking of which, that boss was really strong. I almost couldn't defeat it. As I hoisted the giant sword and jumped in front of Leia, confirming she wasn't a transformed monster, I asked, "Are you here to clear the first level too? But you're hurt badly, do you have any healing potions on you?" Leia, having survived the ordeal, couldn't help but burst into tears. But the intense pain in her body began to blur her consciousness, and she eventually fainted completely. At that moment, I started looking for the dungeon's exit, having clearly defeated the boss, yet there was no response. But after glancing at the unconscious girl, I ultimately decided to heal her first. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the old butler, realizing that his young lady was missing, began to panic. He hurriedly reported to the vice president, but the call didn't go through, so he left a message and then tried to contact Leia's cousin. Leia's cousin, Chen Kong, was a B-rank strongman and an official in the guild here. Upon receiving the news, Chen Kong quickly brought his men to the dungeon entrance. He then walked up to the old butler, glaring at him with anger. He said, "What were you thinking, bringing the young lady to such a dangerous place? Have you lost your mind?" Hearing this, the old butler stood there with his head bowed, not daring to argue. Just then, as Chen Kan was about to approach the dungeon, he found his face slammed against the dungeon door. Stumbling back a few steps, he realized that the dungeon was sealed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Leia was slowly regaining consciousness. The first thing she saw upon opening her eyes was a man touching her thigh. When our eyes met, she kicked me in the face and stumbled back a few steps, panicking as she asked, "Who are you? What do you want from me?" I touched my face and replied, exasperated, "Lady, I just saved you. You kick me the moment you wake up? Is this how you repay kindness?" Upon hearing this, Leia realized that her previously broken body no longer hurt, and she hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, I instinctively thought you were a pervert. Since you saved me, just tell me what compensation you want." As soon as I heard that, I became interested, but just as I was rubbing my palms and slowly approaching Leia, a massive monster's wail erupted from the ground, and as the cries grew louder, countless hellhounds appeared around us. And beneath our feet, there was an enormous purgatory centipede, at least 100 meters long, shaking the ground violently in an instant. Leia and I were lifted high into the air by the purgatory centipede, and then we rapidly fell. Leia was thrown out of the centipede's body, still screaming, when I grabbed his arm with one hand, pulled him tightly into my embrace, and jumped out, finally landing in a safe spot. Only then did I glance at Leia in my arms and hurriedly ask, "Are you okay?" But Leia was already blushing, too nervous to speak, and quickly pushed me away. Meanwhile, the centipede crashed to the ground, bursting with countless air sacs, and unarmed Leia couldn't withstand the shockwave. I once again pulled her into my arms, and with her mind in chaos, Leia gave up struggling after unsuccessfully trying to push me away. I thought we could stay like that quietly, but the next second, I suddenly tossed her into the air, several meters high. At that moment, countless hellhounds crawled up from the ground, rushing towards us from all directions. Seeing this, I lifted the giant sword with one hand and swung it wildly around. The sword weighed at least 300,000 kilograms. Any hellhound that came close was instantly crushed. Meanwhile, Leia in the air screamed for help, about to start free-falling, and I calmly ran to her landing spot and caught her. At that moment, Leia thought she was finally safe, but just as she relaxed, something grabbed her ankle again. Then I suddenly threw her back into the air, even higher than before, and now she could only cry out and plead for help. But I was already going berserk below, exuding an endless killing intent that even the hellhounds dared not approach, forcing them to flee into the distance. At that moment, I reached out and perfectly caught Leia, asking her in shock, "Is it all done? Where's the exit? How did you get in? Take me with you." But Leia, taken aback, thought she misheard. "Isn't the portal always in the sky? Can't we just leave whenever we want?" Thinking the man in front of her was just messing with her, she became increasingly angry and walked alone to the teleportation area. At that moment, I was confused but still followed her. Leia, noticing the man behind her, became even more furious. Although this guy did save her, she disliked him for being so dense, thinking he was strong yet treating her like a toy. But as she stepped onto a magic array, the man in front of her suddenly stopped, staring blankly at her from outside. Seeing this, Leia angrily shouted, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get in. Didn't you say we were leaving?" Since it was Leia's first time entering the dungeon, she had no idea what the exit looked like. She had only heard from the old butler that a teleportation portal would appear after clearing the dungeon, and you just had to walk into it. However, the next second, the magic array activated, emitting a blue light from beneath her feet, filling Leia with a cooling sensation as she closed her eyes to enjoy it. Suddenly, countless torrents of seawater poured down from the sky, and by the time she tried to get up and run, it was too late. The flood surged towards her, engulfing her completely in the magic array. I stood outside, watching the scene unfold, curious why this woman was taking a bath now, as this magic array was the same one I had used to bathe earlier. It wasn't until the flood receded that I could see Leia, soaked and kneeling inside, coughing like a drenched chicken. I was about to go help her up when, in the next second, I was bombarded by countless little fists. "You bastard! What were you thinking? You knew this was a trap and still let me suffer." I scratched my head, feeling speechless, but I really hadn't thought much about it in my eagerness to get out. Unexpectedly, the crimson sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds, and countless thunderclaps echoed from above. Leia panicked and hid behind me. Soon, the entire sky was shrouded in black smoke, engulfing everything in darkness, and it even began to rain, only slightly visible during the thunder. This eerie situation frightened Leia immensely, and she clutched my hand tightly, asking, "What's happening? What's going on? I've never run a dungeon before. Is this the first layer?" My mind was also filled with confusion. I had been here for who knows how long, yet nothing like this had ever happened. Moreover, this rainwater seemed unusual. It was neither blood nor magical mist but emitted a strong, foul smell. The next second, a black hole suddenly appeared in the dark clouds, surrounded by countless flashes of lightning. Then, a red beam shot out from the black hole, directly illuminating Leia and me, but I felt no danger from this light. At that moment, Leia was already filled with fear, gripping my arm even tighter. After a while, a blood-red magic array suddenly appeared beneath my feet, and I realized it was the teleportation portal. As the source of the red light intensified, a dizzying sensation washed over me. Leia seemed to feel the world spinning, and ultimately, she could no longer hold on and fainted onto me. I don't know how long it had been, but Leia felt something licking her face. When she came to her senses, she realized it was a little pig. She suddenly sat up and swatted the little pig away, exclaiming, "What is this place? How can you sleep so much? It's almost the next day. It's a miracle you've lasted this long without food or water. Hey, where is this? Is it near Phoenix City?" Leia casually glanced around. She found herself surrounded by woods, with a small stream nearby, and occasionally something hopping in the grass. It felt very much like the first dungeon the old butler had described. Hearing her words, I ran over in surprise and asked, "You don't know where this is? I've been waiting here for you, relying on you to lead the way, and now you tell me you don't know either?" With that, Leia looked at me with a disdainful expression, saying, all right, I'm known for being versatile. I can find my way out of places like this easily, as long as it's not in a dungeon." But unexpectedly, Leia's words proved prophetic. 5 hours later, we still hadn't exited the dungeon. At that moment, I gently tapped her on the head, saying, "Look, we've gone in circles and ended up back here, you silly." Leia quickly covered her head and said pitifully, "It's my first time here too. I'm sure I can get out the second time." But I didn't want to hear any more of her nonsense, so I dragged Leia into the forest. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the grass nearby rustled, and we both turned to look. In fact, a wolf jumped out from the grass. It was the Bone Wolf, the boss of the first dungeon, crouching on all fours, ready to hunt. Leia and I exchanged glances at this scene, seeming a bit bewildered. Outside the entrance of the dungeon, Leia's cousin had been unable to open the door, so he urgently notified the vice president. The entrance to the first layer of the dungeon was already crowded with people. Whether they were combat-capable staff or ordinary people without combat abilities, everyone wanted to see what was happening inside. A richly dressed nobleman was anxiously pacing at the entrance. With a head full of white hair and a bushy beard on his chin, his expression was grave, and even his secretary felt anxious for him. This man was Leia's father, Li Zhang, the vice president of the global top 10 guild, Phoenix. At that moment, a staff member rushed over in a panic. Vice President, he stammered, but before he could finish, Li Zhang grabbed him by the collar, angrily asking, "What on earth is happening? Why the urgency?" The staff member trembled. "It's bad, Vice President. The young lady, what happened? The young lady might not be able to come out." "What?" Hearing this, Leia's cousin, Li Xining, was furious and snatched the staff member from Li Zhang's hands, seething with anger. "If you dare to speak nonsense again, I'll kill you right now." The staff member was so frightened that he began to cry. He was just stating the actual situation. He couldn't take the blame for it. The vice president understood this as well. "Let him go. In a situation like this, don't place all the blame on him." Hearing the vice president's words, Li Xining, despite his anger, had no choice but to release the staff member. He questioned the vice president with some reluctance, "Uncle, is there really no way at all? Sia is like a sister to me. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will not give up on her." The vice president understood this principle too, but there was nothing they could do now. They could only leave it to fate. This girl was his only daughter. How could a father not feel heartbroken? "I have already notified the nearest A-level awakener." From his tone on the phone, it seems like he is quite confident. Now we can only wait for him to arrive. At this point, no one dared to say anything further. After all, if even an A-level awakener couldn't open this door, then no one present could. S-level awakeners wouldn't bother with such trivial matters. Getting an A-level awakener was already a significant favor to Li Zhang, the vice president, considering there were fewer than 10 A-level awakeners in the entire country. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Leia and Lu Chen were preparing to enter battle. Leia slowly stood up, and once again, a dozen hungry wolves appeared from the grass. All of them looked fierce, drooling as if they hadn't eaten in a long time. The pack of wolves surrounded Lu Chen and Leia, seemingly ready to hunt them down for a meal. However, at that moment, Leia and Lu Chen looked more like demons, their expressions greedy, revealing strange smiles. They even drooled a little from time to time. The bone-eating wolves in front of them were at a loss, They never expected there would be someone unafraid of them. Now, they were in a predicament where they couldn't advance or retreat, circling around Leia and Lu Chen. At that moment, Leia pulled out a fine weapon from her pocket with a strange expression, slowly approaching the pack of wolves like a devil. In fact, one of the wolves had long since lost its fear of Leia. The male wolf was not as arrogant as she was, and this female wolf dared to be so bold. Enraged, it charged forward at an incredible speed, completely outpacing the wolves in reality. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Leia. However, a loud clang of metal echoed, and the leading bone-eating wolf was knocked to the ground, unconscious. Leia squatted beside the dazed wolf, looking bewildered as she asked Lu Chen, "Whose dog is this? It's so cute. I just accidentally knocked it out, but there are still many more over there." The other wolves, witnessing this scene, hurriedly retreated. Watching the two chat casually as if they had nothing to fear made them even more incredulous. Lu Chen, of course, had no knowledge of cats and dogs. After years of fighting in the depths of hell, he had seen countless strange and uniquely shaped monsters. He truly couldn't tell if what was in front of him was a wolf or a dog. But since Leia called them dogs, he naturally treated them as such. "I don't know, but the presence of dogs here means their owner must be nearby. If we look for them now, we might still find them." Leia seemed to have found salvation, clapping her hands in realization. "Right, why didn't I think of that? Let's go, we need to set off now. Otherwise, it will be dark soon." The two quickly agreed and stood up, planning to follow the dogs. After all, dogs usually return home at night, they couldn't possibly be lost. However, before that, Leia intended to catch one to pet while they walked. Since the one on the ground was already knocked out, she had to catch another. The bone-eating wolf clearly hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation and was greedily staring at Leia's back. Just then, Leia slowly turned her head, her eerie smile and greedy gaze resembling that of a demon. The wolves weren't foolish, they immediately fled. But Leia's speed was astonishingly fast, and she quickly dashed in front of them. Faced with such a terrifying sight, they could only exert all their strength to shake off Leia, reaching speeds they had never achieved before. They never expected that as bosses, they would one day be fleeing with all their might. They ran for an unknown duration, not daring to look back, until the sounds behind them faded away, allowing them to finally relax. Yet, they felt an inexplicable sense of pressure lingering behind them. When one dared to glance back, they were met with a horrifying scene. Leia, like a demon, was crawling on all fours, sprinting towards them faster than any wolf present. Even after exhausting all their strength, Leia caught up to them, running alongside and smiling at Lu Chen. This terrifying sight caused the entire pack of wolves to scatter in a desperate escape. But ultimately, they could not escape her clutches. One bone-eating wolf, with a bump on its head, sat crouched in place. Leia finally extended her merciless claws towards it. With one hand holding it, the other was petting it. It felt nothing like how one would treat a boss, it was more like a lost puppy. What terrified it even more was that all the other wolves had been captured by Lu Chen alone. No amount of fear would help. Lu Chen's strength was on a completely different level. It could be said that Lu Chen had captured all the wolves at the same time. Even more frightening than Leia. Both Lu Chen and Leia shared a wicked smile, as if some conspiracy was about to unfold. After a while, all the wolves had their necks tied with a rope, being walked by Lu Chen like dogs. Lu Chen, still oblivious, asked Leia a question. "It should be like this. I've never raised a dog, but I've seen it on TV, so it should be like this. Now we just need to follow them." Clearly, Leia didn't know either, had never raised a dog, and had only seen it on television. But to show off in front of Lu Chen, she pretended to think for a moment and then said something outrageous. "There's one very important thing." Lu Chen looked a bit puzzled. "What do dogs like the most?" Lu Chen surprisingly answered first. "Poop." But the answer was wrong. "The most important thing is, of course, decoration." Lu Chen seemed to suddenly understand. Decoration. Decoration. What is it? Soon, Leia told him the answer. She first took the group of dogs to a lawn, not sure what she was doing. After a while, Lu Chen finally understood what decoration was. He saw that these wolves were all adorned with flower crowns and grass rings by this silly Leia, each one looking like a flowery dog. Lu Chen's face darkened at that moment. He helplessly pressed his hand against his nose, looked up at the sky, and sighed deeply. "Damn it, I shouldn't have trusted you, you stinky old hag." After pondering for a while, he thought, wait, when the hell should I have trusted this guy? Am I crazy? Next to him, Leia was humming a little tune while putting flower crowns on the dogs. Good doggy, quick, open the door." Before she could finish singing, Lu Chen turned around and dragged a dozen wolves away. He was utterly speechless. A dozen wolves were being dragged away like garbage. With such immense strength, they didn't even have a chance to resist. Leia saw Lu Chen's heartless demeanor and cursed him from behind. But it was useless. Lu Chen had no intention of paying attention to her anymore. This silly girl had already wasted a lot of my time. If I don't find the way out soon, I'll have to spend the night here. Although Leia was angry, as a battle weakling, she obediently followed along. Fortunately, she still had a wolf in her hand, allowing her to pet it as she walked. Of course, that wolf didn't dare to resist. It could only let her treat it like a flowery dog. Time passed second by second, and the sky began to darken. At that moment, Lu Chen realized something: this group of dogs had no intention of leaving at all. As long as he stopped, they would all sit down. If he took a step, they would follow. They had no desire to go home. He felt utterly helpless. After sitting in a daze for a while, he finally let all the wolves go. Only Leia kept chattering beside him, like a fly. She had no idea of their current predicament. Lu Chen was completely speechless. He let Leia mess around with him, even allowing her to place the dog directly on his head, without taking it seriously. Is my life going to end like this? Dying with this stinky old hag? A bit unwilling. Outside the instance, a crowd had gathered, everyone shouting, "Huang Lu! Huang Lu! Huang Lu!" A level awakener Huang Lu had arrived at the destination. His expression was one of disdain, one hand in his pocket, looking very cool. A somewhat ethereal-looking man arrived at the entrance of the first layer of the instance. Countless cheers erupted around him. He seemed to enjoy the feeling of being revered by thousands. Huang Lu, 28 years old, a steward of the Phoenix Guild, one of the top 10 guilds in the world, known as the strongest mage. It is said that he has countless methods, and each time he releases his abilities, they are different, always catching others off guard in battle. Vice President Li Zhang heard Huang Li's arrival and immediately stopped his work to rush forward to greet him. The people around could only respectfully run over and bow. The vice president was also very respectful, nodding and bowing as he came to consult. "Brother Huang, you finally made it. You really worked hard, coming all the way from the east of the city. Another day, I will definitely pay you a visit." Huang Lu had long regarded this kind of respectful attitude as the norm. If it were someone else, he might not even bother to respond. However, since Li Zhang was the vice president, he had to give him some face. Nevertheless, his expression still showed disdain. "You're too polite, Vice President. I'm not here to reminisce with you, just tell me what you need. I'm quite pressed for time." The Vice President naturally did not dare to be negligent and quickly explained his daughter's situation, hoping that Huang Lu could rescue her. However, Huang Lu did not immediately agree. Instead, he gave the Vice President a cold look. The Vice President quickly understood what he meant and added, "As long as you can rescue my daughter, whatever kind of reward you want, I can fulfill it. I hope, Brother Huang, you can lend a helping hand." Huang Lu was even satisfied with this, casually walking to the entrance of the instance with his hands in his pockets. The members of the vice president's family, seeing their vice president bowing and nodding in front of others, felt an intense anger and unwillingness inside. But now they could only dare to be angry without speaking. Huang Lu looked up at the height of the instance entrance, then extended his left hand, seemingly gathering something. A mass of unclear blue gas enveloped his left hand. It contained endless power, and one could see with the naked eye that this punch would definitely be powerful. Everyone held their breath. Watching everything that was about to happen, Li Zhang's eyes reflected that blue light. Is this the power of an A-level powerhouse? Huang Lu gathered strength with his hand, displaying a posture ready for a fierce attack. The blue gas gathered on his hand at an increasing speed, until at the last moment, he punched the entrance of the instance. Endless waves of turbulent energy surged out, and everyone present had to cover their eyes to barely see what was happening. Li Zhang was overjoyed. Did it work? On the other side, inside the instance, the sky had completely darkened. Leia sneezed and wiped her nose. "Who cursed me?" The two couldn't leave the instance, so they had to set up a fire to spend the night inside. She was still holding the wolf from that morning as a pillow. Lu Chen curled up next to the fire, questioning his life. Did he really have to spend his whole life here? It was truly frustrating. Moreover, being with this woman, he sometimes really didn't understand how heaven arranged this. Reflecting on everything that had happened before, Lu Chen felt increasingly uncomfortable, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Just then, a small hand quietly reached into his arm and slowly moved to his chest. It gently caressed him. A faint voice rang in his ear, and even the warmth of her words echoed beside him. "Don't be discouraged, I believe we can definitely get out tomorrow." Leia was using a very mischievous and lewd expression, continuously touching Lu Chen's body. Occasionally, she let out strange giggles, making it feel like an affair. However, it didn't last long before she got hit on the head by a few bumps, hiding in a corner, feeling wronged while hugging the wolf. I was just encouraging you. Why are you so harsh on me? Lu Chen could only grit his teeth and angrily curse. It's already your 8 generations of good fortune that I haven't killed you yet. After saying that, she fell headfirst onto the ground and fell asleep. Leia could only feel wronged, pulling at the wolf's fur while secretly cursing Lu Chen. Time passed slowly like this, and it was midnight. Leia had completely fallen asleep, but Lu Chen found it hard to doze off. If they couldn't leave this place, what was the point of sleeping? He reflected on life, pondering the meaning of existence. But all of that was secondary. The main reason he couldn't sleep was that Leia's snoring was simply too loud. It was as if someone was chopping wood right next to him. In such a quiet night, her snoring was the loudest. He really wished he could go over and stuff something in her mouth. How could such a refined girl have such a fierce personality? Moreover, her sleeping posture was too unrefined, with her arms and legs spread wide open, as if welcoming the embrace of the Virgin Mary. She was even more unrestrained than he was when sleeping. The wolf beside her had lost a bunch of fur because of her. It was truly a living hell. Just then, sounds of animals rustling in the grass came from around them. Hearing giggles and rustling noises in the dead of night was indeed a bit frightening. At this moment, Leia had already entered dreamland, completely unaware that something was approaching them. The sounds of insects around them also ceased at that moment, and the entire forest became incredibly quiet, as if nothing had ever happened. The moon tonight was exceptionally bright. Even though it was late, the ground was still clearly visible. 2 red eyes appeared in the grass, followed by more red eyes. They densely filled the thicket. The burning fire seemed to have been extinguished by something. Those pairs of red eyes were slowly closing in on Leia and Lu Chen. Meanwhile, the bone-eating wolf that had been lying on Leia's head had long since vanished. A massive beast appeared beside them, drooling liquid that dripped onto the ground. Watching the liquid flow from Leia's neck, the beast could no longer suppress its inner frenzy and lunged at her neck, biting down fiercely. Bang! Outside the dungeon entrance, Huang Li's punch surprisingly caused no disturbance at the door. There wasn't even a scratch, and the people around him cast scornful glances. Some even whispered among themselves, "Could this be a fake? It looks flashy, but it has no effect at all?" Huang Lu naturally couldn't accept such a result. Hearing someone question his strength only made him angrier. He gathered red light in his right hand again and slammed a punch at the dungeon entrance. The result was still unresponsive. He couldn't believe it. His attack, even against a boss on the 10th level, should have been enough to take it down in one hit, yet this door remained completely unmoved. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he could only channel his fury into countless punches against the dungeon entrance, but still failed to inflict any damage. Waves of energy rippled around him, and Huang Li seemed to be getting carried away. The vice president beside him wanted to say a few words of advice but was fiercely rebuffed by Huang Lu. "Get lost. I'm going to use that move. Anyone who doesn't want to die should get far away. Everyone, get out of the way." Huang Lu rolled up his sleeves and spread his legs into a wide stance. Seeing this, the people around quickly moved aside, for this move was rumored to be Huang Li's signature technique that defeated the boss on the 22nd level in one blow. It was said that nothing in this world could withstand his strike unscathed. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt an immense excitement, not only because he could save Leia, but also because they could witness an A-level powerhouse giving it their all. The odds of seeing this were even lower than winning the lottery. Colorful lights swirled around Huang Li like a venomous snake, resembling a deity. Huang Li's eyes also emitted a white light, similar to the transformation of a Super Saiyan. His hair stood up wildly. Everyone widened their eyes, astonished at what was happening before them. Huang Lu gathered his energy once more, a surging wave of power converging in his left hand, and shouted loudly, "Ah!" With all his strength, veins bulging, he slammed his fist against the entrance of the dungeon, resulting in a massive explosion. Even the interior of the dungeon trembled slightly, waking the sleeping Leia. Stretching lazily, propping herself up on her hands, she muttered drowsily, "Making such a racket in the middle of the night, can't anyone get some sleep?" Leia initially thought it was Lu Chen causing trouble again and was ready to scold him. But then she noticed something even more alarming. The bone-eating wolf, which had just been used as a pillow, was now biting her neck like a mad dog, drool dripping all over her. Fortunately, Leia had a high-quality artifact around her neck. Aside from the armor on her chest, which had been shattered by a punch, she still wore other quality gear. She grabbed the wolf, stroking its chin and looking around. It felt oddly familiar. If the previous one looked like a dog, this one was a true wolf. But how dare it bite her? It seemed to have a death wish. She slapped the wolf's face and pointed at it fiercely, questioning, "Oh, I get it now. My husky isn't going to be eaten by you. Looking for death, huh? Daring to touch my things." The bone-eating wolf she held went from fierce to pitiful, not daring to make a sound, as if fear was ingrained in its genes. Until Lu Chen reminded her from behind, "That wolf in your hand is probably the dog you just had. Just look around you and you'll know." Hearing this, Leia finally noticed that a massive wolf had appeared before her. Even more terrifying was that countless similarly large wolves surrounded her. Their fur had changed from white to a dark red-black. Their canine teeth had become several times sharper, piercing their own lips and extending outward. Their eyes were fierce, like beasts that hadn't eaten in a long time. However, to Lu Chen, these creatures were no different from dogs. He picked up a giant sword nearby and began sharpening it right there, not treating the situation as anything serious. Only Leia pulled out a high-quality weapon, a long sword, from her pocket. Slowly drawing the sword from its hilt, her gaze became incredibly sharp at that moment. The strength she had secretly practiced now manifested. In truth, Leia's talent was terrifying. Although her awakening was F rank and not considered strong, her innate talent was excellent. Talent is something one is born with, and with practice, she would eventually become powerful. The night was cold, but it couldn't compare to the chill of Leia's sword. Under the moonlight, a cold and beautiful killer was born. Without any unnecessary movements, just standing there, she exuded a ruthless killing intent. The moonlight reflected off the sword, casting beams of light like sparkling gems, dazzling to the eyes. Leia slightly rotated her sword, a beam of sword light piercing towards the wolf's eyes, causing it to momentarily lose its vision. When it regained its senses and looked back at Leia, it was horrified to find that the person was already gone. What followed was the heart-wrenching howls of the surrounding wolf pack. The alpha wolf, realizing the situation, immediately became alert and separated from the remaining pack. It was all in vain. A chill swept past, a crisp sound echoed in the air, and the wolf's head fell to the ground. Before he could grasp the situation, he was horrified to see his own headless corpse and the cold, blood-soaked queen under the moonlight. This was the end. Lu Chen was stunned by the scene. Blood stained her clothes, a trace of it lingering at the corner of her mouth. The once innocent gaze was long gone, replaced by a cold and beautiful face under the moonlight. She slightly turned her face to look at Lu Chen, as if declaring her proof of strength. Was this woman the same one who had been nagging beside me in the morning? If one looked closely, they would find that she was quite delicate in appearance. She could be considered a beauty of her time. Leia raised the bloodied sword and swung it down. The blood on the blade fell away like dew, leaving the blade remarkably clean. It was indeed a fine sword. She then slowly sheathed it. At that moment, the naive and innocent girl reappeared. Lu Chen, still immersed in the recent feast, was taken aback when he saw Leia throw him a flirtatious glance, teasing him like a playful girl as she walked over. Occasionally, she would whistle, and those eye-catching movements made it hard for Lu Chen to bear. Her foot would stomp in place from time to time. Seeing this, Lu Chen's expression darkened instantly. Without a word, he quickly ran in front of Leia. She was still a bit dazed, not realizing what was happening before he grabbed her collar and lifted her up forcefully. Lu Chen's gloomy face turned fierce. "Where have you put my cold goddess? Hurry and change back. Did you take over her body? You bad seed, why do you have to do this? Quickly return her body." Saying this, he shook Leia's body up and down, trying to use force to make her revert to the aloof queen she was before. However, before they could continue their play, the sound of the instant's shaking echoed again. It felt like a small earthquake, but it lasted only a moment. At that moment, Leia remembered something. This kind of tremor had occurred when she had just fallen asleep. She initially thought it was Lu Chen messing around late at night, and after getting up, she thought it was caused by the wolves. But now it seemed neither was true. The sky seemed to be brightening, and a ray of morning sunlight began to shine through. The wolf that had been used as a pillow by Leia began to shrink its fur from deep black back to its original grayish-white as day arrived. The fur that had been pulled out had also returned to normal. Just then, a door seemed to appear in the vast sky, slowly descending without any support. After exchanging a glance, Lu Chen and Leia stopped their playful scuffle, quickly gathered their things, and rushed to the place where the stone door was descending. This was their only path to escape. If they missed it, they would truly be trapped here forever. Throughout, they had never considered that they were still in the instance. They had just defeated the boss, and the portal to leave had opened normally. The earlier tremor was merely Huanlu unleashing a powerful move outside the instance door, causing a slight shake. Lu Chen and Leia ran desperately toward the place where the stone door was descending, not even bothering to retrieve their lost shoes. They ran like prisoners who had just finished their sentence, sprinting toward freedom. Until they reached a ground marked with blue patterns, where a magic circle lay before them. Lu Chen had already arrived early to wait there. At that moment, Leia appeared in Lu Chen's line of sight. The two exchanged a glance, and in that moment, it seemed they had cast aside all their previous grievances, as joyfully as birds that had just gained their freedom. Leia was just 2 steps away from entering the magic circle, and Lu Chen, smiling, reached out his hand. Leia also smiled and extended her hand. With a strong pull, Lu Chen dragged Leia into the magic circle, and they were so happy that they almost started dancing on the spot. A man, a woman, and a dog looked like a family, and it felt quite warm. Hand in hand, they spun around inside. After about half an hour had passed and the magic circle still hadn't activated, their joyful expressions began to fade. The 3 of them sat there in a daze. Leia, unable to contain her impatience, punched Lu Chen's arm. "Hey, what's going on? Isn't this a teleportation magic circle?" Lu Chen, of course, didn't know what was happening either. After all, it was his first time refreshing a dungeon, so how could he understand this? "I don't know." So they sat there for quite a while, realizing that the magic circle remained silent, and they began to think about what was going on. Before this, they had just been staring blankly. Did the activation of the magic circle require some kind of incantation? Lu Chen symbolically muttered, "Open sesame." After realizing it had no effect, he foolishly recited more bizarre spells. "Pineapple, pineapple, honey." Leia watched Lu Chen's strange behavior with a look of constipation on her face. "I don't know what's going on in your head. Even if it's an incantation, it can't be this childish. Can you think for a moment?" Leia's sarcastic remarks only made Lu Chen, who was already anxious, even angrier. He turned around and grabbed her sleeve, saying angrily, "You still have the nerve to criticize me. If you have a solution, then hurry up and use it. All you do is criticize me while doing nothing. Just know how to play with the dog. What do you actually want to do?" Sure enough, the 2 began to argue again. Upholding the principle that a gentleman uses words, not fists, Lu Chen still found himself at a disadvantage. Because as Leia continued to scold, she would also start to get physical. Fortunately, Lu Chen was strong enough, otherwise, after just a couple of rounds, he would have lost the argument. Their quarrel escalated, and just then, the magic circle suddenly activated. Blue light radiated from the magic circle, slowly surrounding them. Seeing this, Leia released the finger she had poked into Lu Chen's nose, her expression one of shock. Lu Chen also felt a sense of weightlessness, as if he was about to float away. Turning around, he realized that the dog had left the magic circle, which had triggered the portal to activate. With this thought, his body began to float completely. Was he really about to leave? Lu Chen closed his eyes, feeling everything, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. However, before he could enjoy the moment, he saw Leia scampering over in 2 little steps to the dog, forcibly pulling it into the magic circle and picking it up. At that moment, the sensation of gravity swept back in, and Lu Chen, who was halfway in the air, suddenly fell, creating a cloud of dust. In the dust, Lu Chen remained silent for a long time, his gaze and expression already dimmed. Lying on the ground, he was furious, his left hand tightly clenched into a fist, pounding the ground in frustration. He looked up at Leia and found that she hadn't taken this seriously. In a fit of rage, he charged toward her from behind. Leia sensed the murderous intent behind her, cold sweat pouring down her back. She slowly turned around, only to find a towering figure filled with hostility standing behind her. Before he could figure out the situation, a pus-filled bump appeared on his head, and he squatted there, feeling wronged. "Isn't it just that I've developed feelings for it? What's wrong with taking it away?" Lu Chen lifted Leia with one hand and pointed at her, warning her fiercely. "Can't you see that this formation failed to activate because of your dog? Hurry up and throw it away." This scene was reminiscent of Leia's earlier warning to that wolf. Upon hearing "throw it away," Leia hugged the dog even tighter, as if they were glued together, nearly choking the poor creature. Lu Chen tried to separate them, but they were stuck together so tightly that if he pulled too hard, he might break Leia's hand. There was no other way. "Wait!" Lu Chen lifted Leia and kicked her like a soccer ball, sending her flying. "Since I can't separate you, you can stay here with it for the rest of your life." The moment the dog left the formation, it indeed activated again. That feeling of weightlessness returned, and it was truly refreshing. Lu Chen closed his eyes once more, waiting to leave this place. However, halfway through, he fell back down, and Leia came running back into the formation with the dog, bouncing happily. Lu Chen was furious, his veins bulging. This girl was the real demon, more troublesome than any boss he had encountered before. He kicked her out again, but she sneakily brought the dog back in like a stubborn adhesive. This cycle continued, and after a long time of back and forth, he finally managed to throw Leia farther away. He wanted to teleport before she could return. This time, Lu Chen was almost at the stone door. However, a terrifying scene unfolded before him. Leia was crawling on all fours, sprinting towards him with the dog in her mouth, just like an alien. Unfortunately, the blue light of the formation had disappeared from the ground and was slowly rising. It was nearly impossible to stop it again. Lu Chen began to relax. However, he still underestimated Leia. She charged at him with rocket-like speed. Just as she was about to reach the formation, she gathered her strength and leaped directly onto the light at the end of the formation. With the dog in tow, she entered it. In an extremely rapid motion, she rushed towards Lu Chen. Terrified, Lu Chen swam upwards like a frog, but he was still no match for Leia's serpentine speed. Struggling desperately, he was ultimately caught by Leia, who clung to him like a piece of transparent tape. Even as Lu Chen pushed her face away, he couldn't shake her off. The dog was also firmly grasped by Leia, who refused to let go. Indeed, things that couldn't get out would never get out. Since the dog was part of the instance, the formation didn't continue upward but got stuck between being able to enter and not being able to enter. Thus, a man, a woman, and a dog were stuck in midair, frozen in a comical expression. Outside the instance, thick smoke billowed, and dust filled the air, as if a war of unprecedented scale had just taken place. Huanglu was panting heavily at the entrance of the instance, exhausted. The entrance remained intact, not even a scratch left behind. Huanglu had run out of options. Around him, voices of doubt and disdain began to emerge. The members of the Li Zhang family looked on with disdain at the scene. Even Leia's cousin couldn't help but mock the vice president quietly in his ear. "Uncle, the person you invited isn't up to the task. After all this time, nothing has happened. And now we owe him a favor. You really are something." Huanglu saw that more and more people around him were mocking him, and the imbalance in his heart grew increasingly intense. "I absolutely cannot embarrass myself here." The discussions around him had shifted from hushed whispers to increasingly brazen remarks. At that moment, Huanglu could no longer hold back. He suddenly turned around and pointed angrily at everyone. "What right do you have to talk about me? A bunch of useless people who can only gossip behind others' backs. Could you do any better if you were in my place? There's something wrong with the entrance to this instance. It must have some kind of restriction placed on it. Even if other A-rank powerhouses came, they wouldn't be able to open this door either." The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, to the point of seeming almost deranged. "Yes, that's right, exactly. Ha, 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 ha. It's definitely not my problem. It's definitely not my problem." The onlookers dared not say anything more. After all, they didn't want to offend Huanglu. Their initial anticipation and admiration had turned into fear and disgust. Huang Li's hands were visibly trembling. Even though they were in his pockets, he couldn't hide his nervousness. He hurried to a corner and pulled out a communication device from his pocket. He didn't know what kind of call he was making, but when it connected, his tone was extremely respectful, humbly explaining his situation. "Yes, I've run into a bit of trouble. Right, the entrance to this instance won't open. I've tried, but there isn't even a scratch on the door. I can't open it. If you're interested, you can come over." As Huangla spoke, his nervousness made him stutter, and the person on the other end seemed to realize the seriousness of the situation. After dropping a line, the call ended. "I understand." Huanglu reluctantly raised his head, biting his lip and taking a deep breath. He shakily took out a cigarette from his pocket again. Squatting in the corner, he smoked. He feared nothing but being looked down upon by others. The current scene was beyond his control. After all, he had already boasted, and leaving like this wouldn't be a good ending. The vice president seemed to notice Huang Li's tension and slowly walked up behind him, using a comforting tone to soothe him. "Huang, you don't need to be too nervous. If it really doesn't work out, it's fine, I have other ways." Huang Lu felt increasingly angry at the vice president's demeanor. This kind of concern was a great humiliation for him. To be honest, if anyone else dared to speak to him like that, they would disappear from this world by tomorrow. But since Li Zhang was the vice president, he couldn't say that he had more power than him. At the very least, they were at the same level. Now he could only swallow his anger and forced a response. "Thank you for your kindness, Vice President. But who says I can't do it? Did I say I had already used all my strength?" At this moment, Huang Lu was gritting his teeth, his lips having been accidentally bitten until they bled. His fists were so tightly clenched that the veins were clearly visible. Of course, the vice president didn't dare to be aggressive anymore. After all, if he really provoked this guy, it seemed no one here could stop him when he went mad. He could only express his apologies and step back. Huang Lu gritted his teeth as he watched the vice president's retreating figure. He was still pondering whether this old man had deliberately set a trap for him to embarrass himself. "If I find out it was you, I won't care whether you're the vice president or not." On the other side, Leia had firmly ensnared Lu Chen's body like an octopus. Although Lu Chen had tried many times to get that dog off him, he ultimately failed each time. The reason for holding on tightly wasn't the main issue, it was mainly the fear of hurting Leia. After all, she was an ordinary person. However, staying stuck in the current situation wasn't a solution either. Lu Chen lowered his head to glance at Leia and found that she seemed to still be in the mood to sleep. Occasionally, she even let out a snore or two, leaving Lu Chen speechless. This was fine, he could take advantage of her sleeping and throw the dog away when she wasn't paying attention. Without hesitation, Lu Chen's mind flashed with 1,000 ways to make someone fall asleep quickly. Then he suddenly realized, why not just knock her out directly and then get rid of the dog? How foolish of me, he thought, slapping himself twice. With that in mind, Lu Chen looked at Leia again, only to find that she had already woken up and was looking at him with a pitiful expression, as if she knew what he was planning. This made Lu Chen feel embarrassed to act. However, even so, it couldn't stop his determination to go back. Lu Chen slowly raised his head, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. He silently chanted in his heart, sorry, sorry, sorry. Just as he was about to strike her with a hand chop to knock her out, he saw Leia throw the dog away herself. Lu Chen was left dumbfounded. But this was good, he didn't have to do it himself. At that moment, the portal activated and began to rise slowly. Lu Chen didn't want to miss this opportunity again, he had to throw her up quickly. He thought to himself and immediately grabbed Leia by the collar, forcefully tossing her in front of him. Just in case, he quickly swam upward until he saw Leia completely disappear into the clouds, and only then did he feel relieved. How did things suddenly become so simple? It felt a bit off, this girl was being so obedient. Sure enough, just as he thought, Leia was up to something again. A thin white line appeared beside Lu Chen, and he saw the line suddenly straighten. The dog that had fallen to the ground was suddenly yanked back up by this white line. Lu Chen's eyes widened in fear at this scene, and he immediately started to swim upward with all his might. But it was too late, the white line was using the power from above to move upward, moving at several times Lu Chen's speed. The dog zoomed past him like a bullet. Watching the dog fly further and further away from him, Lu Chen was completely dumbfounded. No stop ah! Before Lu Chen could finish his words, his left hand had already grasped the white line. The force, along with him and the dog, shot upward. His lips were filled with air, and the flesh on both sides of his mouth was flapping wildly. It wasn't until they passed through the clouds and entered a blank space that they finally stopped. Leia had long been waiting for them here. The moment she saw Lu Chen, she ran over like a little kid whose father had bought him candy, ready to embrace him. However, what she got in return were 2 swollen bumps on her head. Then she found a spot to squat down, looking aggrieved. This space had nothing in it, just an endless abyss and an unending expanse. Only a stone door stood in the center, intricately carved with many bizarre patterns. It looked strange yet captivating. Lu Chen curiously walked up to the stone door and carefully examined its surroundings. Besides being enormous, there didn't seem to be anything particularly special about it. At that moment, Leia suddenly popped up beside Lu Chen and casually explained the situation to him. Never seen the world, have you? Let me tell you, this stone is actually the only portal to get out of here. I came in through a door like this before. Since coming in is like this, going out must be the same. We should be walking out of the real instance, while entering the space between the instance and the door. That is, the forest we just saw. You're good at everything, but your caution is too heavy. Leia mocked Lu Chen with a proud expression as she walked towards the door, still holding onto the dog. Until she slammed her face directly into the door, falling to the ground like a bull crashing into a large rock. Blood flowed from her nostrils, her lips were bitten, and she sat there crying in frustration. This made Lu Chen next to her laugh. Seeing Leia's smug face disappear was truly unprecedentedly joyful. Holding his stomach, he pointed at her, saying, "You really are stupid. Your mother must have opened the door for stupidity. You've reached peak foolishness." He stomped his feet and laughed. "Do you know why you crashed into it? Didn't I just say it? This dog is from the instance, how could you possibly take it out? Give it up." Of course, Leia didn't give up. She casually grabbed the dog next to her and threw it hard at Lu Chen's head. However, Lu Chen simply tilted his head to dodge it. Then, he looked at Leia with a lewd expression and slowly walked towards the door. At that moment, their roles seemed to have reversed. "I told you your vision is short-sighted. Since you want to spend your life with this dog, you can stay here with it," he mocked as he walked towards the door. He walked towards the door with a proud face, thinking he could just walk out like that, but a loud crash echoed, and Lu Chen found himself stuck to the instance door. Clearly, Lu Chen couldn't get out either, but he was much better off than Leia, just embedded in the wall. However, being wedged between the indestructible body and the incredibly hard instance door didn't cause Lu Chen any harm. At the same time, the door was dented deeply by his body. Seeing this scene, Leia seemed to have found an opportunity, laughing madly in place, slapping the ground while mocking Lu Chen. "I thought you were so powerful. Turns out you're just a clown." Let's see if you dare to mock me again in the future. Neither of them would back down, but seeing Li Xia's ugly face made Lu Chen furious. You still have the face to talk about me. Didn't you crash into the door yourself? Li Xia replied, that was my first time. You saw me crash and still ran into it. You're just pure stupid, hopeless. The two began to argue without realizing that the hard door only blocked Lu Chen's progress but caused him no harm. This door was an A grade, and even Huang Lu, using all his strength, couldn't inflict any damage on it. The sound of Lu Chen's crash was felt even by those outside the door. Such a terrifying tremor. If one didn't have S-level strength, it was unlikely they could make the earth shake. It had been 5 days since Li Xia entered the instance. If the instance refreshed normally, anyone who hadn't come out within 3 days would be deemed dead. Historically, the latest anyone had come out of an instance was just 3 days. 5 days meant there was no hope. Vice President Li Zhang already knew the outcome would be like this, feeling very unwilling, as she was his only daughter. But he couldn't let everyone see his sadness, so he could only silently shed tears alone, even arranging for others to handle some funeral preparations. Meanwhile, Li Xia sneezed heavily, and after a while of fussing, they both started to space out again. Lu Chen believed the main reason they couldn't get out was that they brought the dog with them, otherwise, there was no reason they couldn't leave. Li Xia did not think so, she just felt that we had not yet mastered the method to leave this place. As long as we could find it, we would definitely be able to get out. After a while, Li Xia, bored, squatted down and disdainfully asked, "Hey, aren't you strong? Since there's no other way out, why don't you just break the door?" Lu Chen, hearing such a thoughtless remark, decisively ignored it. He immediately turned his head to look elsewhere. After some more time, he still hadn't thought of a solution. Then Lu Chen slowly stood up, adjusted his pockets. Breaking this door doesn't seem impossible. Saying this, he placed his giant sword aside, rolled up his tattered sleeves, stretched, and twisted his joints. He let out a long breath. Glancing at Li Xia, he then said, "Come closer, I need someone to inspire my abilities, just stand next to me and don't move." Li Xia didn't understand what he meant but still stood dazedly beside him. Although she didn't know what use it would be, she complied. Seeing Li Xia come over, Lu Chen immediately took a horse stance and shouted loudly, "Come." Li Xia was startled by the shout and quickly moved a bit closer to Lu Chen. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen disappeared from in front of her, followed by the sound of his fist colliding with the wall, creating an explosion and a cloud of dust. A tremendous force spread out at that moment. The shockwave directly blasted Li Xia several miles away, causing her to fall to the ground, her mouth full of dust. This scene was like a nuclear bomb exploding. If there had been anything around, even some debris could have injured her. The wave of energy took a long time to completely dissipate. After the explosion, all that could be heard was Lu Chen laughing maniacally amidst the dust. "You really are quite stupid." He laughed while slapping his thigh. "I told you to stand next to me, and you really did. You're truly a talent." Unable to contain his laughter, Lu Chen even knelt down, slapping the ground. "Seeing you in such a sorry state makes me feel at ease." Li Xia looked bewildered, then inexplicably appeared in front of Lu Chen. She was covered in dirt, her eyes filled with killing intent. Lu Chen had just finished and looked up to find Li Xia. "It's over." Outside the dungeon entrance, Huang Lu was still smug in front of everyone, firmly believing that no one could open this door. Even if an S-rank powerhouse came, it would be impossible to break this door. He said this while proudly resting his hands on his hips, the earlier tension long gone. As long as he could hold out until that guy arrived, he could prove himself. The people around him began to murmur, their opinions of Huang Lu starting to waver. Huang Lu looked satisfied, occasionally glancing at the vice president, who was secretly hurt nearby. Just as he was about to walk over to offer some comfort, he said, "I tell you, this dungeon must." Before he could finish, a huge explosion inexplicably occurred at the dungeon entrance. Even those close to the entrance were directly blasted away by the merciless force, some hanging in trees, others blown onto rooftops. An endless gale surged forth from the sound of the explosion. The shockwave seemed to have no intention of stopping, continuously erupting outward. Dust and debris rose, engulfing everyone near the dungeon entrance. The noise was so loud that even those a little closer experienced ringing in their ears. This terrifying shock continued for a while before gradually calming down. However, the smoke remained thick. Huang Lu brushed off the dust on his clothes, staring in shock at the explosion that had occurred at the dungeon entrance. Li Zhang and the others also looked on with concern at everything happening before them. A coughing sound came from the dust. Cough, cough, cough. What on earth is this? Why is there so much dust? Hey, has it been calculated? Everyone heard this voice, and at the same time, an incredibly imposing figure appeared in the smoke. It looked very domineering. Huang Lu tried to use his detection ability to see what was in the smoke. However, no matter how he probed, he couldn't discern the strength of the person in front of him. What he saw was zero energy fluctuations. This was an incredibly astonishing phenomenon because even ordinary people would have energy fluctuations of 1 to 2. Even animals would have their own energy. But the person in front of him had no energy fluctuations at all. Moreover, it seemed that other energy fluctuations were mixed in, but they were very vague and unclear. Huang Le seemed to think of something and immediately clenched his fists, getting into a fighting stance. Could it be that the boss from the instance has come out? It doesn't look like the boss from the first layer. Everyone heard Huang Le's words and became alert. Some even ran away directly. With each step he took, the killing intent grew stronger, even making Huang Le feel a bit breathless. Vice President Li Zhang could only swallow hard. Li Xinian was sweating profusely. The sense of oppression even made him feel a bit nauseous. A pair of red eyes appeared particularly terrifying in the smoke. Each step seemed to be limping, looking more like a grotesque monster. The air seemed to calm down, and those who hadn't run away were already so scared that their legs went weak, until a gentle breeze blew through. It was cool, and it blew the smoke away. The figure could finally be seen clearly, and everyone stared intently at that spot, until it was completely clear. Leia was crouched on Lu Chen's head, biting his skull fiercely with her mouth. Her left hand was holding onto a dog. Lu Chen's hair was disheveled, and he looked bewildered at everyone present. The atmosphere suddenly became very awkward. A ragged man stood in the smoke, and the three of them simultaneously saw everyone present. All of them looked bewildered. A crying voice came from not far away. "Daughter! My precious daughter!" The moment Li Zhang saw Leia, he could no longer hold back. Only his precious daughter could make this old man so heartbroken. He hurried over and hugged Lu Chen tightly. Since Leia was on Lu Chen's head, he didn't know whom to hug, so he just held Lu Chen tightly. Lu Chen was completely at a loss. An old man suddenly rushed over to hug him, shouting "daughter" at him. "Hey, old man, who are you looking for? Your daughter isn't here." At that moment, Leia shouted in Lu Chen's ear, "Dad!" After saying that, she jumped off Lu Chen and hugged tightly, causing Li Zhang to cry. Lu Chen was so startled that he became a bit flustered. Both father and daughter seemed to enjoy startling each other. "I miss you so much." Li Zhang also felt Leia's grievances. His daughter had been pampered by Cici since she was little, never having suffered any hardships. Now, she was dirty all over, with bloodstains, dust, and mud. Even her cute little face was covered in dust. Seeing his daughter like this, Li Zhang felt a pang in his nose and found it hard to accept. "Daughter, be good. You've suffered, and Dad misses you very much." A servant beside Li Xinian asked him out of boredom, "Young master, why did you feel nauseous just now? Did you eat something unclean this morning?" This question was purely not giving Li Xinian an easy way out. But fortunately, Li Xinian didn't understand the teasing and just said it directly. "I don't know, I just felt nauseous when I saw it." This left the servant beside him speechless. Li Zhang saw his daughter, safe and sound, being brought out by this man, and he felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him. Once his emotions stabilized and he took a closer look, he realized that the man in front of him was tall and strong, exuding an undeniable strength. Could this man be the one who saved my daughter? He thought to himself and then humbly asked his daughter, "Who is this young man?" As a result, Leia was stunned for a while before managing to stammer out, "I don't know." This left Li Zhang completely bewildered. "You don't know how you ended up with them?" Leia scratched her head, "I don't know." These two sentences instantly left the old man confused. Lu Chen sensed something was off and quickly tried to smooth things over. "Oh, I see. My name is Lu Chen. Is this lady your daughter?" The moment those words were spoken, Li Zhang's mind went blank. They hadn't even introduced themselves yet. "So, are you saying they just happened to come out together? And my daughter just happened to climb on you?" Lu Chen was a bit lost, but after thinking it over, it seemed that this fool had indeed brought her out. To be precise, I should say I let her out, otherwise, she might not have made it out at all. After listening to their conversation, Li Zhang finally heard something he could understand. But he couldn't show it, he had to pretend to grasp their earlier dialogue. "So, that's how it is. Thank you so much. If you don't mind, could you do me the favor of coming to my house for a visit? We could have a meal together and you could tell me about what happened inside." In truth, Lu Chen hadn't really listened to any of that, he only heard the part about food, so he immediately agreed. What puzzled him was why he had to ask for someone else's favor to eat at their house. Lu Chen really didn't understand social etiquette at all. Purely illiterate. In fact, Huang Lu, who had been shocked for a long time on the side, could no longer stand it. As soon as Lu Chen came out, he was chatting as if nothing had happened. Furious, he rushed in front of Li Zhang and blocked Lu Chen. Pointing angrily at Lu Chen's chest, he questioned, "Hey, you bastard! What was that just now? Why do you look so indifferent after walking out of the explosion? Are you some kind of monster from that place? Lu Chen glanced at the person in front of him, realizing he didn't know him and that he was speaking so rudely, so he simply ignored him and chose to walk past. But how could Huang Le let it go? The more Lu Chen acted this way, the more irritated he became. He had already lost face earlier, and now Lu Chen was making him lose face again. He had to teach this guy a lesson today. He slowly turned around, a strange killing intent showing on his face, his eyes bloodshot, fists clenched, determined to give Lu Chen a lesson. Li Zhang, sensing the hostility, quickly stepped forward to intervene. He grabbed Huang Li's arm, trying to calm him down. Huang, what are you doing? Calm down. After all, he is my daughter's savior. It's not appropriate to make a move here, right? But Huang Le could no longer hold back. He had to let everyone present know that anyone who dared to provoke him, Huang Le, would not have a good ending. Angrily, he shook off Li Zhang's hand. Get lost. Old man, if it weren't for your status as vice president, I would have taken you down already. This statement frightened Li Zhang so much that he dared not make any further moves, quickly shielding his daughter behind him. He silently prayed, hoping that Lu Chen wouldn't be killed. Huang Le, filled with anger, walked up behind Lu Chen, his left hand gripping Lu Chen's arm tightly, squeezing with all his might, determined to cripple the entire arm. However, something terrifying happened. He realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge that arm even a little, as if he were squeezing a block of diamond. Even when his clothes were torn, Lu Chen remained unfazed. When Lu Chen turned his head, Huang Le was so frightened that cold sweat poured down his back. By the time Lu Chen fully turned around, that oppressive feeling hit him again. Huang Li's cells trembled instinctively in fear. Hey, to be honest, the thing I hate the most is punks. Why do you have to go looking for trouble? From the moment Lu Chen stepped out, he thought Huang Le was just a punk. No matter how weak he was still an awakened one who had come out of the first level dungeon. He shouldn't be bullied by a punk, right? Huang Le found himself trembling all over, not thinking about how strong the enemy was, but rather if he had truly become useless. How could he be so easily scared by someone just a bit braver? No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't imagine what kind of person Lu Chen was, because the aura around him was zero. But the feeling he had when he squeezed just now was unmistakable. He had definitely used all his strength. This guy's body was terrifyingly strong. Suppressing his inner fear, Huang Le clenched his fist and swung a heavy punch at Lu Chen's face. But to his horror, Lu Chen easily caught his hand. He also saw that world-destroying gaze and the extremely angry expression on Lu Chen's face. Frightened, Huang Le began to feel a bit lost. Lu Chen applied a little force to twist Huang Li's hand, and he felt an overwhelming power sweep through his body, as if a mountain was pressing down on his left hand, making it impossible to move. What followed was a heart-wrenching pain. It was the most painful experience he had ever felt, causing him to drop to his knees instantly. Please, please, don't kill me. I was wrong, don't kill me. I was just momentarily confused and spoke out of turn. You have a big heart, let me go. Wu Huanlu even cried out from the pain. He hadn't felt such a sense of power in a long time. The last time was when he felt it from the S-rank awakener Chen Kai from M country. That kind of absolute suppressive power, if he didn't beg for mercy today, his hand would probably be ruined. For a spell tank like him, losing a hand would mean complete ruin. Now, he couldn't care less about his pride, because Lu Chen's current posture was just too terrifying. Compared to the strongest boss he had ever encountered, Lu Chen was slightly less intimidating. Was this really the kind of oppressive feeling that could emanate from a human? Li Zhang, standing nearby, was stunned to see Huang Le subdued in one move. He had thought Lu Chen was a strong person, but he never expected he could take down Huang Le with just one hand. But things couldn't continue like this. After all, Huang Le was a public figure, and if he knelt in front of others, it would have a huge impact on the guild. Thinking this, he hurried over to Lu Chen's side, holding his hand humbly and saying, "Young friend Lu, please wait." This brother was just momentarily confused. He absolutely meant no offense to you. Today, if you could give me a little face, I will definitely come to visit you in the future. What do you think? Seeing that this old man was also a cultured person, Lu Chen didn't make things difficult and casually let go of Huang Lu. However, he still felt quite displeased with this punk, looking down on such people who lived off others. There's no need for you to be so polite, old sir. This little punk just needs a lesson. Since he's your friend, I'll pretend I didn't see anything. But let me tell you, if you know any of his relatives, you must teach him a lesson. How can he have such low quality? Li Zhang quickly expressed his respect, saying, "I will definitely punish this person when I get back." Now, both Huang Lu and Li Zhang no longer dared to underestimate Lu Chen. They estimated he had at least the strength of an A-level awakener, but they had already seen the list of all A-level awakeners worldwide, and indeed, there was no Lu Chen on it. Li Jiang was thinking of winning Lu Chen over, while Huang Lu was thinking of taking revenge on him. At that moment, both had made their own judgments about Lu Chen. Just as Lu Chen was about to turn and leave, a fleet of black vehicles appeared on the road. They were lined up neatly on both sides of the road, and in the middle, a very beautiful, purplish-red luxury business car was slowly approaching. A small golden figure stood at the front of the car, showcasing its nobility. A group of bodyguards in black suits got out of the vehicles, surrounding the entrance of the dungeon. Even some military personnel came to disperse the crowd. It was as if they were welcoming a very important person. A few secretaries hurried over, walking up to Huang Lu and directly speaking in a commanding tone, "Mr. Huang, where is the indestructible door you mentioned?" Seeing the opportunity, Huang Lu revealed a strange expression and pointed to the large door behind him. There. However, the scene before them was particularly shocking, because the door that had just been intact now had a very large hole in it, with dust everywhere after the smoke cleared. The sunlight shone on it like a wasteland. Huang Lu, upon seeing the door clearly, was also very flustered, anxiously observing the massive hole before him. The two secretaries couldn't help but swallow hard, adjusting their glasses. "Mr. Huang, please don't joke with us. After all, that gentleman is waiting inside. You should know, his time is very precious." Huang Lu panicked instantly because he hadn't noticed that the door was already broken. But now, in this situation, he couldn't just say the door had been opened, could he? You. He stammered for a long time, not knowing what to say, casting a somewhat aggrieved glance at Lu Chen. Just when he didn't know how to wrap things up, a voice came from the car. "There's no need to put him in a difficult position. He has no reason to explain anymore." As soon as this voice was heard, all the black-clad individuals who had been standing around rushed to the side of the car, standing solemnly by the door in 2 rows, as if welcoming a king. The secretaries quickly ran over to open the door. In an instant, it seemed the entire atmosphere became quiet. Lu Chen also noticed the sudden silence and curiously glanced at the vehicle's position. The car door slowly opened, and a foot stepped out. Following that was a cane. Finally, a tall figure emerged from the car. It turned out to be an old man, wearing a leisurely elder's hat, dressed in an old noble's leather jacket, and sporting somewhat old-fashioned jeans. He had a cigar in his mouth and wore sunglasses. This person was the S-level awakener, Chen Kai. He really can't open this door. With his strength, even defeating a level 40 boss would be a struggle. This door, under the restriction, is not something a person like him can break. After saying this, he adjusted his glasses and carefully observed Lu Chen not far away. This door must have been broken by this young man. This is interesting. This young man, I see you have good potential. Are you interested in joining our guild? The president, Chen Kai, head of the Phoenix Guild, and S-rank awakened, ranked 9th among the top 15 strongest in the world, was said to have single-handedly defeated the boss on the 66th floor. However, the Phoenix Guild had only 13 A-rank subordinates besides himself, and they were among the weaker A-rankers globally, lacking a voice in global matters. Therefore, he urgently needed more strong members to bolster his guild. In his eyes, Lu Chen was a good candidate. He firmly believed that Lu Chen would surely accept his invitation. After all, no one would refuse such an enticing offer, especially one coming directly from the president. After a while, he noticed Lu Chen still standing there, staring at him, thinking he might be hesitating because he didn't know what conditions he could offer. "If you join our guild, I'll give you the position of chief." Hearing this, even Li Jiang beside him was shocked. Such a condition was no longer a normal transaction, it was purely a benefit. No one would refuse such an offer. The chief position was the highest rank after the president, granting direct access to 10% of the guild's shares, but more importantly, it allowed the use of all resources in the guild's treasury unconditionally, as long as it could enhance one's strength. The reason Chen Kai offered such terms was that he had just observed Lu Chen's actions from a distance and believed he indeed had the capability to be chief. However, Lu Chen didn't understand the significance of this. He simply thought this person must have been a political figure in the past, and if he followed him, he would probably have a lot of tasks to handle. Nevertheless, Lu Chen didn't directly refuse. He just scratched his head and awkwardly asked Li Jiang, "Old man, is this guy your friend? Is he here to eat with us?" This left Li Jiang dumbfounded, and even Chen Kai found it hard to believe. After saying so much, Lu Chen not only didn't respond but was also concerned about where to eat later. Li Jiang hurriedly clarified, No, he is my boss. If the sir is hungry, let's eat first." Now Lu Chen understood. So he's your boss. No wonder he came in talking so big. "But I'm sorry, I don't really like doing those chores, it's too tiring, really sorry." After saying that, he directly ignored Chen Kai and walked past him, planning to find a place to eat with Li Jiang before heading home. This action left Li Jiang stunned. he actually ignored Chen Kai. This was an S-rank powerhouse. Compared to the petty squabbles with Huang Lo, the gap between S-rank and A-rank was a chasm. Li Zhang quickly rushed to Chen Kai's side, bowing and apologizing frantically. However, Chen Kai didn't take it to heart. After all, trying to win over someone like Lu Chen was not a simple matter. So he didn't blame Li Zhang. He just raised his hands, nodded slightly, and smiled. "It's fine, let's go." Li Zhang could only nod and bow respectfully, then hurriedly followed Lu Chen's pace. This is really interesting. Huang Lo, witnessing the scene, still felt displeased. These two didn't even get into a fight. Displeased as he was, he still had to maintain appearances, so he approached, nodding, and cautiously asking a couple of questions. "President, are you just letting him go like that?" Unexpectedly, before he could finish, he was slapped and shot a fierce glare. "Do I need you to tell me how to do my job? Think carefully about how much trouble you've caused me. If I find you misappropriating the guild's funds again next time, it won't just be a slap on the wrist." After saying this, he turned around, picked up his cane, and walked into the car, leaving Huang Lo, who was already furious to the extreme. Once Chen Kai got into the car, he bowed deeply and shouted, "President, have a safe journey. I will not let you down." He said this, but his expression was already twisted with rage. "Lu Chun, I will make sure you die a miserable death." On the other side, Li Zhang also ran to Lu Chen's side, a bit timid, and breathlessly asked, "Sir, where are we going?" Lu Chen raised both hands and waved them behind him. "Let's go back, take a shower, and change clothes first. I can't possibly go to dinner with you all dressed like this, can I?" Hearing this, Li Zhang could only lower his head and mutter an "oh." As Lu Chen walked, he suddenly stopped. He stood still for a moment before suddenly turning around. "By the way, old sir, where is this? My home is in Kuo Prefecture. Is it far from here?" Kuo Prefecture is over 1,000 kilometers away from Phoenix City. After Li Zhang explained the situation, Lu Chen was devastated. However, Li Zhang still took Lu Chen to a nearby high-end villa. Inside Li Zhang's villa in Phoenix City. "Old sir, thank you so much. We are not acquainted, yet you invite me to dinner and let me bathe in your big villa. I feel quite embarrassed." Ha! Li Zhang certainly didn't take this to heart. He had arranged for many staff members to wait here early on. Some attendants in work uniforms approached respectfully, surrounding Lu Chen and starting to clean his body. Some swept away dust with feather dusters, while others measured his dimensions with rulers. They had even prepared tailored clothes for him, but Lu Chen felt a bit awkward and unaccustomed. After handing Lu Chen over to the staff, Li Zhang took his leave. A female staff member slightly reminded Lu Chen, "Sir, could you please put down the weapon on your back? It's not easy for us to handle with you carrying it." Lu Chen thought about it and realized it was indeed inappropriate to carry a sword while eating. He then took out his large sword and asked the staff, "Where should I put this sword?" Yes, this sword had accompanied him for so long that he had grown accustomed to carrying it. The staff quickly came over to help. "Sir, you can just go inside. We'll take care of your weapon." Lu Chen looked around and saw that the people didn't seem unreliable. They probably wouldn't have any ill intentions towards his weapon, right? Thinking this, he decided to let them handle it and placed the sword on the ground. The large sword crashed down like a heavy jack, creating a deep pit in the floor. The loud noise startled the nearby staff, who thought a gas canister had exploded. They all hurriedly stepped back. It wasn't until they saw the sword deeply embedded in the floor that they were shocked by its power. After placing the sword down, Lu Chen followed some attendants into the private room to clean himself. A few male attendants remained, looking around in a daze. "Hey, the cost of the broken floor tiles will probably be deducted from our wages." Saying this, one of them casually grabbed the sword's hilt and turned to leave. But as he took the first step, his body was suddenly yanked by something, and his arm dislocated instantly. It felt as if he was holding onto an immovable boulder, and the excruciating pain from the dislocation made him fall to the ground immediately. "Ah, it hurts. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. My arm is dislocated, my arm is dislocated, don't move, don't move." The disjointed scene made those nearby feel it was too exaggerated. How could someone be so careless with a weapon? Was this sword really that heavy? Thinking this, he casually walked over to the sword, gripped the hilt with both hands, and intended to lift it. However, as soon as he exerted force, he realized something was off. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge the sword even a little, as if it were the stabilizing needle of the sea, firmly planted in place. Even with his veins bulging and his face flushed, he couldn't move it an inch. Only then did they understand that if he had unwittingly tried to pull the sword with force, it would have been fortunate if he had merely dislocated something. Others sensed something was amiss as well and rushed over to grab the sword together, but the result was the same. Even with a dozen people combined, they couldn't manage to shift it even slightly. Yet, they had just witnessed Lu Chen casually lift the sword and toss it to them with ease. Reflecting on it now, they felt a chill. Just how strong was that person? But then again, it made sense. After all, he was brought by the vice president, and he was either a socialite or a powerhouse in this world. Most likely, he was another A-class awakened being. Lu Chen had finished his shower and emerged wearing a specific set of noble undergarments. His perfect body proportions, combined with the tailored undergarments, made him look like a domineering CEO who had just stepped out of the shower. He had a dry towel tied around his head, looking quite impressive. Even the female staff, who had seen their fair share of handsome men, couldn't help but drool at his perfect physique. The person who had just been dirty now looked incredibly handsome after a wash. Some male staff hurried over to Lu Chen to help him tidy up his outfit and hairstyle, only to notice that the female staff were still in a daze. So, they cautiously reminded them, "Hey, come over quickly." The female staff, snapping back to reality, rushed over with a cheeky grin to dress Lu Chen in the custom-made outfit. Occasionally, when Lu Chen wasn't paying attention, they would sneak a few touches on his abs, and one female staff even playfully slapped his backside. The once demure female staff now resembled an under-evolved gorilla, their gazes towards Lu Chen becoming quite inappropriate. Typically, the guests receiving service here were mostly nobles, and few had particularly good physiques. Even those who trained themselves had never seen anyone with proportions like Lu Chen's. His height and physique were on point, and his looks were top-notch. It was the first time many of the girls had seen such a handsome man, naturally leading to some uncontrollable thoughts. Lu Chen looked bewildered at the female staff. Is this part of changing clothes, too? However, out of respect for their practices, he said nothing. After finishing with his outfit, they began to tailor a hairstyle for him. Lu Chen was even more confused. Wait, guys. I just came to eat. Why do I need a new hairstyle and new clothes? What kind of hotel is this? Such high-end service. The staff nearby were only responsible for their work and had no authority to converse with Lu Chen, so they didn't answer his question. Each was focused on their own tasks. They tugged at his mouth and poked at his eyes until Lu Chen fell completely asleep. Then, inexplicably, someone gently tapped his mouth, waking him from his slumber, and he realized he had just passed out. A male staff member, seeing Lu Chen awake, led him to a mirror. A shocking scene unfolded. A young man dressed in luxurious and eye-catching attire appeared in the mirror, his mature perm complementing his strong physique. Anyone who didn't know would definitely think he was the CEO of some company. Lu Chen even doubted whether the person in the mirror was really him, trying to wipe the mirror with his hand to remind himself that he must still be dreaming. But the reality in the mirror was indeed him. During that time in hell, he had never felt so spirited. Lu Chen touched his chin, almost moved to tears. Wow, is this really me? Looking this handsome, even a rustic guy like me thinks this man is stunning. Lu Chen's appearance made his eyes shine. Bro, how much did this outfit cost you? I really like it. The staff could only awkwardly wave their hands, but still couldn't engage in conversation with Lu Chen, until an old butler walked in from the private room. After seeing Lu Chen, he realized that this person did have a certain charm, but was this really appropriate? When he first walked in and saw Lu Chen, he thought it was his grandfather who had brought back a beggar. Now, Lu Chen truly deserved the look of a strong person. Mr. Lu, you are indeed full of vigor. Your grandfather has been waiting in the dining hall for a long time, please follow me. In another hall, it was already filled with people. Everyone here was a noble, but most were relatives of Li Zhang. They had all heard Li Zhang describe Lu Chen, so they wanted to come and see for themselves who this person was. Who could be so strong? And who saved our Leia? If he was an A-level fighter, then this trip wouldn't be in vain. Everyone was filled with anticipation, chatting in the hall while waiting for Lu Chen's arrival. At this moment, a secretary hurriedly walked up to the vice president and whispered a few words to him. The vice president just nodded and dismissed him. A plump man with a mouth full of gold teeth, a high-ranking member of the guild, asked a question that everyone was concerned about. Oldly, are you sure this person has the strength to match an A-level fighter? If that's the case, our guild will gain another top-tier fighter. Li Zhang put down his wine glass, sat up straight, and looked seriously at everyone present. I can assure you, his strength is absolutely sufficient. At this, the entire room relaxed. But then Li Zhang made another statement to everyone present. But I can't guarantee that he will join our guild. Everyone was shocked to hear this. What? What are you doing? How can you be the vice president like this? With such strength, why aren't you trying to recruit him? What are you thinking? Li Zhang crossed his arms and rested his head on them, saying, It's not that I'm not trying to recruit him. It's that even the president hasn't succeeded in recruiting him. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone reacted as if they had heard something incredible. How could this be? Li Zhang even shared all the conditions the president had offered, but Lu Chen still hadn't agreed. This made everyone present a bit worried. We absolutely cannot let such strength be taken by another guild. They even thought of backup plans to secure Lu Chen. If they couldn't use him for their own guild, then no one else should have him either. Almost everyone present agreed with this idea, except for Li Zhang. Because he knew that it was impossible, no one could eliminate him. His intuition told him that Lu Chen was an indomitable king. Force was never the best method. Just then, a waiter rushed in, informing everyone present that Lu Chen was ready to come in. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Everyone silently watched the entrance, wondering what kind of person could make Li Zhang hold him in such high regard. Some were already breaking out in a cold sweat, while others were nervously swallowing. The atmosphere was truly oppressive, filled with a sense of breathless anticipation. Who could this person be? Countless fantasies swirled in their minds. A person who could single-handedly subdue Huanlu must be muscular and imposing. Some believed he was a dashing, arrogant king. Others thought he might be the legendary S-Class Awakener who had always remained hidden from view. At that moment, the door slowly creaked open. A tall, robust, and imposing figure walked into the hall. Everyone gazed at Lu Chen's handsome face and authoritative demeanor, instinctively thinking that this person was undoubtedly someone extraordinary. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Li Zhang hurriedly approached him with utmost respect, inviting him over. The others were taken aback, unsure of how to act since they didn't know Lu Chen's personality. Li Zhang was the first to speak. Sir, your presence is truly awe-inspiring. It is a great fortune for me to have the honor of inviting you to dinner. Of course, Lu Chen merely thought that this old gentleman was very polite. Otherwise, why would he say such things? Unfortunately, Lu Chen was not a cultured person. Otherwise, he would have liked to engage in a deeper conversation with him. However, the exquisite dishes on the table immediately captured Lu Chen's attention. Australian lobster, king crab, top-tier red wine. He had only seen these online and had never tasted the real thing. He felt a bit embarrassed that just for bringing his daughter out of the first-level dungeon, he was being treated to a meal. Li Zhang guided the dazed Lu Chen to the head of the table and then sat down. This position was typically reserved for top-tier guests or S-Class Awakeners, indicating its significance. After all, everyone else seated was part of the guild's upper management. Being placed at the head of the table signified that this position was not ordinary. However, since Lu Chen was the guest of honor, it was only natural for him to sit there. Some of the upper management had just taken their seats and hadn't even started discussing the meal when Lu Chen directly reached for the lobster beside him and began to eat heartily. His mouth was full of grease, and his clothes were getting dirty, leaving the surrounding upper management in a state of shock. While eating, Lu Chen noticed the knife and fork on the adjacent table. After a moment of confusion, he awkwardly asked, "Sir, is this soup spoon broken? Why is it all hollow?" Lu Chen mistook the fork for a soup spoon and exclaimed that the soup spoon was broken. His astonishing words left the surrounding upper management dumbfounded. Having received higher education, they had never heard such bizarre remarks at a banquet. It even made them question Lu Chen's capabilities. Could he be someone from a village? Where had that dashing, noble king gone? In his current state, was he any different from a beggar on the street? Lu Chen's mouth was stuffed with meat, round and bulging. His left hand clutched an entire pig's leg, while his right hand held a large roasted chicken. The plate was filled with meat. He was even eyeing the dishes on the table, showing no sense of decorum whatsoever. The whispers around them grew louder, and more people began to question Lu Chen's identity. Li Zhang felt that this couldn't go on. It wasn't that he feared the upper management would doubt Lu Chen, but he was worried that their questioning would reach Lu Chen's ears and upset him. If he got angry, who could possibly stop him? The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became, so he immediately changed the subject. Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu. Lu Chen, with his mouth full of food, turned to look at Li Zhang when he heard someone call him. His chewing came to a halt. May I ask how you brought my daughter out? Or rather, after just a couple of sentences, Lu Chen started chewing again. The sound of his munching was truly unbearable for Li Zhang. Watching him eat made it impossible for Li Zhang to continue speaking. However, when Lu Chen noticed Li Zhang had fallen silent, he stopped chewing again. Li Zhang tried to pick up where he left off. So, what kind of? As he spoke, Lu Chen began chewing again, looking at Li Zhang with a dazed expression that made Li Zhang feel quite embarrassed. Coupled with the sound of chewing mixing with his voice, it was very uncomfortable to listen to. Li Zhang didn't know what to say anymore, looking at Lu Chen with disdain. Ultimately, he decided to wait until Lu Chen finished chewing before continuing. Unexpectedly, just as Lu Chen swallowed a mouthful, before Li Zhang could speak, he stuffed another large amount of food into his mouth. The smacking sound started again.
Whenever Li Zhang paused, Lu Chen would pause too.
Li Zhang began to speak again, and Lu Chen resumed chewing. Li Zhang could no longer hold back and had to force himself to continue.
It's just, I mean, smack, 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 smack.
The two sounds mixed together, leaving the higher-ups nearby staring like they were watching a monkey. It wasn't until Li Zhang managed to finish his sentence, stumbling over his words, that he stopped asking further questions. But his expression had turned speechless. After a deep sigh, he rubbed his eyes. He no longer expected Lu Chen to understand what he had just said. He himself wasn't even clear on what he had just talked about. But then something strange happened. Lu Chen's words left everyone present dumbfounded.
Oh, you mean your daughter? She really doesn't understand anything in there, can't cook, can't find her way, and even eats messily.
But I must say first, your daughter does have some mental issues and needs proper discipline.
This statement shocked the higher-ups around them.
Even they wouldn't dare to directly mention the vice president's daughter in front of him, knowing that Li Xia was Li Zhang's Achilles heel. Those who had insulted his daughter before were all dead by now. Even those who had said something slightly disrespectful were quietly dealt with afterward. What was even more bizarre was that Lu Chen could actually respond to what Li Zhang had just said. The mix of chewing sounds in his speech was no different from an alien language. The problem was, he actually managed to answer. However, what was even more concerning was that the vice president was likely to explode next. But the imagined scene did not occur. Instead, Li Zhang surprisingly spoke to Lu Chen again.
Mr. Lu, could you elaborate? What exactly did my daughter experience in there to receive such an evaluation from you?
As soon as this was said, everyone seemed to be filled with curiosity about the question.
Lu Chen looked around and noticed they all seemed very interested in this issue. But Lu Chen was never one to play by the rules. After swallowing his food, he simply said, I don't know. This response left everyone feeling disappointed. However, Li Zhang asked the next soul-searching question. Then, Mr. Lu, if the instance has gone awry, is it also in chaos inside, or has a more powerful boss appeared?
Lu Chen raised his head again to look at everyone, and his expression became serious once more.
Everyone thought this time should be fine, right?
Until that phrase I don't know appeared again, which completely broke their defenses.
I don't know? A senior executive couldn't hold back any longer and immediately stood up to scold Lu Chen. No, buddy, you actually don't know? Why are you suddenly being serious? Aren't you just wasting our time? Are you trying to make a fool of us? Let me tell you, if today you... After just a couple of sentences, some staff members directly pulled him away. Before leaving, he still complained a few times about Lu Chen. You've all been fooled, you've all been fooled. If you believe he is an A-level awakener, you might as well believe I am Qin Shi Huang. If you really don't believe it, then let's test his awakening level and see if he dares to.
After saying that, he laughed maniacally.
Ha ha ha.
The laughter abruptly stopped, and the door to the room closed. What the senior executive had just said made everyone present start to waver. After all, Li Zhang had been stirring up trouble recently. If he really just randomly found someone to fool us, he could definitely do that. Calling a deer a horse, was this meant to show an attitude? They indeed held a lower status than Li Zhang, but it wasn't up to him to bully them. The previously mentioned overweight executive immediately proposed to verify Lu Chen's strength.
Everyone present agreed to this decision.
They had given Li Zhang enough face, but they couldn't let him treat them like fools. With arms crossed and a disdainful expression, he asked Lu Chen, Sir, it's not that we don't believe in your strength. It's just that we only believe in what we see with our own eyes. If you're really strong, why don't you let me give it a try? Since Lu Chen had only come for a meal, he didn't understand what he meant. He thought this might be some family dining custom of theirs. Oh no, I have social anxiety. But everyone seemed eager to see what special skills Lu Chen had. Lu Chen could only awkwardly respond, Aha, sorry, everyone, I really don't have any special skills. How about I do a split for everyone here? The phrase seemed completely out of place among these high-ranking individuals.
Lu Chen even boldly asked, Is that okay?
Now everyone's faces turned dark, even Li Zhang couldn't bear to look anymore.
He chose to turn his head away, pretending not to see. The overweight executive looked speechless. What do you think? Lu Chen knew he couldn't escape this. Was he really going to do a split? I really don't want to do something so embarrassing, but after all, they invited me to dinner, I can't refuse them. So, inexplicably, he stood up. The executives seemed to realize something and shook their heads repeatedly. Then Lu Chen found an empty spot and really did a split right there. The sight was so painful to watch that the executives felt like they wanted to gouge their eyes out. What are you doing? They were in despair. This was definitely being made a fool of. They angrily pointed fingers at Li Zhang.
insisting that no matter how he tried to argue, he had to give everyone present an explanation. But Li Jiang still insisted that he was really strong, it was just that no one believed him. They could no longer listen to Li Jiang's nonsense. They had to slap his face. Alright, since the vice president doesn't acknowledge it, right? Then let's do as General Chen just said and test this kid's awakening results. Awakening stones don't lie, do you dare? Li Jiang was very hesitant because whether Lu Chen was willing to do it was another matter. After all, I just invited him to dinner, he isn't really part of our guild. Seeing Li Jiang's troubled expression, the overweight executive already knew the outcome. Even if the King of Heaven himself came today, he would still have to test his awakening level. Lu Chen was still standing there doing the splits, looking completely bewildered as he listened to their conversation. But he still couldn't understand. However, he could clearly feel that Vice President Li Jiang seemed to be at a disadvantage. After all, he was invited to dinner by Li Jiang, so he naturally couldn't just stand by and watch him suffer. He immediately raised a hand and said earnestly, "Don't make it difficult for him. If there's anything, come at me." The people around him heard Lu Chen's words and were actually bold enough to tease him. Saying this, he angrily ran to Lu Chen's side, grabbing his collar and warning him furiously, "Don't think I don't know your schemes. Just wait, I'll make you regret it." Of course, Lu Chen couldn't understand these words either. He simply thought these people were being utterly nonsensical. They always liked to beat around the bush. Is this how rich people talk? After a high-ranking official snapped his fingers, several staff members walked in through the door, carrying a stone that resembled crystal. Then the overweight executive slapped his hand on the stone and looked seriously at Lu Chen. "Look closely, this is the stone that tests your strength. If you can test a color from it, I'll turn a blind eye to this matter." After saying that, he pressed down hard on the crystal with his left hand, and instantly, the crystal emitted a deep blue color. Awakening level D. After it ended, he urged Lu Chen to hurry over and test. Everyone had already lost patience and just wanted to see Lu Chen's true strength. Now that they were here, Li Jiang was powerless and it all depended on Lu Chen's decision. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment, standing there in a daze. Everyone thought he was scared. But unexpectedly, before the mocking words could come out, Lu Chen slapped the stone. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the stone. Was the suspense in their minds finally about to be unveiled? Life or death was at this moment. In this tense atmosphere, Lu Chen didn't take it seriously at all. One hand was on the crystal while the other was picking his nose. He even stuck the booger directly onto the crystal. To everyone's astonishment, the expected color did not appear. This was extremely unreasonable. Even the most ordinary person would have their own color, and the brightness of the color was proof of their strength. Could it be that Lu Chen's color was so weak that it couldn't even be seen? Impossible. But how could the current situation be explained? There were only two possibilities for this situation, either he was dead. Only the dead could not verify energy because they were no longer within the biological realm. The other possibility was that Lu Chen was not human at all. Aside from the dead, only the bosses in the dungeon could not have their energy tested. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit scared. Recalling what Li Jiang had said to him, combined with the background information he had investigated about Lu Chen, it was said that he had disappeared in the dungeon for a month, and now he had inexplicably reappeared. Could it be? The more they thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. The executives had already started to break out in a cold sweat, glancing at each other, suddenly feeling a bit at a loss. This meeting had only brought one B-level awakener, but they didn't know what level of boss Lu Chen would be. A boss that could transform into human form was at least above level 40. At this moment, Lu Chen was still picking his nose with one hand while supporting the crystal with the other, completely unaware that his actions had terrified everyone present. After a while, noticing that these people still hadn't spoken, he took the initiative to ask if they were ready yet. But no one dared to answer his question. Even some who were closer to the door began to sneak away. Lu Chen, with his sharp eyes, immediately pointed out the one who wanted to run. "The meal isn't finished yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? You don't even have to pay." Once the escaping executive was discovered, he immediately dashed out. This action made those still in the private room even more anxious. Now, they were stuck, leaving or staying both felt wrong. Everyone began to blame that fat executive for causing such a situation. They cared about their face, but even more about their lives. The atmosphere suddenly became very tense, until someone else entered from outside the door. "Hey, why is everyone here? Wow, you all finished eating without waiting for me, huh? I was wondering why it was so lively. So it was you, you little brat, come over and eat all my food." The speaker was Leia. She was different now, she had become much more beautiful. She wore a very glamorous big dress, a white princess hat adorned with a white feather, and a set of pure white gloves. After putting on makeup, she looked stunning, almost like a completely different person, like a princess straight out of a fairy tale. However, her mouth was still as sharp as ever, and she immediately started berating Lu Chen. Upon hearing her voice, Lu Chen felt like a thief caught in the act, glancing around nervously and hiding behind Li Zhang. He truly didn't dare face this fierce woman again. He had been bullied to the point of developing a psychological shadow. Every time he heard Li Xia's voice, he knew it meant trouble. But Li Xia, like a caught adulteress, clung to Lu Chen relentlessly. She ran to his side, tugging at his ear with one hand while stepping on the table with the other foot, angrily questioning him if he had stolen a bite again. Lu Chen could only express his grievance, insisting he really hadn't stolen anything. But the grease on the corners of his mouth told a different story. His hands and mouth were covered in remnants of the food he had just eaten. Such a flimsy excuse only made Li Xia angrier. She grabbed his hair, pressed her face against his, and shot him a disdainful look, questioning him. "Ha! You dared to lie to me? Don't let me catch you with evidence of your theft." The scene before them left everyone around dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they were terrified, but now they were shocked by this spectacle. Li Xia turned to Li Zhang beside her. "Dad, quickly tell me, did this idiot just steal a bite again?" Li Zhang didn't dare to speak. He was already scared out of his wits. He could only straighten his back and shake his head slightly. But this action earned Lu Chen a slap from Li Xia. "Well, you bastard, now you're even trying to seduce my dad. Quick, tell me, what did you bribe him with?" Lu Chen pretended not to know and just whistled at the ceiling. "Don't know?" But Lu Chen thought that using "I don't know" as a tactic wouldn't work on Li Xia. "Are you going to say it or not? Don't force me to use that move." At this moment, Lu Chen was already gritting his teeth, terrified. 3, 2, 1. Just as he finished saying one, Lu Chen grabbed her hand, looking at Li Xia with a pitiful expression. "Is it wrong for me to admit my mistake?" Upon hearing this, Li Xia finally relented. After releasing his hand, she casually found a place to sit down. "That's more like it. Come, sit here next to me." Lu Chen could only sit beside her, feeling wronged like a child who had made a mistake. It turned out that during the time they spent in the dungeon, Lu Chen had been secretly eating the grilled fish, which Li Xia always caught him doing. The first few times he stole some, it was easy to come up with an excuse to brush it off. But after stealing too much, Li Xia noticed something was off. When she caught Lu Chen, it was always a scolding. So every time Lu Chen heard that, he instinctively thought he had done something wrong. However, this time was different. Their food was plentiful. Once they sat down, they realized something was amiss. Lu Chen asked in confusion, "Isn't this a meal your family invited me to? There's enough food, why are you scolding me?" Now it was Lu Chen's turn to question Li Xia. At this moment, Li Xia started to feel a bit guilty. After realizing something was wrong, she began to whistle at the ceiling. Lu Chen then realized he had been played. "You jerk, look me in the eye when you talk." But Li Xia pretended not to hear. Lu Chen grabbed her collar and pressed his face close to hers. "If you're inviting me to dinner, just invite me. How dare you threaten me, huh? You must be bored with life, right?" Their back and forth drew the attention of those around them. Some higher-ups were already whispering behind their backs. "These two can't possibly have some untold secret, can they? The recent ability test didn't show any of his energy, but there's no evidence to suggest he's some big boss or anything. Could it be that we're overreacting?" Others nearby found some logic in that. "Why don't we just ask them directly?" It seemed this idea gained everyone's approval. "Alright, let's do it. Hey, Xia. Uncle, can I ask you something?" Li Xia was momentarily stunned, then her expression immediately changed. From her earlier carefree demeanor, she transformed into a well-behaved, understanding little girl. "Uncle, please go ahead." Her demeanor shifted entirely, resembling a dignified and polite noble girl. "How did you meet Mr. Lu? Can you tell me what happened between you two?" Upon hearing this question, Li Xia gently picked up a tissue and lightly wiped her mouth. Sitting upright, she looked at the high-ranking official with utmost seriousness. "Yes, uncle. Actually, my encounter with Mr. Lu was quite fateful. It's a long story. It was during my first time entering the first layer of the dungeon. I accidentally got injured and was saved by Mr. Lu, which is how we met. This also reflects my ignorance about the dungeon, yet I recklessly entered, leading to serious consequences. I feel very sorry for that. Moreover, I acted without my father's consent, which is also my fault, and I sincerely apologize to my father. I also sincerely apologize to all the uncles here. I made you all worry." Such a well-behaved and understanding Li Xia made the high-ranking officials feel that she was still as polite as ever. After hearing her words, their anxious hearts relaxed, seemingly satisfied with her response. At least she was much more reliable than her father. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was even more curious. Licea's earlier behavior was so different, it was as if she had become a different person. Puzzled, he asked Licea, "Which girl possessed you this time? Where's that Licea?" But as soon as he said that, Licea punched him on the head. The high-ranking officials learned from Licea's earlier words that Lu Chen had merely been trapped in the first layer of the dungeon and had escaped alongside Licea. At most, they were just looking at the relatively strong ordinary people. Otherwise, how could they have been trapped on the first level of the dungeon for a whole month? After coming to this conclusion, they also felt relieved. However, there was one thing they had yet to see. That was the armor on Licea's chest. The armor was kept in a secret research facility. It was already in tatters, with a massive dent right in the center. The surrounding parts had also been shattered. Analyzing the data, the power of this punch was equivalent to the historical record of the heaviest punch by the strongest A-level awakener in the world, Hong Miz, which was at least 30 tons. The bone-eating wolf in the A-level dungeon, even when awakened, could not possibly inflict such damage. This was simply a miracle in the realm of dungeons. Come. Today, we won't stop drinking until we drop. As long as they knew Lu Chen was incapable, the high-ranking officials present all seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Compared to their previous anticipation of Lu Chen, it was like heaven and earth. Because Lu Chen's performance at the banquet was truly hard to accept. If someone like him were to enter the upper echelons, it would be a disaster. It was one thing to be clueless, but how could he manage to eat while picking his nose? It was completely incongruous with his face. At this moment, Lu Chen's giant sword was still stuck in the center outside the door. Countless staff members had already gathered around it. Whether using ropes or machines, they couldn't move it an inch. Until some awakeners who had come with the high-ranking officials also noticed something was off here. They then wanted to come over and see what was going on. "Hey, what are you all doing gathered here?" A male waiter hurriedly ran over to explain, "This sword is just too heavy. We ordinary people can't move it at all. It might have some kind of restriction placed on it. Otherwise, with its size, how could even machines not be able to move it?" This remark made all the strong individuals present find it interesting. 15 B-level awakeners had come solely to protect the high-ranking officials at this banquet. They had been standing outside for a long time, and upon hearing there was an immovable sword here, everyone came over. Some men in black also separated the ordinary people surrounding the giant sword, leaving only the awakeners. Among them were the two strongest B-level awakeners. One wore a black hat and a long robe. He always seemed to achieve victory in whatever he did in a miraculous way, and his guild was named Miracle Traveler. The other wore sunglasses, had a cigar in his mouth, and was scruffy-looking, possessing immense strength, said to be even stronger than some S-level strongmen. His guild was named Mighty Jack. The appearance of these two was immediately recognized by some ordinary people. "Hey, do you see who that is? It looks like Mighty Jack and Miracle Traveler." As soon as this was said, more and more people came over to watch. Some service staff who still had work to do also sneaked over to take a look upon hearing those two names. Mighty Jack gave a nod to a nearby B-level awakener, who then strode over to the sword, trying to grip the hilt tightly and attempting to pull it up with some force, only to find that the sword was indeed quite heavy. He then glanced at the strongest B-level awakener in front of him, spat, and rubbed his hands a few times. Gripping the hilt again, he took a powerful stance, fingers on the hilt, occasionally shifting a bit. Everyone looked on with eager anticipation to witness the might of a B-level strongman. A few girls even recognized the awakener attempting to draw the sword on the spot. It was the escape rabbit walker who had just saved an entire truck. With one hand, he held back the out-of-control truck that was charging towards him. Afterwards, he acted as if nothing had happened. One can only imagine how strong he truly was. Now, to see him in action again was astonishing. Soon, everyone present had heard about this incident, which only fueled their curiosity about his strength. The escape rabbit walker felt a sense of comfort as he noticed the crowd cheering for him. However, the mystery of a hero must be maintained. He shifted his shoulders, planning to show off his might. After all, if he could pull out this sword now, his popularity would be secured. He couldn't miss such an opportunity. It was just a sword, how heavy could it be? This thought quickly slapped him in the face. In an instant, he gathered his strength and yanked upwards, causing the ground beneath him to shatter. His veins bulged, and a tremendous energy surged from within him. The escape rabbit walker could clearly feel that he was using all his strength, yet the sword didn't budge an inch. This sword was absurdly heavy. At this moment, he absolutely could not embarrass himself. Even if it meant dying, he had to move it just a little. Growing increasingly anxious, he unleashed another wave of power, to the point where his eyes began to roll back. His body started emitting thick white smoke, a sensation he had only experienced in the 44th level of the dungeon. He firmly believed that with such immense strength, he could lift a giant building, yet this massive sword remained unmoved. The escape rabbit walker fell into complete despair. After a series of struggles, he ultimately lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Strongman Jack hurried over to support him, realizing he had fainted from exhaustion. In Jack's impression, the escape rabbit walker was quite the powerhouse. The fact that he couldn't budge the sword made Jack even more curious about it. Jack glanced at the miracle traveler, and after exchanging looks, they both tossed their cigarette butts to the ground and extinguished them with their feet, deciding to take matters into their own hands. The onlookers, witnessing the escape rabbit walker fainting, were in disbelief. How could this be possible? The murmurs grew louder, and the miracle traveler sensed something was off, ordering his subordinates to disperse the crowd. Because this sword was indeed extraordinary. Jack circled the sword, scratching his chin, unable to figure out where its weight came from. The absence of any energy fluctuations indicated that the sword bore no traces of magic. It was purely weight. But shouldn't weight increase with size? Even if the heaviest material in the world made up this iron sword, it shouldn't be immovable. He had heard that S-Class Awakener Shinkai once lifted a giant mountain with one hand. If others could do it, why couldn't he? Jack began to think wildly until he completed his final circle and suddenly stopped. He then grabbed the sword and, catching everyone off guard, exerted force. In an instant, the entire room seemed to fall silent. Jack's eyes turned red, and the hand gripping the sword glowed a fiery red, with veins clearly visible. Countless white smoke billowed from his body, yet he felt no energy fluctuations within. After a moment, he suddenly released his grip and staggered back a couple of steps, finally steadying himself. At the moment he let go, the surrounding air seemed to flow, and in an instant, all the glass in the room shattered. A massive hole appeared in the ground, and the surrounding chairs inexplicably developed numerous cracks. At that moment, all the glass shattered, and several cups and plates broke into pieces. Even some staff members who hadn't gone far were drenched in cold sweat from an invisible force. However, this was not the main concern. What terrified the strongman Jack was that he had already exerted 80% of his strength and couldn't even lift the sword a little. What kind of terrifying weight was this? Just then, a voice came from the entrance of the private room. "What are you doing?" A bewildered Lu Chen looked at the wrecked hall and the two exhausted awakeners on the ground, thinking that they had been attacked. But then he saw his sword still lying there and instinctively thought, could it be a terrorist attack? It's still protecting my sword, that's quite dedicated. He thought about pulling out his phone to call the police. Hey, you don't need to do this, weapons are just external objects, life is the most important. Even if you do this, I can't afford to pay. Lu Chen was afraid these people would come to him for protection money, so he preemptively explained that he was broke. Just a worthless life. However, no one understood what he was trying to say. They didn't know that the sword belonged to Lu Chen, they just watched as he swaggered over. They initially wanted to stop him from saying anything, but then saw him walk up to the sword, casually pick it up, and place it behind his back. That effortless feeling was as if he had just picked up a pair of chopsticks. This was impossible. The words they hadn't spoken yet made them hesitate in confidence upon seeing Lu Chen's action. He even picked his nose and said to them, "I'm very satisfied with today's meal, I'll be leaving now." This left everyone even more confused. But one thing everyone was certain of was that today, no matter what, Lu Chen could not be allowed to leave easily. This person felt no energy fluctuations but could easily lift the giant sword. If they didn't clarify things, he wouldn't be allowed to leave today. The miracle traveler directly grabbed Lu Chen's shoulder. Lu Chen was momentarily stunned by this action. However, when he turned to look at the miracle traveler, he didn't seem like a spirited young man, so he didn't make a move. He just curiously asked, "Oh, may I ask if you have something to discuss?" The miracle traveler was puzzled. He didn't even know what his situation was. His expression didn't reveal that he was probing anything, it was all flaws. That dazed look made it hard for him to believe he was a strong person. "There are some things that perhaps need you to verify with me. Otherwise," just then, the door to the private room suddenly opened. A large group of previously drunken high-ranking officials stumbled out, their faces flushed and staggering as they walked. As soon as they stepped out, some began shouting, urging the B-level awakeners who had followed them to hurry and take them back. Such matters couldn't be taken lightly. Some ordinary B-level awakeners quickly rushed over to assist and protect them. The miracle traveler saw more and more people heading over, and since his master had also come out, he had no choice but to go over. Lowering his head and gritting his teeth, he thought for a moment before choosing to go protect those high-ranking officials. After all, if anything happened to them, it would be very detrimental to the entire guild. Almost all the high-ranking officials were drunk, except for one who was somewhat sober. It was because of this slight sobriety that he noticed the hall was already in ruins. But he didn't pay much attention to it, he just curiously pointed and asked a few questions.
Miracle Traveler, what's going on here? How did it end up like this?
The Miracle Traveler wanted to say it out loud, but seeing so many high-ranking officials drunk like this, he felt it was pointless to speak. After casually saying a few words, he decided to wait until they sobered up to explain what had just happened. When he turned to look at Lu Chen's spot again, he found that Lu Chen had already taken a DD car and left. This planted a seed of curiosity in the Miracle Traveler's heart.
The one who shared the same thought was the strongman Jack.
The image of Lu Chen casually picking up the giant sword was deeply etched in his mind, impossible to shake off. If he hadn't exhausted himself just now, he would have definitely asked him for clarification.
Everyone else in the private room had already left.
Only Li Zhang remained, sitting at the table, propping his head with his hand. He began to fall into deep doubt.
Could it be that Lu Chen is really just an ordinary person?
But the scene where he made Huan Le kneel with one hand is still vivid in my mind.
Could it be that Huan Le was just too exhausted from using too much strength? Am I really overthinking this?
As he pondered, he glanced down at Licia, who had already drunk herself unconscious on the floor, lost in thought.
Daughter, oh daughter, how did you get involved with such a person?
Just as he was about to give up on Lu Chen, he discovered something terrifying. He saw that the spot where Lu Chen had just been sitting had two very deep handprints pressed into the table underneath. His pupils widened in shock, his body instantly stiffening, his expression twisted. This table was made of diamond. Not only could you not leave handprints with your hands, but even a bomb wouldn't leave a mark on diamond.
Yet Lu Chen had managed to deform the diamond.
Feeling his worldview being overturned, Li Zhang slowly crouched down to carefully examine the handprint. Even the fingerprints imprinted on it were very clear. This time, he was convinced that Lu Chen was definitely an extraordinary person. Cold sweat pouring down, he looked again at the already drunk Licia and repeated that phrase.
Daughter, oh daughter, what kind of monster have you gotten involved with?
After a long journey home, Lu Chen returned to the small path he had walked since childhood. Looking at the old, withered tree by the roadside, it seemed to warn of the aging here. The wall beside the path was already covered in ivy, and wild grass spread across the road. In the past, there would be some vendors coming and going here. It wasn't crowded, but at least it was livelier than now. Since entering Deep Sea University, he had never returned to this place. Now he could only rely on childhood memories to find his way home. He remembered that not far from here there used to be an orphanage, which he often walked back from after school. There was also a very large dormitory building, built after the National Poverty Alleviation Funds were distributed. He remembered there were more than a dozen orphan friends with him, but they had completely parted ways after high school.
Thinking about it now, it was quite a pity.
If the director hadn't sold off his family's 10 acres of land to support them through high school, they probably would have never left this place in their lives. Although the people here had moved on, the changes were still minimal. Only some houses had aged significantly, but the roads and buildings had not changed. This place really had no resources, aside from health preservation. No one would come here to make a fortune, right?
Lu Chen walked up to a fence.
Just like before, the fence was made of wood tied together, but now it was already rusty and falling apart.
Lu Chen gently pushed open the fence. He had arrived. Before him stood a dilapidated 3-story dormitory building. The corridor was already in ruins, overgrown with moss. Lu Chen climbed the dust-covered stairs, his footsteps disturbing the crows that had drowned in the dormitory, causing them to fly out in a flurry. Lu Chen sighed, lamenting how things had changed. He walked up to a rusty, broken iron door. It was engraved with a few large characters, 502. How nostalgic, the place where I lived. Lu Chen gently pushed open the old iron door, which creaked loudly due to years of rust. It slammed heavily against the wall, raising a cloud of dust. Inside, everything looked just as it had when he first left. Aside from being old and covered in dust, there was little difference. It felt like the room had shrunk. But then he thought, perhaps it was just that he had grown up. Nostalgic times are often fleeting. Without a second thought, Lu Chen rolled up his sleeves and cleaned the entire room until it was spotless. Only when it looked as clean as a normal livable house did he finally lie down in peace. How the electricity is still on, as long as I buy some household appliances, it should be fine. Lu Chen looked at his total savings, which amounted to only 3,000 yuan. It seemed he would have to postpone buying furniture. However, Lu Chen seemed to have discovered something else. There was an old television set in front of the bed. He recalled how he and a few friends would gather here every day to watch this TV. It was the only television in the entire courtyard, placed in their dormitory. People from the whole building would come to watch TV in their room. It was a gift from the dean. Thinking back, it was indeed nostalgic. Adhering to the principle of using what could be used, Lu Chen plugged it in to see if it would turn on. The result was predictable. The TV had probably not been turned on for nearly 6 years, so if it worked, it would be a miracle. Lu Chen didn't hold out much hope, and when he saw the screen unresponsive, he just gave it a few taps, and the TV came to life. Now it wasn't so boring anymore. He could save some money too. Lu Chen relaxed and lay on the bed, wanting to spend the day like this. The TV beside him began to broadcast a news segment. Due to the long absence of refreshes in the instance, the probability of bosses emerging has gradually increased. A level 45 boss has reportedly appeared in Kwa Prefecture. 2 B-level awakeners have been dispatched to handle the situation, but as of now, both have gone silent, which is a very unfortunate outcome. We have also arranged for A-level awakeners to investigate this case, and we urge citizens to be cautious when going out. Lu Chen lay on the bed, bored, and scratched his backside. Can this really be trusted? What he didn't know was that when he entered the building, the entrance and the utility pole were plastered with notices. The main reason people left here was not due to a lack of economic development but because there were too many instance portals nearby. Once a boss broke free, this place would be the most dangerous. For safety reasons, all the residents had been evacuated. However, the notices had been up for a long time and had become old and tattered. Thus, Lu Chen didn't notice them right away, and of course, he had long since lost any sensitivity to such things. As he watched the news, the weather began to darken. This place was already sparsely populated, and it had been a long time since anyone had passed through. At night, it became even more eerie. The old dormitory building, combined with the desolate little path, always gives a sense of subtle unease. It seems that there are always some children playing inside certain dorms. But when you look closely, you find nothing at all. The withered tree downstairs always has a long-haired woman sitting beneath it. Why does she sit there combing her hair? If it were anyone else, they would have been scared out of their wits in such an environment, but for Lu Chen, it was simply wonderful. After spending so long in hell, he rarely had the chance to stay in such a quiet place. This scene was completely different from what he had experienced in the instance. Compared to that ghostly place, this was already paradise. He leisurely brewed a cup of tea and stepped outside to enjoy the breeze. The dormitory was too stuffy, with no fan, so he could only run to the corridor to cool off. Seeing the shadows of children in other dorms, his first thought was not fear, but rather a nostalgic longing for his own childhood, to the point where he felt he was seeing his own past. When he saw the woman under the tree, he felt she resembled the dean so much that he was almost moved to tears. Looking up at the bright moon, Lu Chen gulped down his tea. He then turned off the lights, intending to sleep. But could such a thing allow him to fall asleep easily? Obviously, it was not that simple. Just as Lu Chen lay down after turning off the light, the television began to flicker inexplicably. Of course, Lu Chen thought the TV was broken. Even when the TV suddenly turned off, he still felt reassured, thinking it was fully automatic. It would turn off by itself when he went to sleep. He wondered why he had never seen this feature when he was a child, but since the TV was off, he simply covered himself with the blanket and went to sleep. It seemed that the mysterious force had no way to deal with this robe and could only let him sleep for now. The night gradually quieted down. At 2:30, the moonlight was shrouded by dark clouds, making the entire courtyard even more eerie. Even standing there, one could feel a deep chill. Lu Chen was no exception. He always felt something wriggling under the blanket, as if something was constantly tugging at his body. But his body felt asleep, almost like the sensation of being pressed down by a ghost. That wriggling thing slowly crawled towards his face, spreading from his belly button to his chest. Lu Chen began to sweat coldly, his mouth trembling. What to do? What to do? I can't hold it any longer. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a warm stream burst forth from his backside, and a loud fart erupted from under the blanket. The smell was unbearable, causing whatever was under the blanket to choke. It tried desperately to crawl out, but Lu Chen had already tightly wrapped himself in the blanket, fearing that his toxic gas would leak out and choke him. He was completely oblivious to what was under the blanket. Just now, he thought the wriggling in his stomach was simply due to overeating and a bit of indigestion. Originally, he could have held back the fart, but that thing kept scratching his belly, making it impossible to hold it in. After letting out the fart, he felt much more comfortable. Lu Chen took a deep breath, turned over, and intended to continue sleeping. But things were not that simple. Unbeknownst to him, a strand of pale hair appeared outside the window. A terrifying figure slowly emerged. A pair of wrinkled hands reached slowly towards Lu Chen's face. Sharp claws moved continuously in front of him. The strand of pale hair floated in through the window, brushing against Lu Chen's face. Lu Chen thought it was some little bug, and after scratching at it a few times, he paid it no further mind. Until that claw, sharp as a newly sharpened talon, slowly lifted and suddenly stabbed down towards Lu Chen's face. With a loud clang, the female ghost's claw not only failed to harm Lu Chen's face but instead broke all her own claws. This left the female ghost in shock. She couldn't understand the situation. She was a spirit, and how could a physical object shatter a spirit when she could only interact with objects herself? Lu Chen also sensed something was amiss and decided to get up to boil some water. The female ghost, noticing Lu Chen was about to rise, quickly hid away. After Lu Chen finished drinking water and lay back down, the female ghost dared to come out and continue her mischief. Since she couldn't directly pierce his face, she had to find another method. Although she didn't know how he blocked her attack, surely everyone had to breathe, right? With that thought, she gently caressed Lu Chen's face and slowly extended her hand to his neck. Her expression shifted from slight shock to extreme excitement, her lips curving upward uncontrollably. She could hardly contain her thrill. Her hair began to float in this state of excitement until she firmly grasped Lu Chen's neck, feeling the moment was right. Taking advantage of Lu Chen just falling asleep, she exerted force with both hands, a tremendous amount of spiritual power gathering in her hands, tightly gripping Lu Chen's neck. If it were anyone else, their neck would have likely been torn off, but this was Lu Chen. Even with all her strength, she couldn't choke him, and cold sweat instantly poured down her back. She felt that this being before her was utterly immovable. Her hands felt as if they were gripping a steel plate, having no effect on Lu Chen whatsoever. Yet Lu Chen exuded no sense of pressure or energy, he appeared to be just an ordinary person. The female ghost refused to believe that she couldn't handle an ordinary person. She gripped Lu Chen's neck again with all her might, then pushed her feet against his face and pulled hard. The outcome was predictable, she still couldn't trouble Lu Chen at all. Instead, he began to snore. This was a tremendous humiliation for the female ghost. In a fit of rage, she bit Lu Chen's neck, trying to use her sharp teeth to sever his carotid artery, but after biting for a long time, not only did she fail to break through Lu Chen's defenses, but she also left a puddle of drool on his neck. Ultimately, with no other options, she released her bite, slumped down, doubting her own abilities. Unwilling to accept defeat, she began to tug at Lu Chen's arms and thighs, trying to find any weakness in his body, until one foot directly stepped on Lu Chen's face, and with one hand gripping his arm, she exerted all her strength to pull. Her own arm nearly dislocated, yet Lu Chen remained asleep. It was at this moment she suddenly realized that Lu Chen was actually awake, which frightened her into quickly releasing his arm and fleeing. However, such a commotion still didn't wake Lu Chen. He merely mumbled something indistinctly. "Stop messing around, you fool, I'll grill fish for you tomorrow." Lu Chen thought it was just Leia making a fuss beside him. After casually brushing it off, he continued to sleep. Due to Lu Chen's previous experiences in the dungeons, where he always slept with heightened vigilance, anytime he slightly closed his eyes, countless dangers would approach him. Thus, he had developed the habit of sleeping with his eyes open. Even now, having left that place, he still retained this habit. Moreover, for Lu Chen, as long as he sensed something dangerous, his body would instinctively defend itself. The female ghost before him was completely incapable of threatening Lu Chen. At most, she could only cause a ruckus beside him like Leia. So, he paid her no mind and continued to sleep. The ghost, seeing Lu Chen sleeping so peacefully, was filled with rage. This felt like a personal insult. However, she also knew that physical attacks would have no effect on Lu Chen, so she had to think of another way. After pondering, it seemed she could only resort to a mental attack. Without hesitation, the ghost inexplicably appeared at Lu Chen's bedside, looking smugly at his hair. First, she tugged at his hair, but it had no effect at all. However, her goal wasn't to pull Lu Chen's hair, it was with a mischievous grin. After a while, Lu Chen felt a bit uncomfortable in his head, but he couldn't quite pinpoint the sensation. It was just strange, accompanied by a fragrant smell. It wasn't until a clump of white foam slid down his face that he realized the ghost's trick. He saw her vigorously rubbing his head and squeezing a large amount of shampoo onto it. In the middle of the night, she was washing Lu Chen's hair. Although it caused no substantial harm, the psychological damage was enough. When he woke up and found his head covered in foam, would he still be able to sleep? If all else failed, she could just stick a pile of dog poop on his head, then he would see if he dared to insult her again. The more the ghost thought about it, the more pleased she became, her expression turning into one of sheer delight. She believed her cunning plan was about to succeed and was savoring what would happen next. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Chen seemed to have already sensed something. When she looked at Lu Chen again, she suddenly felt a pair of hands on her face, and then her head was tightly embraced, yanked into Lu Chen's arms.
The ghost struggled desperately, but Lu Chen was holding her too tightly. No matter how she fought, she couldn't break free.
However, this was purely Lu Chen sleepwalking.
Because the ghost's head massage felt so good, in his dream, he mistook her for a fluffy lion's head and hugged her tightly. Realizing she couldn't escape, the ghost bizarrely began to scream for help.
Help! Help me!
But because she was a spirit, there were no sound waves, which only made Lu Chen more convinced that he was dreaming.
No matter how she struggled, Lu Chen held her firmly.
Thus, in a daze, time passed. The sky began to brighten slowly. A ray of sunlight shone on Lu Chen's face. He slowly opened his eyes, yawned, stretched, and then realized he was lying outside in the corridor.
Moreover, his feet were tightly wrapped around a girl. This girl was already foaming at the mouth, unconscious.
And there were a bunch of lip marks on her face. What was going on? It turned out that last night, Lu Chen had been wildly kissing this ghost, mumbling all the while, "Fluffy big lion, big lion." Meanwhile, the ghost was desperately struggling, her expression turning extremely twisted and helpless. In the end, she had dragged her body in an attempt to break free from Lu Chen, which had led them out into the corridor. At the same time, that ray of sunlight also shone on the ghost's face. Beneath her snow-white hair was a very delicate face. Her skin was so fair it was almost unbelievable, and beneath her gentle little face was a peachy mouth, completely different from the devil he had seen at night. As the pale and soft face was illuminated by the light, her skin began to slowly peel away, igniting in an instant. The pain jolted her awake from her unconsciousness, and she hurriedly pushed herself off the ground, frantically trying to escape the sunlight. After the ghost desperately dodged the sunlight, the flames finally extinguished. This also made her breathe a sigh of relief. It was at this moment that a voice came through. "Hey, are you okay?" Hearing this voice, the female ghost's pupils widened in shock, cold sweat instantly streaming down her face, her eyes slowly looking up, that terrifying face reappearing before her. Lu Chen's dazed expression had already been filtered into something extremely horrifying in the eyes of the female ghost. Upon hearing this voice, she didn't say a word and directly ran towards the dark depths of the staircase. She couldn't care less about anything else, her life was at stake. Lu Chen was completely unaware of how terrifying he had been last night, scratching his head in confusion. Am I really that scary? However, he didn't think much of it and, seeing the female ghost running away, he simply assumed that this girl had come here for nostalgia. Forget it. I should buy some furniture. If I buy it back early, maybe I can catch the clearance sale.
Today's news still reported on the latest updates from Kwa Province.
Because this place had already become an extremely dangerous area. A-class awakened, Hoardings, 24 years old, was said to have a family fortune that accounted for 1/5 of the world's total wealth. Due to his astonishing talent, combined with his family's resources, he had become the youngest representative among A-class awakened, ranking in the top 10 of the global A-class leaderboard. However, he was the main person in charge of this Kwa Province cleanup plan.
Mr. Hoardings, is there any progress in this operation? Is Kwa Province already safe? But the answers received were not satisfactory.
Hoardings looked seriously at the camera, earnestly speaking to the people inside.
The danger level this time is more perilous than the boss from previous dungeons.
Although we have eliminated some monsters, I can assure you that there is definitely a more terrifying creature lurking in this place. I want to remind everyone, if you haven't had the chance to evacuate from Kwa Province, do not leave your rooms. Stay inside, lock your doors and windows, and do not make too much noise. We will resolve this crisis as quickly as possible. You reporters should leave here quickly, it is very dangerous. The television news was simultaneously broadcasting the dangers of Kwa Province while reminding everyone not to go out or make loud noises. However, Lu Chen treated it as background noise. He squatted beside the corridor, watering flowers while humming a little tune. I am a firebird. Occasionally, he would whistle. At that moment, a cockroach scurried by his feet. It slowly climbed up onto his foot. Lu Chen felt a bit of an itch on his leg, looked down, and saw a cockroach writhing madly on his foot, scaring him into jumping up and frantically shaking his thigh. He immediately grabbed his slipper and slapped it down. Unfortunately, the cockroach was a bit too quick and could even fly, directly landing on Lu Chen's face, causing him to fall to the ground in fright, wildly swatting at his face. But after a series of struggles, the cockroach was finally squashed by Lu Chen. Just as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a sigh of relief, another cockroach came from behind. Ah! Lu Chen angrily threw his slipper on the ground and shouted loudly, "If I don't exterminate you today, I won't be surnamed Lu." After killing one, another appeared. He hadn't seen so many cockroaches when he cleaned here yesterday. How could there be so many after just one sleep? Cockroaches were everywhere, under the TV cabinet, under the bed, in the kitchen. Fortunately, he had bought insecticide. Today, either these cockroaches die or I do. Meanwhile, at this moment, in a certain place in Kwa province, a group of survey teams arrived at a cave. It turned out to be a B-level awakened team, codenamed Hard Rock, led by two B-level awakened individuals, one named Pancher and the other Jiancher.
The entire team was dressed in clothes of various colors, each representing a different belief. Hey, Jiancher, are you sure it's in here?
What came into view was indeed a massive cave, seemingly bottomless, with the entrance appearing as if it had been forcibly torn open by some creature. A foul stench wafted from within, making anyone who looked at it feel uncomfortable. Occasionally, cockroaches crawled out.
I can say with 100% certainty that there's definitely something extraordinary in here. My abilities won't deceive me. Unless... They hesitated. Pancher curiously asked, unless what?
Before they could continue, a powerful cold wind surged out from the cave entrance, forcing them to shield their faces with their hands against the gust. Pancher immediately sensed that this was definitely not a natural wind. After exchanging glances, the group vanished from their spot and rushed into the cave. Inside the cave, it was pitch black with no light source, but they had brought lighting equipment. The stench here was even more intense than outside, yet there were no corpses in sight. The source of the odor was completely unclear, but it was undoubtedly the smell of decaying flesh. After some investigation, they discovered that this cave had only been excavated within the past month, indicating that the creature capable of this was certainly powerful. Some individuals with weaker mental fortitude had already begun to tremble. As they ventured deeper, the cave grew narrower until they were all squeezed in a line, continuing forward. The smell of blood became so overwhelming that just breathing made them feel nauseous. Some of the weaker awakened had to don protective masks to proceed. Eventually, someone spotted an end. A crack appeared before them. Inside the crack was a vast space, as if the entire mountain had been hollowed out. However, it was not completely dark. There was a glimmer of external light. Seeing this, everyone excitedly rushed into the crack, expecting to stretch their limbs, but instead, they crossed a bridge of despair and found themselves in a hellish place. As soon as they stepped in, they realized they had stepped into an unknown liquid on the ground. Looking down, they discovered it was a large lake of blood. The stench was unbearable. Some of the more timid awakened were too scared to step in directly, fearing there might be something terrifying lurking beneath. Even Pancher and Jiancher felt a chill. Witnessing such a horrifying scene made them break out in cold sweat. Despite the vast amount of blood, not a single corpse could be found. Could it be that this monster could extract blood directly from others? Just then, something fell from above and splashed into the blood. Startled, everyone immediately entered a combat stance. Pancher summoned a massive shield to protect everyone present. That black mass seemed to sense the intrusion, slightly shifting on the ground. A terrifying head emerged from the blood, with two tentacles slowly extending from it. As it stood up, it towered at a height of 7 or 8 meters, incredibly imposing. A gruesome face, covered in blood, appeared before them. Gag-ga-ga-I. Smell it. This boss actually spoke human words. Generally, a boss that can talk is not of low tier. As everyone, terrified, shone their lights on it, a gigantic cockroach stood upright before them, gnawing on an arm. Its expression was utterly frightening. Jiancher could no longer suppress the anger within him upon seeing this. After transforming his left hand into a massive stone, he leaped fiercely above it. I can't stand you any longer. With that, his feet exploded with power, generating an immense shockwave as he struck down towards the cockroach monster's head. The speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye, the giant stone crashed heavily onto the cockroach's forehead. Just when everyone thought this punch would surely deal a heavy blow to the cockroach monster, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The cockroach monster merely swung its fist upward with slight force, and Jiancher's arm instantly shattered, then was casually grabbed. They locked eyes for a moment. Jiancher looked at its grotesque expression, unable to suppress a gulp, wanting to say something, but was brutally pinched by the cockroach monster, blood gushing from his facial features. He displayed a look of great pain. Meanwhile, the cockroach monster continued to toy with him as if he were a plaything, but Jiancher spat the blood from his mouth onto its face, mockingly saying, "Pest." Upon hearing this, the cockroach monster did not get angry. It simply made a motion, mimicking a professional shot-put throw. Gathering strength, it instantly hurled Jiancher away. Jiancher flew out like a cannonball, crashing into the wall with a tremendous sound. The onlookers screamed desperately, "Jiancher! Captain Jiancher!" However, after throwing him, the cockroach monster clapped its hands, looking very much like a human. After that, it turned to the group of frantically shouting people and raised a finger. "Don't worry. You will also end up like him." Jiancher knew that the monster before him was beyond what this group of people could handle, so he dared not relax and immediately strengthened his shield. He firmly believed that even an A-class awakened being could not break it without using their full power. But before he could think further, the cockroach monster charged at him, adopting a professional boxer's stance, its muscular lines terrifying. With a punch filled with gravity, it flew towards him at an incredible speed, landing a heavy blow on the shield. Everyone was so frightened that they dared only to close their eyes and shield their foreheads. A massive collision sound echoed, and everyone prayed they were unharmed. When they slowly opened their eyes, they found the shield had held. This boosted Jianshir's confidence even more, and he reinforced the shield again, taunting, "A pest is just a pest. How could it possibly understand the strength of humans?" However, the cockroach monster seemed to comprehend his words and did not get angry. It simply straightened its body and glanced at them for a moment. Then it resumed its professional boxing stance. Its feet positioned for maximum punching power, it unleashed a punch. Of course, it did not shatter the barrier. However, this shield seemed to excite the cockroach monster even more. After throwing one punch, it followed with another, beginning to hammer the shield with powerful blows, each punch seemingly delivered with full force. Jianshir started to panic, unsure how much longer the shield could hold, but if it continued to strike like this, he would eventually be unable to withstand it. Moreover, its speed began to increase. It was as if it were using the shield as a punching bag for practice. The cockroach monster felt that nothing could endure so many strikes without breaking. This shield, instead, made it happy. Ultimately, after repeated fierce blows, the shield finally shattered, but the punches did not stop. At the moment the barrier shattered, countless fists came crashing down violently upon this group of people. Pancher knew that perhaps he could survive if those fists struck him, but if they landed on these low-tier awakened ones, it would only mean death. Without hesitation, he immediately positioned himself in front of the little brothers who had followed him for so long. Countless fists fell upon him. The revolving lantern began to echo in his mind, recalling the time when this group first came running to our guild, kneeling and begging us to take them in. I remember I initially refused. They clung on stubbornly, kneeling at the guild's entrance, unwilling to leave. Regardless of wind or rain, they would arrive punctually to kneel at the door. They would repeatedly say that I was their idol and that they were willing to give everything to follow me forever. Looking back now, it seems ridiculous. Why did I refuse you back then? Wasn't it to avoid the scene we have now? Although I couldn't protect you, I had said that I would always fall in front of you. The final punch landed heavily on Pancher's forehead. In truth, he had already rolled his eyes, his body broken in hundreds of places. He merely wanted to prevent these fists from hitting his little brothers for as long as he could before he died. At that moment, the B-level team was completely wiped out. The ground was littered with corpses, and the cockroach monster wore a satisfied smile. However, something even more terrifying was staring intently at him. "Hey! What have you done to them?" The cockroach monster curiously glanced back, only to find that the once sturdy Pancher was now restored to his former self, his eyes red and his hair turned crimson. Energy erupted from his body continuously. Moreover, his momentum had surged several times compared to before. Pancher tore off his clothes and glared fiercely at the cockroach monster. "I want you dead." Without a word, he stomped his feet and shot forward like a rocket, landing a punch squarely on the cockroach monster's face. This punch was worlds apart from the previous one, directly shattering several of the cockroach monster's teeth. Following that were countless fists. He wanted to take down this cockroach monster in the same way, avenging his companions. The cockroach monster knew it couldn't hold back any longer. If it continued to be beaten like this, it might really be taken down by this guy. It swung its arm back, shaking off Pancher's punch, then stepped forward to gather strength. It swung its own fist with force. Just like that, the two instantly grappled together. Every punch landed with flesh against flesh, with no avoidance. Pancher, due to the effects of the potion, had energy 5 times greater than before. Yet now, he could only match the cockroach monster blow for blow. He could guarantee that his body was already incredibly strong among humans. The cockroach monster had strong recovery abilities but low defense. If they continued to trade blows like this, there would only be one outcome. Pancher, with the determination of all his companions, threw the heaviest punch, striking the monster squarely on the forehead. The cockroach monster's head was sent flying, and Pancher collapsed to the ground, exhausted. He gasped for breath, his face covered in blood, his body at its limit. But he was still unwilling to accept it. "Why? Why? Why? You all have to leave me." Pancher was already in tears. The tears dripped onto his clenched fist, filled with unwillingness. However, the battle was not over yet. A voice emerged from deeper within the cave. "What a sight, truly a sight. It's been a while since I've seen such intense fighting." A more terrifying and imposing cockroach monster slowly emerged from the darkness. Pancher immediately stepped back in panic. but the scene before him left him utterly despairing. Countless heads of the same kind of cockroach monster began to crawl out from the darkness, like a tide. The one just now was merely an ordinary one among this group. The one speaking in the center is the king of this cave. At this moment, he no longer knew the meaning of being here. That sense of powerlessness had extinguished Jianshir's desire to continue fighting, for in this situation, no one could save him.
This is really fun. Next time, let's catch a few more to play with.
A cockroach king, draped in a cloak and wearing a crown, appeared from the shadows. Although he was only half the size of an ordinary cockroach monster, his strong muscles and solid physique were enough to prove that they ruled here. It was a sturdy body formed from concentrated muscle, with eyes revealing a mix of disdain and helplessness.
He could still speak fluent human language. I don't know what you were thinking, daring to come find my cave. As he spoke, an ordinary cockroach monster walked up to Jianshir. He casually grabbed his collar and lifted him up. At this moment, Jianshir had already closed his eyes, waiting for death. However, the cockroach monster had no intention of killing him directly. He just scratched his head, seemingly pondering something. After a moment, he said, "Are there any of your kind that can take a hit like you? Why don't you send a signal for them to come over? We have many brothers here, and we haven't had any fun yet."
Jianshir opened one eye in disbelief. He never expected these cockroach monsters to be so arrogant as to ask him to call for help. But looking at the cave full of cockroaches, he realized why they dared to say that they indeed had the capital. Jianshir slowly raised his hand and grabbed the cockroach monster's arm. He muttered softly, "You pests will eventually get your comeuppance. Even if I die, I will take you with me." After saying this, the cockroach monster was horrified to see a red flashing light appear on Jianshir's chest. As his heartbeat quickened, the intensity of the flashing grew brighter. This little brat had installed a nuclear bomb inside himself. When he tried to drop Jianshir and run, he found his arm was tightly held. No matter how he shook or slammed, he couldn't break free. In a panic, he thought of cutting off his own hand, but just as he was about to exert force, he was terrified to discover that his arm had already been severed. When he looked up again, half of his body was already gone. A strand of golden hair floated past him. In a swift motion, a cockroach monster was instantly killed. The person was Hoardings, with golden hair and dressed in noble attire, exuding gentlemanly charm. Jianshir almost fell to the ground due to his severed arm but was steadied by Hoardings with one hand.
"Are you okay?"
The golden hair and gentle eyes gave a sense of security, like an angel.
His presence seemed to always bring happiness and fulfillment. "Captain, I'm sorry, I couldn't."
Seeing Jianshir's severe injury, Hoardings didn't let him continue speaking. He gently placed his index finger over his mouth.
"You've done very well. Now, leave the rest to me."
A group of awakened ones rushed into the cave for support.
"Quick, over here."
Countless awakened ones flooded into the cave, blasting a much larger opening in the previously narrow mountain path. Some healing awakened ones hurried over to take the injured on the ground for treatment. At the same time, 18 B-class awakened ones arrived, all equipped with excellent weapons and gear.
Hoardings also handed Jianshir over to the healing personnel. A terrifying voice echoed from behind. "Ha, who allowed you to leave? Did I give you permission to go?"
Hoardings also heard the voice, raised his head to look for a moment, then slowly turned around. Although his expression did not change, his eyes were filled with killing intent.
Just a glare was enough for many ordinary cockroach monsters to sense danger and retreat.
The cockroach king also felt that Hoardings was different from those previous guys, significantly stronger.
But that was fine, it would be less boring.
Hoardings immediately recognized where this monster came from. The boss at the very bottom of the 43rd floor just looks like a cockroach, but is not actually one. Still, it can be considered a relative. They are all pests that feed on garbage. I have already slain one like you, a cockroach king. Today, I wouldn't mind killing another.
Upon hearing Hoardings' mocking words, the cockroach king instantly flew into a rage. "Ha!
You dare to call me a pest that feeds on garbage?
You actually have the face to say that.
Every time you humans enter our territory, you kill our leader and then show that kind of nonchalant expression afterward.
Do you know how much harm that does to us?
In our tribe, only the strongest can become king, but those who can break out of that hellish place and come to your world are the kings of kings.
Do you know how much hardship I endured to get here?
And now you dare to say I'm a pest that feeds on garbage. If I don't tear you to pieces today, I am unworthy to be king." With that, he took a step forward and charged out. The shockwave generated sent the nearby cockroaches flying. So fast that even the 18 awakened ones didn't notice. He was already in front of Hoardings. He landed a heavy punch on him. The rocks behind him were smashed into a huge pit, leading straight outside the cave.
Blinding sunlight streamed in. The terrifying power made the 18 B-level awakened ones break into a cold sweat, staring blankly at the giant pit. However, such a rapid punch was easily deflected by Hoardings. He even left 2 deep wounds on the Cockroach King. His speed was so quick that the Cockroach King almost couldn't see it. This only fueled its anger further. The Cockroach King would not allow anyone stronger than itself to exist. It immediately stomped in place, veins bulging. "Ah! Ah! Ah! I want you dead." With that, it threw away its crown and ripped off a tentacle from its head, green pus gushing out. At that moment, the Cockroach King transformed into another form. Its size grew larger than those ordinary cockroach monsters, but its strength and aura were dozens of times more powerful than before. The terrifying pressure made even Hoardings dare not slack off. He quickly instructed the other B-level awakened ones to deal with the remaining cockroaches. The Cockroach King was left for himself. After receiving the order, they had no choice but to venture deeper into the cave, leaving Hoardings to confront the Cockroach King. Since everyone wore a piece of eternal flame, a flame that could burn everything, even water could not extinguish it, they were not afraid of these cockroach monsters. The eternal flame was directly extracted from the ability of the S-level awakened one, Hijia, so its power was naturally extraordinary. If such a massive swarm of cockroaches were released, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not a single one could be spared. Hoardings also took off his white gloves and tied back his hair. The Cockroach King before him had grown to a height of 20 to 30 meters, and the cave could no longer contain its size. After twisting his wrist, the real battle began. It seems the target has been locked. Start the extraction. Hoardings' gaze sharpened as he swiftly drew his sword and swung it a few times, then assumed a powerful attacking stance. The Cockroach King had long grown impatient with that contemptuous look and, gritting its teeth, swung a massive fist downward. The enormous fist fell like a meteor, crashing into the ground and causing a violent explosion. The force of that punch was so great that it shattered half a mountain and created a massive crater in the ground. Dust and smoke spread outwards. Such a commotion was loud enough for Lu Chen, who was nearby spraying insecticide on cockroaches, to hear. He glanced towards the source of the noise. What happened over there? Did someone's gas tank explode? At that moment, the Cockroach King was quite pleased with its attack and mockingly taunted Hoardings. "Humph, who's the pest now? I warned you, if you dare to provoke me, the only outcome is death." However, this time it miscalculated. Before it could finish speaking, a voice emerged from the smoke. "You do have some skill, but that's fine. Killing you will serve as my practice." The Cockroach King was taken aback, looking in disbelief towards the smoke. A figure slowly emerged from the haze, and just as the person was about to step out, a gust of wind blew away all the smoke, causing the person within to vanish. The Cockroach King immediately became alert, scanning for Hoardings' figure. Yet it still couldn't find him, not even a trace of his presence. This made it start to feel a bit anxious. Until a shadow appeared beside its feet, it finally realized what was above it. It looked up sharply, and the sword was already in front of it. With an incredibly fierce force, it plunged into its head in an instant. The piercing pain was unbearable for the Cockroach King, and it immediately slapped its own face. But Hoardings had already vanished, and at the same time, its ankles were inexplicably cut. Losing its balance, the Cockroach King fell to the ground, but Hoardings' attack was far from over. After the ankles were cut, the next target was the wrist. After the wrist was cut, it was the neck, the shoulder, the chest, and the eyeball. In a series of rapid, continuous slashes, Hoardings pierced all of the Cockroach King's vital points in an instant. It wasn't until the final thrust pierced its heart that it finally stopped. The Cockroach King was struck down by this series of assaults, collapsing heavily onto the ground. With only one eye left, it found Hoardings standing right in front of it, holding a blood-soaked sword, slowly approaching. After reaching in front of it, Hoardings squatted down, stroking the Cockroach King's head. "Time to go to the gutter. This is where you belong." Such mocking words filled the Cockroach King with immense rage. However, its vocal cords had been severed, and it couldn't make a sound, only glaring fiercely at Hoardings. Then, in unwillingness, it watched as its other eye was pierced. Ultimately, it fell completely silent. Hoardings shook the blood off his shoulder and turned away, leaving gracefully. The previous 18 squad members had already dealt with the remaining cockroach monsters. Upon seeing Hoardings, they hurried over to regroup. "Captain, you finished the battle so quickly. Why is it always you who is faster than us?" They chatted happily, teasing Captain Hoardings about his strength. After all, Hoardings was known for his speed in battle. However, taking down a level 43 boss so quickly was no easy feat. "Captain, you have to drink with the brothers tonight. Otherwise, no one gets to leave." As they spoke, everyone burst into hearty laughter, except for Hoardings, who lowered his head and gently shook it, expressing his helplessness. However, that laughter, as it echoed, suddenly vanished. Hoardings opened his eyes wide and immediately looked up. To his shock, he found that only half of his 18 companions remained.
His mind went blank in an instant, and in terror, he turned around sharply. But the enormous corpse that had been there moments ago was gone. A suffocating feeling began to wash over him. Hoardings was certain that his ability to vanish silently before others was due to his incredible speed. Moreover, he had a profound understanding of concealing his presence. Yet, the cockroach monster had disappeared without a trace, not even a hint of its aura. Hoardings, on high alert, quickly drew his sword. This time, it was his turn to vigilantly observe his surroundings, occasionally glancing up at the sky. But still, he found no sign of the cockroach king. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and an ominous premonition settled in. Looking at his companions' bodies, his heartbeat quickened. Just as he swallowed hard, he suddenly felt something grab his foot. The moment he looked down, he was violently yanked down to the ground by an unseen force. Hoardings knew the ground was not his advantage, so he immediately swung his sword at his feet, the force so great that it exploded beneath him. The thing that had grabbed him vanished. Hoardings hurriedly ran back to the surface, fully aware that if he were dragged underground by this creature, he would undoubtedly die. Fortunately, he could see the light above and was about to break free. However, he remained cautious of what lay below, wary of the cockroach king dragging him down again. This time, it would be his misjudgment. He focused all his attention on the ground, completely oblivious to what was above. As he leaped out of the hole, he realized a fist had already smashed into his face. Caught completely off guard and without any defense, he took the punch head-on. His entire body shot out like a bullet, piercing through several mountains before crashing heavily into a forest. The left side of his face twisted from the impact, and all the teeth in his lower jaw were knocked out. Even he, who was exceptionally resilient, briefly lost consciousness from that punch. But time did not wait for him. The terrifying figure had already appeared before him. A cockroach king, standing as tall as an average human, materialized in front of him. It had no strange tentacles, no extravagant attire. It was indistinguishable from a normal person, except for its cockroach-like appearance. Yet the killing intent radiating from it distorted the very space around them. Hoardings knew he could not afford to show any weakness. He immediately drew his sword to confront it. To his horror, he discovered that his hand was trembling. He couldn't believe it. How could he possibly defeat this monster? Why was this creature so powerful? The usually calm Hoardings found his breathing becoming rapid. The monster merely regarded him with a cold expression. "Who do you call trash?" A sneeze. "Ah, damn it!" Lu Chen sneezed heavily and wiped his nose. Seeing thick smoke billowing in the distance, he felt a sudden pang of worry. Could something have happened? Just as he was about to check it out, his stomach growled. "Forget it. I should eat lunch first. There are hardly any people around. What could possibly happen?" After patting his stomach, he walked into the room, preparing to cook a meal. Humming a cheerful tune, he planned to open the vegetables and rice he bought that morning. His mood was incredibly excited. This was the first time in a long while that he was going to cook. Previously, he had always eaten at the school cafeteria, and after not cooking for so long, he had almost forgotten how. However, things always seemed to take a turn for the worse. When he happily opened the bag of rice, not a single grain was found. Instead, it was filled with a bag of cockroaches, which all scurried out the moment the bag was opened. Lu Chen's expression darkened instantly. He thought he had already killed enough cockroaches today, but he didn't expect there to be so many more of these pests. His temper flared up. That bag of rice had cost him half of his money. He had thought it would last him a month or two, but now it was all consumed by these creatures. Today, either you die or I die. The angrier Lu Chen got, the more he picked up his slipper and hurled it. The force of his throw smashed the neighboring building to rubble, and an entire forest behind that building vanished. Yet, Lu Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Some cockroaches were desperately scurrying towards the cockroach king. Lu Chen wasted no time and grabbed his slipper to chase after them. Today, he was determined to eradicate the cockroaches completely. Meanwhile, Hoardings was already on the brink of collapse. His current state felt like he was being toyed with by the cockroach king. He had no strength to fight back. Whether it was strength, speed, or defense, Hoardings had no means to retaliate. However, the cockroach king did not immediately finish him off, as that would not satisfy its deep-seated hatred. It wanted Hoardings to truly experience what real suffering felt like. It aimed to make him lose everything bit by bit in despair. Have you ever experienced the despair of self-inflicted slaughter? The cockroach king suddenly stopped its attack and casually asked Hoardings. But Hoardings was already severely injured. Even speaking was a luxury. He dared not waste any more energy and could only focus intently on the cockroach king. The cockroach king asked again, "Have you ever tried desperately gnawing on the bodies of your kind amidst a ruin of corpses?" At this point, it exhaled deeply. "No, you will never understand. Today, I will let you experience 1/10,000th of my pain." With that, it charged at Hoardings with explosive speed, and before he could react, it landed a punch on his chest. This time, blood could no longer be contained and spilled from his mouth. He could clearly feel his ribcage shattering, and his internal organs suffered severe trauma. His body nearly flew out like a cannonball again but was caught by the Cockroach King. To prevent Hoardings from flying away, the grip on his hand tightened, crushing his entire arm. The excruciating pain made even someone as strong-willed as Hoardings let out a cry of agony. However, this wailing only excited the Cockroach King further. It casually released Hoardings and grabbed his other hand, looking at him with a very strange expression. Hoardings still didn't understand what it wanted to do when he noticed it had grasped his palm. Right in front of him, it slowly extended its fingers beside his. Crack, crack, crack. One by one, it snapped Hoardings' fingers. The sharp pain of the fractures made him cry out in anguish. It continued until all 5 fingers were twisted in all directions. Then it intended to pull hard to tear off his entire arm. However, the Cockroach King still felt it was too merciful to Hoardings, as he could suffer less pain from losing just one arm. Next, it was time for him to feel the agony of having his eyes gouged out. Then, one by one, he pulled out the upper jaw teeth. With his mind racing, his hands slowly moved to Hajin's eyes. Sharp claws gradually sank into his eyelids, and blood began to flow. Just as Hajin's eyes were about to be completely gouged out, a voice came from behind. "Die for me! All of you die! You bastards, don't run! If I don't wipe out your whole family today, I won't be Lu." A fool was seen running from the nearby forest, holding a pair of slippers. And he was getting closer to this position. The Cockroach King also heard the commotion, then stopped and looked towards the source of the sound. Lu Chen was indeed chasing cockroaches, but it had gone from 1 or 2 to a whole swarm. This swarm of cockroaches was also running towards the Cockroach King. Because these cockroaches came out to gather energy and then returned to supply the Cockroach King. However, the current Cockroach King was feeling down due to Lu Chen's intrusion. Without thinking much, he had already sentenced Lu Chen to death. At the same time, Hajins also noticed Lu Chen. But he couldn't see any energy fluctuations on Lu Chen. Could it be that he was not an awakened but an ordinary human? Thinking of this, he felt a sudden panic and shouted with his last bit of strength, "Run!" The shout was so loud that Lu Chen heard it. He immediately stopped and looked towards Hajin's position. What's that sound? When he looked seriously at that spot again, he found a person kneeling there with one arm broken and covered in wounds. Startled, he hurried over. The Cockroach King was also nearby, but Lu Chen didn't see him as a monster. He just thought he was a black man wearing a mask. Lu Chen ran to Hajin's side and quickly supported him. "Hey, are you okay? Your arm is missing. And why is your chest bleeding so much?" He waved his hand at the nearby cockroach monster, puzzled, and asked, "Bro, did you call the police? How did this guy end up like this?" At this point, Hajins had no strength left to answer Lu Chen. Perhaps this was just his fate. The Cockroach King, however, found it amusing and did not immediately kill Lu Chen. He just grabbed Lu Chen's head with a smile and calmly chatted with him. "I've already called the police, don't worry. More people will be here soon. You won't be alone." This only left Lu Chen confused. "What?" The Cockroach King stopped pretending. Lu Chen's expression was just too pitiful. He couldn't help but laugh, holding his stomach and bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha." Lu Chen was a bit angry. "What are you laughing at?" When the Cockroach King looked at Lu Chen again, he realized that the dazed look had disappeared. Instead, Lu Chen had a face that seemed ready to fight back. This made the Cockroach King instantly unhappy. He grabbed Lu Chen's head again, glaring fiercely at him. "I said, he looks like this because of me. Soon, more people will die at my hands just like him. You will too." Before he could finish, there was a loud bang. Lu Chen's punch turned the Cockroach King's upper body to dust. The power of this punch directly scattered the clouds above. Only his feet remained standing in place before falling to the ground. Hajins, who was nearby, was left dumbfounded. "Phew, good thing I reacted in time. I almost didn't recognize him as a monster, but the disguise was pretty good." Lu Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and shook his body. "But this monster is pretty weak. He went down with just one punch. Could it be another person, a pet raised for their twisted tastes? Forget it, let's save the person first." Turning around, he saw the still shock-stricken Hoardings. He stood there, dazed, still reeling from the impact of that punch. Why was this happening? Lu Chen noticed his severe injuries and the blood still flowing, and hurried over to his side. "Are you okay? How are you? How about I carry you to the hospital?" Hoardings realized that he had been saved by him. He never expected that. Watching Lu Chen, who had no energy fluctuations, swaying in front of him, he fell into confusion. "I'm fine, just need to rest for a bit. As long as it's not a fatal injury, the body will heal automatically."
Lu Chen was also bewildered. It was the first time he had heard of a human with automatic healing. Could he be a healer? But healers didn't seem to have automatic healing either. Hortings could no longer suppress his thoughts and finally asked the question. Are you an S-class awakener? Did you intentionally hide your energy? Why could you take down that monster and still look so indifferent? Hortings really wanted to hear his answer because it was more important than his own life. Why had he appeared here without any purpose? He also knew what it meant if a human had no energy at all. Either they were dead, or they were a monster. Hortings looked at Lu Chen seriously, hoping he would answer. However, Lu Chen seemed not to have heard his words clearly. He just absent-mindedly pinched Hortings' chest, and then a little blood spurted out. It startled Lu Chen. Are you really okay? You're bleeding. And look, you're starting to bleed over there too. How about I take you to the hospital? Hortings looked at Lu Chen's innocent expression, unable to connect how he could have anything to do with a monster. After refusing to go to the hospital, he suddenly blacked out. Lu Chen was also moving his body, seemingly trying to wake him up. But Hortings was just too tired, and in a daze, he lost consciousness. Lu Chen was at a loss for what to do. Eventually, as it was getting late, Lu Chen took him back to his home. Since he had said he wouldn't go to the hospital, he might as well stay at his place for now. Back at home, Lu Chen bought some rice. After placing Hortings on his bed, he scratched his butt while cooking. Humming a little tune, he occasionally scratched his thigh with his toes. Finally, the cockroaches are extinct today. The sky gradually darkened, and Hortings slowly woke up in a daze. Clink, clink, clink. He seemed to hear someone tinkering with something, the sound of a spoon hitting porcelain, again and again. Hortings gradually came to from the sound. Upon waking, he was greeted by a sight that was hard on the eyes. He saw Lu Chen scratching his butt and then sniffing it, almost gagging from the smell. Fortunately, he was a refined person and didn't pay too much attention to it. He was just curious about why he was here. Lu Chen seemed to have heard Hortings waking up. You're awake? Come, eat the delicious dish I specially made for you. Saying this, he brought over a bowl of mushy porridge. He proudly declared that it was his exclusive recipe that he had been drinking since childhood. You would definitely love it. Hortings curiously asked, Sir, where is this? Is it still Questate? Lu Chen helplessly replied, Of course it's Questate. You said you didn't want to go to the hospital, so I have no choice but to bring you here. Hajin seemed to understand everything that had happened and touched his forehead. I get it. After saying that, he took the bowl of porridge from Lu Chen's hands. Looking at the bowl of porridge that was so thick it could be stirred into a gooey liquid, Hajin's just swallowed. Then he closed his eyes and gulped it down in one go. However, seeing that ordinary-looking bowl of porridge was so hot, the moment it touched his mouth, the severe heat burned his tongue. Hajin's almost spat the porridge out. But having received a high-level education since childhood, he wouldn't allow himself to waste food and forced himself to swallow it. In the end, he kept coughing due to the high temperature, leaving Lu Chen speechless. Is this guy crazy? Can you really gulp this down in one go? After finishing the porridge, Hajin's wounds had all healed, even the severed arm had grown back. This left Lu Chen feeling incredibly incredulous, casting an envious glance. How did you do that? Are you a healing mage? Hajin's didn't know how to respond. Because this kind of thing should be understood by every strong person, right? As long as one's strength reaches a certain level, healing the body is basically a trivial matter. But Lu Chen displayed such powerful abilities, yet didn't understand these things? It seemed a bit unreasonable. However, since Lu Chen had asked him, as his savior, he felt he should answer. Actually, this is quite simple. As long as you convert your abilities and inject some spiritual energy into your soul, you can generate energy. He rambled on for a long time, but Lu Chen didn't understand a single word. Yet Hajin showed no sign of stopping, continuing to speak as if he were a teacher lecturing. Lu Chen grew increasingly annoyed and quickly covered his mouth. Stop, I get it. No more reciting, no more reciting. You're fine now, if there's nothing else, just hurry and leave. But Hajin's looked completely unconcerned. It's fine. Staying here a few more days isn't a problem, I mainly want to understand your situation. If you don't mind. Before he could finish, he saw Lu Chen, with a face full of black lines, standing there in a daze. Lu Chen immediately interrupted Hajin's, his expression dark, and said, I mind. Do you know that I sacrificed all my rations for today for you? If you stay here a few more days, won't you empty me out? Get out of here. Before he could finish, he directly shoved Hajin's out the door, and before Hajin's could say anything else, the door was shut. It was locked immediately. Hajin's could only stand there at the door, looking bewildered. That was hasty. But it was already so late. He couldn't just go back now, could he? So he turned to Lu Chen through the window and said, "It's already so late today, can I stay here for one night? I can help you with work." Of course, you can ask me to do anything. I'm very good at cooking."
But Lu Chen remained unmoved. Until Hodgins felt it was hopeless, he then pulled out a large stack of cash from his pocket and shook his head.
"Sure enough, you can't spend money here."
Just as he finished speaking, the door opened, and Lu Chen appeared in front of him without him knowing when. He stared sincerely at the money in Hodgins' hand.
"I can let you stay for one night, the money is extra."
However, Hodgins didn't react much. Money had already become something external to him.
Lu Chen continued to deceive him. "I can work. You can ask me to do anything. I'm very good at cooking." This operation left Hoardings bewildered.
However, seeing Lu Chen's expectant gaze, he respectfully handed over the stack of money in his hand to Lu Chen. Then he seriously observed the building.
"This room seems to have a problem."
"Sir, your room has a heavy aura of resentment." At the same time, a large mass of black, unknown goo was stuck in a corner of the corridor. Ding 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 ding. A call came through to the higher-ups of the Haitian Guild.
"How's it going over in Guizhou?"
On the other end of the line, President, the situation is a bit urgent. Only the previously injured B-level team has been rescued. The A-level team, led by Hoardings, is still missing. We have conducted a comprehensive search, but we still haven't found them.
Wait.
The investigators had already reached the deepest part of the cockroach cave. The scene before them was shocking. Half of the massive peak had been destroyed beyond recognition, along with several other peaks behind it, which had formed a huge pit. There were also 18 corpses, each missing their lower halves, standing in place. Under the cover of night, the scene was indeed terrifying. The military immediately sealed off the area. After observing the corpses, it was concluded that these were the 18 B-level awakeners.
What?
What did you say? Did you see clearly?
How is it possible for 18 people to die in the same place?
Are you joking? There were 3 A-level awakeners and tens of thousands of soldiers on this investigation mission. However, such a large commotion still did not affect Lu Chen's side. Because there were no signs of a fight here, there was no need for a search. Only a few soldiers were sent to investigate the surroundings.
At this moment, Hoardings was seriously reminding Lu Chen that there was something wrong with the house. The aura of death is too strong. If a normal person sleeps here for a night, they probably won't survive until tomorrow. Lu Chen was so scared that he began to doubt. "But I slept here all night yesterday."
Then he suddenly realized,
"Oh, I get it. Now I finally understand why I woke up outside the corridor the next day. I thought I was sleepwalking. So that's it. Do you have any way to get rid of this?"
Hoardings assured him very seriously that he would help Lu Chen solve this problem. It was clearly a way to repay a life-saving favor.
Obviously, Hoardings still didn't dare to fully confirm what kind of person Lu Chen was. He didn't dare to conclude whether he was truly human.
However, from the current perspective, Lu Chen seemed to have no problems for the time being. Aside from not having any energy fluctuations, his actions were just those of an ordinary person.
"You just need to do as I say. Tonight, we'll pretend to sleep. Before dawn, we'll root out this trouble."
Without any unnecessary chatter, the two immediately entered the room and closed the door.
However, at the beginning, the progress was not very smooth. Lu Chen angrily asked, "Don't you think that being 2 grown men locked in the same room in this wilderness means something?"
Hoardings was a bit confused.
"We're on a mission right now, so I don't mind. As long as we don't have too many wild thoughts, I think it's fine." But Lu Chen was still a bit angry, and hearing this made him even more furious.
"If you're going to catch ghosts, just catch them. Why the hell do you have to squeeze into the same bed with me?
Is it part of the plan for 2 people to sleep on the same bed?"
Hoardings was seen burrowing into Lu Chen's blanket and hugging him. His expression was very serious and earnest, making Lu Chen seem more like a pervert. Just as he was about to kick him off the bed, he heard Hoardings immediately cover Lu Chen's mouth.
"Sure, they're coming." Lu Chen immediately stopped talking.
He looked seriously at where Hoardings was looking, but after just a few glances, Hoardings slowly raised his hand to cover Lu Chen's eyes and turned his head away.
This action made Lu Chen very angry. However, he had to hold it in. He wanted to see what Hoardings was up to.
At that moment, the female ghost also arrived as expected, but tonight she had brought a big surprise with her.
She was determined to reclaim the humiliation from last night.
What the female ghost didn't know was that Lu Chen had also brought someone with him tonight.
However, this time she didn't go to the window.
Instead, she sneaked in through the front door, crawling on the ground. Because she was a spirit and was sneaking in, even Hoardings, an A-level awakener, didn't notice that the female ghost had already entered. However, the female ghost quietly crawled under Lu Chen's bed and slowly raised a hand to reach into Lu Chen's blanket, trying to find his belly button. She had brought a packet of poisonous powder with her, as long as she applied it to Lu Chen's belly button, it would interfere with his nervous system, keeping him awake all day. However, as she was feeling around, she suddenly touched a body. At that moment, Hoardings thought it was Lu Chen's hand groping her and reminded Lu Chen not to mess around. Of course, Lu Chen was also confused, thinking he was just talking to himself. At this moment, the female ghost's hand began to fumble around Lu Chen's belly button again. To confirm whether she was hallucinating, she compared and realized there were indeed two bodies. This left the female ghost utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was already unable to contain his anger. He was now certain that Hoardings was definitely a pervert, groping him all over and showing an incredibly calm expression, as if this was perfectly normal for him. Lu Chen slowly turned around and glanced at Hoardings. Hoardings also noticed Lu Chen looking at him and asked with some confusion, "What's wrong?" "My face." Before he could finish, Lu Chen kicked him off the bed with a bang. The female ghost, startled, hurriedly hid back under the bed. She was also confused. How could there be two people on the bed? And they were fighting. Hoardings was somewhat at a loss from the kick and hurriedly got up to question Lu Chen. "What are you doing? Aren't you exorcising?" Lu Chen was already very angry and didn't want to hear any more of his sweet talk. He seriously warned him, "If you dare to secretly seduce young boys under this pretense again, I will not spare you. This time, I'll just turn a blind eye, so hurry up and get out." Hoardings didn't understand what he meant, so he definitely wouldn't leave just like that. Even if it wasn't for the truth, he had to clear his name. "What are you thinking? You saved my life, I'm helping you now." The two began to argue. The female ghost under the bed was getting flustered. With no other way to escape, she could only think of a way to rush out and threaten the other man. Just as she was about to crawl out from under the bed, her left hand slowly reached out, but as soon as she crawled out, Lu Chen stepped on it. Since Lu Chen could touch spirits, that kick really hurt. The piercing pain almost made her cry out. Fortunately, she immediately bit down on her other hand to stifle the sound. She intended to peek out again, but just as she stretched her head out, Lu Chen's other foot landed on the female ghost's face. Lu Chen originally wanted to get out of bed quickly, but suddenly it felt like he stepped on some ball, and he slipped and fell to the ground. When Lu Chen tried to see what was under his bed, a pale and wrinkled head appeared before him. The terrifying face scared Lu Chen so much that he jumped onto Hajins, clinging tightly to him. He shouted, "Damn it, there's a ghost! What the hell? You quickly look under the bed." The female ghost stopped pretending and crawled out in a strange manner, floating in the air. Lu Chen had never been afraid of these imaginary things, but when he actually saw such a bizarre entity, he still felt scared. After all, the unknown is greater than everything. Ghosts were something he had only seen in TV dramas. Who knew they actually existed in the real world? Suddenly, the entire room fell silent. Lu Chen stared blankly at Hajins, who was also staring blankly at Lu Chen in his arms. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lu Chen quickly jumped down. Sorry about that. This thing is pretty scary at first glance," he explained awkwardly while scratching his head. The female ghost saw that the time was ripe and lunged directly at Hajins. Skipping over Lu Chen, she aimed straight for Hajins. She knew Lu Chen couldn't break through her defenses, but Hajins was a normal person. As long as she caught him, she could directly take over his body. Then she could use his body to threaten Lu Chen, and the plan could continue as originally intended. The ghost's claws quickly approached Hajin's neck. Victory seemed to be beckoning her. "Victory is mine." But in an instant, the female ghost found herself frozen in place, unable to move. When she realized what was happening, she discovered that her neck was being gripped by the man in front of her. How could this be? "I'm a spirit. And what's with this speed?" But the real sensation and suffocation made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, Hajin's grip began to tighten. The female ghost felt terror and hurriedly grabbed Hajin's arm with both hands, trying to break free. But no matter how she struggled, it seemed futile. This man in front of her was also a monster. At that moment, the female ghost was lifted high by Hajins with one hand. "It's over." Hajins was about to exert force and end the female ghost's life when suddenly a hand grabbed his shoulder. Turning to look, he found it was Lu Chen. "Let her go. I don't sense any murderous intent from her. Instead, she's filled with resentment. There must be some injustice, right?" After thinking for a moment, Hajins released his grip. Once freed, the female ghost collapsed to the ground, coughing desperately. Hajins directly asked her, "Tell me, why are you here to harm people?" The female ghost didn't want to answer the question directly, she just averted her gaze to look elsewhere. Meanwhile, a ball of flame had already formed in Hajin's hand, ready to incinerate her immediately. However, before he could act, Lu Chen blocked him again. "Are you crazy? If she doesn't speak, there must be something she can't say. Can you not just try to kill her?
Can you be a bit more civilized? Saying this, he squatted down beside the female ghost and calmly asked, "Little sister, do you have something on your mind? It's okay, just tell us, we'll help you as much as we can. We are good people. You don't have to be afraid." After a series of persuasive efforts, Lu Chen was almost out of breath, but the female ghost remained unmoved and didn't even bother to look Lu Chen in the face. At this moment, Lu Chen was feeling a bit troubled. After thinking for a while, he stood up. "Okay, let's get rid of her. This girl is useless." This left Hoardings dumbfounded. After holding it in for so long, he finally let out a big one. Even the female ghost was confused. Hoardings didn't waste any time and immediately conjured flames in his hands, planning to take out the female ghost directly. It was at this moment that the female ghost began to panic. She quickly crawled over to Lu Chen's side. I said, isn't that enough?" Unexpectedly, Lu Chen kicked her away. "Too late. Let's see if you dare to throw a tantrum at me again. You can't even make use of the opportunity one gave you." After a series of desperate pleas from the female ghost, Lu Chen ultimately decided to let her go. He also made her explain everything. It turned out that the female ghost's original name was Su Xiaoqing. She was an orphan from this orphanage and 2 years younger than Lu Chen. She had died in a fire 6 years ago in this orphanage, and that fire had killed everyone, including me. The fire had come so suddenly that no one survived. Because this place was quite remote and everyone was an orphan, no one had noticed that a fire had occurred here in the years since they died. As for why we became ghosts, we were also unclear about that. As she spoke, more souls began to crawl in from around, mostly children. These souls were all orphans from the orphanage. After they died, they had nowhere to go, so they all ran to the dormitory building nearby. The orphanage had long since become a ruin. Lu Chen carefully observed the girl in front of him and found her face somewhat familiar. It seemed there was indeed someone like her. She was much younger than us at the time. We were around 13 or 14 years old, and she should have been about 7 or 8. But that wasn't important. Lu Chen still asked her the most critical question. "Since you all died in the fire, why do you still harm people? If it weren't for me, this powerful one beside me, wouldn't you be killing an innocent?" In fact, the female ghost was very clear about this question. She knew that killing was definitely wrong because the director often reminded them to be good people. However, she had her own reasons for killing. As Su Xiaoqing thought of this, she began to feel sad. "Actually, that fire didn't completely burn me to death. I crawled out of that sea of flames in agony, my whole body was burned, but I knew that if I didn't get timely treatment, I would still die. Just when I was about to lose all hope, I suddenly saw a man. He started the fire because I saw a torch in his hand, and he was holding an oil barrel in the other. At that time, I wasn't completely dead yet. I was desperately pleading for him to save me. But what I got in return was not warmth, but even more despair and slaughter. He was afraid that I would survive after I died, so he came to my side. He picked up the oil barrel in his hand and poured it directly on me. I was already on fire, and when I came into contact with the gasoline, it ignited instantly. Thus, I painfully died in endless burning. I don't know how long it took. When I opened my eyes again, I found that I had turned into this ghostly form. From that day on, I vowed to kill all the men in the world, because none of them are good. They should all die." The female ghost became more and more agitated as she spoke about this, as if she wanted to devour Lu Chen whole. It wasn't until Lu Chen gave her a knock on the head that the female ghost finally sat down obediently. Of course, Lu Chen didn't intend to bully her. However, his expression suddenly became serious. "Don't worry, I will definitely find that bastard. It's not just to help you take revenge, but also for them." He then turned to look at the countless spirits outside the corridor. At the same time, the female ghost felt a sudden pain in her chest. "I'm about to lose control." The reason the female ghost came this time was to eliminate Lu Chen, which was why she had prepared for it. Once it reached midnight, her mind would be completely replaced by a demon, and at that time, all the spirits here would die. They would transform into extremely malevolent vengeful spirits, and this vengeful spirit would only execute our final thoughts before death. That is, to kill all men. And this vengeful spirit was the boss of the 33rd level of the dungeon, an absolute spirit. Su Xiaoqing clutched her heart in pain and fell to the ground. Lu Chen also felt something was off and hurried over to support her. "Are you okay?" However, Su Xiaoqing directly shook off his hand. She was very clear about what would happen next, and in order not to implicate Lu Chen, she could only desperately push him away. "You need to leave. I'm already a dead person, you don't have to risk yourself for me." Finally, she pushed Lu Chen away with all her strength, crying out in pain on the spot. Lu Chen looked at her tear-filled eyes and unwilling expression, feeling powerless. Eventually,
her body began to slowly disappear until she shed a tear, smiling as she slowly extended her hand.
Remember, seek justice for these children. After saying that, she completely vanished. Following that was a huge black hole. Lu Chen wanted to step forward to try to force Su Shaoqing to stay, but he was stopped by Hoardings. Hoardings turned and looked at Lu Chen seriously. It's useless, she can't come back. But the next thing that appears will be even more troublesome. Lu Chen still didn't understand what he meant by that when a black claw suddenly crawled out of the black hole. In an instant, an endless force of resentment surged out from the black hole. Countless cries of pain echoed from within.
A sense of oppression swept over them. The night, which had a bit of moonlight, turned blood red. At that moment, another hand of the vengeful spirit clawed out fiercely. Its entire head was also desperately pushing out. It was as if a demon was about to crawl out of hell. Accompanied by countless spirits and wails, the Absolute Spirit was born. A colossal figure appeared before Lu Chen and the others. It had thin limbs but was incredibly tall. Its expression resembled that of a severely dehydrated 100-year-old grandmother. Its eyeballs moved in an irregular manner. As soon as it crawled out of the black hole, it squatted down in place, looking extremely frightening. This terrifying feeling made Hoardings feel a bit breathless. It was a horror that struck at the soul. Absolute Spirit. Lu Chen asked curiously, what is an absolute spirit? Hoardings tied up his hair and seriously told Lu Chen, this guy is a boss I encountered in the 33rd level of the dungeon before. But the bosses there weren't as big as this one, and the terrifying pressure it emits is hundreds of times stronger than that of the one in the dungeon. I don't know if it's because it came out, but the monsters in the dungeon have become stronger.
Don't be careless. Don't be fooled by its frail appearance. Its speed and attack power are very fast. Lu Chen wasn't interested in any of that. He just seriously asked Hoardings one question. Is there still hope for Su Shaoqing?
As soon as he said this, Hoardings was a bit stunned.
Are you kidding? He was still thinking about that female ghost. Logically speaking, she has no hope.
However, if you want to forcibly keep her soul, it's not impossible. The premise is to first suppress the monster in front of us, then let me cast a spell to bind her.
If successful, it might even allow us to save them all.
However, getting rid of this guy is already as difficult as reaching the sky, let alone holding him off.
If you can hold him off, then.
Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Chen covered his mouth with one hand.
I understand. How long do you need?
Hoardings could hardly believe it. He had merely mentioned it casually, yet he truly wanted to hold this guy off. After some thought, he felt it was fine. He could see once again what kind of strength he had. However, before they could act, the Absolute Spirit in front of them swung a hand directly at them.
The speed was so fast that even Hoardings couldn't react in time.
Lu Chen, on the other hand, stood there, completely unaware that the attack was already upon him.
Fortunately, Hoardings reacted quickly and pulled Lu Chen away. The powerful impact smashed another dormitory building to pieces.
Originally, there were 3 dormitory buildings, but now only the one Lu Chen lived in remained. Because previously, when Lu Chen smashed a cockroach, he accidentally destroyed one building, and now this Absolute Spirit has smashed another.
I really overthought this.
If that guy had just been hit squarely by that slap, he probably would have died on the spot. It seems I have to rely on myself. Rescuing that little girl is impossible now. I need to find a way to restrain this monster and then escape. Later, I can think of a way to bring someone back to deal with this monster together. Saying this, he immediately formed a hand seal, and endless flames erupted from his palm. Then, he slapped the ground, and the flames spread across the entire surface from his palm. Instantly, the whole area was illuminated. After the flames dissipated, a magic circle appeared on the ground. Hoardings stood up and twisted his wrist. He looked disdainfully at the boss in front of him. Then he raised his left hand, striking a sword-wielding pose. At the same time, a ring of fire appeared in his left hand. Hoardings thrust his hand into it and immediately drew out a blazing sword. He then assumed a strong attacking stance. Without saying a word, he jumped onto the boss. The flaming blade struck the boss, igniting a fierce fire. The Absolute Spirit also felt a headache and immediately howled in place. Then it clearly saw Hoardings' appearance. Human, male, obsession generated, kill shot. After confirming the target, it proceeded to eliminate. The monster raised its right hand, charged for a moment, and then instantly slapped the rapidly moving Hoardings. Before Hoardings could react, he was heavily slapped away. Although Hoardings had managed to block the attack with his sword in time, due to his old injuries not fully healing, he began to spit blood from just a casual slap. What's wrong with this guy's hand? Why is it so fast? Before he could figure it out, he charged forward again, knowing full well that he couldn't stop fighting this monster. However, this time he couldn't even get close to the boss. The speed of that hand was astonishingly fast. It merely sat there, and Hoardings had no way to deal with it. Its arms seemed to automatically track him. No matter how fast he was, it could lock onto him with 100% accuracy. When he fought this boss before, he had never seen such a move. Moreover, each slap had considerable power. If this continued, he would really die here. Just then, the Absolute Spirit's right hand suddenly became incredibly large. It was as if something was writhing in his arm. In an instant, his entire arm transformed into a massive muscle. Before the two could react, that fist had already smashed down in front of them. Hoardings quickly raised his sword to block, only to realize that his sword shattered the moment it touched that arm. Moreover, the terrifying force showed no signs of stopping, crashing directly into the right side of his face. What worried him even more was that Lu Chen was still standing there in a daze. This was it. It was all over. Bang! A loud explosion echoed through the entire forest, and the patrolling soldiers not far away heard the sound. They quickly sent someone to investigate what had happened. Hoardings was already prepared to close his eyes and wait for death. However, the anticipated blast that would send him flying did not occur. He was only knocked back a few meters before stopping, but the terrifying sound gradually faded away. The entire area seemed to quiet down at that moment. He still didn't understand what had happened and slowly opened his eyes. The scene before him left him speechless. This is that feeling? Lu Chen stood straight in place. The enormous arm had crashed into him, yet he remained completely unmoved. That giant hand could not advance an inch. Even though the Absolute Spirit had continued to exert force, it could not budge Lu Chen at all. With just a casual slap from Lu Chen, the terrifying force combined with the loud sound instantly turned that massive arm into dust. Lu Chen curiously looked at the monster before him. Oh, what is this? It looks so strange. By the way, I said that. As long as I can hold it back, it's fine. Do you really have a way to keep that little girl safe? Lu Chen stood there in a daze, turning around to ask Hoardings. 1/3 of the monster's body had just been turned to dust by Lu Chen's slap. However, it did not completely disappear. Instead, it continued to condense energy and restore its body. Hoardings, having witnessed Lu Chen's immense power again, was still in shock. But the situation was urgent, and he could only hurriedly stand up to express, I just need 10 minutes. I have a good chance of saving Su Shaoqing. Lu Chen remained silent, staring blankly at Hoardings. Then he slowly turned around. 10 minutes? I thought it would take a few hours. All right then? You just focus on what you need to do, I'll handle things here. Saying this, he extended his right hand, which had been tucked in his pocket. He dusted off his clothes. The monster before him had just restored its entire body. Just as it was about to see what had just happened, a powerful shockwave hit again. The force was so great, it felt like a dozen nuclear bombs exploding simultaneously in one place, instantly erupting. Lu Chen slapped that monster again. This time, the force was so strong that even the entire forest behind them was nearly unable to withstand the powerful shockwave. Yet Lu Chen was still joking to himself. Awakened ones are really great. Fighting monsters has become so much easier. Lu Chen never thought he had anything special about him. He simply believed that having come out of the first layer of the dungeon, he must have a robust physical constitution. He thought that any awakened one should be able to do this. After all, the battle scenes of awakened ones were classified, and he had never seen what other awakened ones fought like. Only some reports had mentioned that ordinary awakened ones could crush stones and break iron, and those slightly stronger could move mountains and drain seas. So he must be the ordinary kind. Little did he know, the monster he casually slapped to death was an existence of terrifying extremes. Hodgins did not dare to be negligent. He immediately bit into his own hands and then formed a magic seal opposite him. He pulled out 3 cigarettes from his pocket, lit them, and stuck them into the ground, closing his eyes as he began to chant a spell. The purpose of this magic seal was to summon souls. The closer the spirit was to the magic array, the stronger the influence would be. Even malevolent spirits would be drawn in by this array. As the incantation and the array were activated, the malevolent spirit that was slowly condensing its body began to stir. Its half-formed body started to become irreparable. Hodgins quickly called out to Lu Chen, "Stop hitting her. Otherwise, she will be completely lost." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen also lowered his hand that was about to strike. However, the boss in front of them was not one to easily concede. Realizing its body could not condense, it immediately went into a frenzy. It swung its arms wildly, and in an instant, Lu Chen, unable to launch a counterattack, was slapped away. He flew backward like a bowling ball, not stopping until he had knocked down who knows how many trees. Meanwhile, Hodgins remained in place. The magic array was not yet complete, and the boss saw its opportunity, quickly gathering strength in its hands to strike Hodgins, attempting to interrupt his spellcasting.
At that moment, Hodgins was unable to move. If he fled now, the magic array would completely fail. The plan to rescue Su Shaoqing would be declared a total failure. He had no extra cigarettes left, but if he did not defend or evade, he would take the hit head-on. He might not even survive. Before he could think further, the fist was already hurtling toward him at high speed. Just a little more, just a little more, just a little more. No, I'll die. At that moment, Hodgins' mind went blank. At this distance, even if he wanted to run, he couldn't escape. He could only close his eyes and pray that Lu Chen would come quickly. Then came a loud explosion, and dust filled the air. The two rapidly descending fists finally came crashing down. But they did not land on Hodgins, nor did they land on Lu Chen. A man appeared before them, blocking the two fists with one hand. This man is S-rank awakened Chen Kai. Although it was not Lu Chen who blocked the attack, he had already run to the boss's shoulder and pulled off its hands. He then stared blankly at the two below. You said we couldn't take it down, but you didn't say we couldn't pull off its hands, right? Chen Kai also looked bewildered. He had just received a notification about a massive explosion, likely from a top-tier boss. Having long been displeased with the local boss, he had rushed over. Upon arriving, he saw the scene before him, so he casually saved Hodgins, not expecting to encounter Lu Chen again here. Now he needed to clarify what was happening. You must be Hodgins, right? I've heard a lot about you. Let's catch up later. Can you tell me what's going on now? Hodgins had no intention of explaining the situation to Chen Kai, as he was still unsure whether this guy was friend or foe. If he revealed the situation and it didn't align with Chen Kai's wishes, there was a possibility he could easily eliminate the boss in front of them. He could only force himself to remain calm and bluff a few words. I'm in a bit of trouble right now. I need about 10 minutes. But during this time, we can't take down this boss. We can only stall. If you're interested, help me stall for a bit. If you have nothing to do, you can leave. Clearly, Chen Kai did not like this answer. Saying this, he casually grabbed the boss's two arms and forcefully threw them away. Two arms were thrown out like garbage, disappearing into the air. Chen Kai had one hand in his pocket, tugging at it while looking at hoardings. I really dislike it when people lie to me. Since you're unwilling to tell me, I can only eliminate the monster in front of me. As he spoke, a beam of light began to form in his left hand, intending to directly deal with the boss before him. However, it seemed he had forgotten about one person. A person with no energy fluctuations. Chen Kai usually scanned the energy waves of those around him, and he typically ignored anyone with weak energy. So he didn't pay much attention to Lu Chen. But this time, he had misjudged. Just as the energy was gathering, ready to be unleashed, suddenly a hand grabbed his arm. With a slight force, it bent Chen Kai's arm, causing the energy he had gathered to vanish instantly. This unexpected strength truly startled him. No one had ever been able to control my entire arm with one hand until now. Lu Chen effortlessly achieved this and thought Chen Kai was there to cause trouble, casually warning him. Hey, are you even listening to me? Do you believe I'll hit you? The person before him not only managed to grip his arm with one hand but also looked so relaxed doing it. This left Chen Kai utterly shocked. However, after the shock, it turned into joy. It's been a long time since anyone has excited me like this. Looks like I can have some fun today. You two, stop fighting for now. My magic circle has already started to activate, so you better step aside. However, Chen Kai had no intention of heeding Hoarding's words. A great battle was on the verge of breaking out. Just as the atmosphere became tense, a dozen soldiers rushed over from a distance. When they saw the terrifying scene before them, they were filled with fear and hurried over to see what had happened. Hey, what are you doing here? At the same time, two B-level awakeners patrolling nearby heard the commotion and quickly ran over. Once they all gathered and took a look, they realized that the people before them were extraordinary figures. Both Chen Kai and Hoardings were very famous individuals in the world. Even if one had never seen them in person, they were often on television. Lord Hoardings, Lord Chen Kai, is there anything we can help you with? After recognizing the two, the soldiers dared only to wait on the sidelines, not approaching, and inquired about what had happened. Chen Kai had initially wanted to confront Lu Chen directly, but with so many people arriving, acting rashly could have significant repercussions. After glancing at the soldiers present, he released Lu Chen's arm and turned to leave. Lu Chen watched him walk away without a word, feeling quite displeased. What's this guy's deal? Is he here just to cause trouble? He just runs off at the slightest disagreement. As these words left his mouth, the soldiers nearby thought it was akin to courting death. They were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe, each believing Lu Chen was also a formidable figure, so they didn't say much. Lu Chen, however, paid no mind to them and quickly asked Hoardings, "Are you done yet? At that moment, Hoardings was fully focused on the final step. Just one more step. Before that, make sure no one gets close to me. As he spoke, he quickly gestured with his hands, and then flames erupted, activating the magic circle. Now, the absolute spirit kneeling on the ground began to wail, as if its soul was being extracted by an invisible force. Sensing that its body was about to end, the absolute spirit immediately tried to rise and escape. At the same time, a massive fiery arm extended from Horton's magic circle, instantly grabbing the boss in front of them, rendering it immobile. Such a gigantic fiery arm made even Lu Chen exclaim, "Awakened magic users are amazing. They can always unleash such cool skills." As he spoke, countless white light points began to escape from the absolute spirit's body, as if trying to burst it apart. However, each of these light points represented a soul. The moment they broke free from the absolute spirit, they were free. Each soul wore a happy smile, as if they had been imprisoned for a long time and were now reborn. Horton's magic circle was also completely perfected. The number of light points erupting from the absolute spirit increased. It was at this moment that some light points began to float around Lu Chen, circling him. Others drifted down beside Horton's, gently landing. When Lu Chen reached out to touch them, he realized these souls were the same children from before. They seemed to want to thank him, surrounding and settling around him. Lu Chen gently touched one of the souls and found he could feel them. The souls were surprised that Lu Chen could touch them, so they all surged to his side. This made Lu Chen feel an unprecedented comfort. Seeing these orphans who once lived in the same orphanage as him, his heart began to feel a mix of emotions. These were all living beings. Which bastard was so heartless? Just then, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something. What about that little girl? Horton's noticed too. Yes, where is that little girl? By now, she should have appeared. But there was no sign of Su Xiaoqing's soul here, and he couldn't sense her presence either. Lu Chen began to feel something was off and hurried to the dissipating corpse, desperately searching for Su Xiaoqing's soul. Yet no matter how he looked, it seemed he couldn't find her soul. His inner unease began to stir. Until he shouted at the cluster of souls, "Su Xiaoqing, can you hear my voice? If you hear me, please come to my side." But no matter how much Lu Chen shouted, he received no response from Su Xiaoqing. It was as if she had completely vanished. Lu Chen started to panic, rushing to Horton's and grabbing his collar, demanding, "Didn't you say you could save her? Where is she now?" Horton's didn't know either, as he was only responsible for liberating the spirits, and normally, such a situation shouldn't occur. But now that it had, he was just as confused, watching Lu Chen anxiously without a word. At this moment, Lu Chen couldn't care about anything else and immediately dove into the crowd of souls, searching for Su Xiaoqing's spirit. Horton's felt a twinge of guilt watching Lu Chen like this. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. He quickly shouted to Lu Chen, "Sir, there might still be a possibility, but I need your help." Without hesitation, Lu Chen rushed to Horton's side, anxiously asking what the method was. Horton's began to explain the possibility. "The magic circle I activated is called liberation of the body. As long as this magic circle is activated, it can liberate all the undead within a 10 kilometers radius. But this magic circle has a fatal flaw. When it is fully completed, it requires the sacrifice of a soul to liberate all the souls. And this soul must be chosen voluntarily from this group of souls. If I'm not mistaken, Su Xiaoqing is the soul being commemorated." It turned out that even when Su Xiaoqing was within the evil spirit, she could still see the situation outside clearly. From beginning to end, she had been observing Lu Chen and Horton's. She knew that to activate this formation, a soul was needed as a sacrifice. The faster this soul reached Horton's formation for the sacrifice, the quicker the formation would be activated. Su Xiaoqing looked at the group of orphans behind her and then at the pitiful ordinary people around her. In the end, she chose to sacrifice herself. If it weren't for her forcibly summoning the evil spirit, this mistake wouldn't have happened today. Now that there was a chance to free them, and knowing that someone would die regardless, she decided that it would be her. The reason Horton's formation could be activated so quickly was that Su Xiaoqing had come to terms with her choice to sacrifice herself to save countless souls, which allowed him to complete the formation so swiftly. As soon as those souls emerged, they rushed to Lu Chen's side, not to thank him for their freedom, but to plead with him to save sister Su Xiaoqing. However, Lu Chen and Horton's could not hear the voices of these ascended souls. The only possibility Horton's could think of now was this. To rescue Su Xiaoqing again, there was only one way. They needed to find a pure young virgin, someone with strong masculine energy, to enter the formation's core and bring her out. The chances of this happening were very low. It would be impossible for anyone else, but Lu Chen had a chance. The main issue was that even if they rescued Su Xiaoqing, there was no guarantee she would survive. They would have to seal her within a person of exceptionally strong physical quality. And Lu Chen was the only suitable candidate. Hortons looked at Lu Chen with concern.
But this method will require a price from you.
If you choose to give up, I will respect your.
Before he could finish, Lu Chen interrupted him.
Let's get started. Once I promise someone something, I won't go back on it.
This evil spirit is about to disappear, we need to hurry.
Hortons didn't expect Lu Chen to dive in without even considering it.
He glanced at Lu Chen and found his gaze had become so resolute.
Yes, time is running out.
Saying this, he deepened the previous formation. At the same time, a door appeared in front of the formation. The door was covered in severed hands, and a terrifying aura seeped through the crack. It seemed to warn anyone who wanted to approach that entering would lead to utter ruin. Even the soldiers nearby, merely watching the door, felt a sense of fear. The two B-class awakeners dared only to swallow hard in place. At that moment, the door slowly opened, but just as it reached halfway, Lu Chen suddenly kicked it hard, instantly turning it into scrap metal. Countless wails and cries of the dead erupted, as the evil spirits trapped inside for thousands of years rushed out as if seeking rebirth, but the door held them tightly like a cage. No matter how they struggled, they could not escape. Such a terrifying scene even made the battle-hardened Hortons feel a chill. Some ordinary soldiers behind were so shaken that they fainted. Yet Lu Chen felt no fear at all, for this scene was nothing compared to the dungeon he had entered before. With his hands in his pockets, he swaggered inside. Once his entire body was inside, he saw that it was like hell, devoid of any concept of heaven or earth, with nothing visible except for endless vengeful spirits.
Lu Chen sighed deeply, and at that moment, Hortons reminded him, "Sir, remember, time is running out for you.
If you haven't found her within an hour, hurry up and come out.
Otherwise, I will be powerless." Lu Chen tilted his head slightly and then walked straight into the abyss.
There was no end in sight, only the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves filling the world. Compared to those deformed monsters, at least Lu Chen knew these sounds were made by humans, so his heart remained calm. He looked around, searching for Su Xiaoqing's figure, and shouted her name into the abyss. After searching for a long time, he finally noticed a little girl squatting not far away, crying alone. Lu Chen curiously walked over, intending to see who she was, but found that no matter how he approached, he could not get closer to that figure. Even if he ran, he still couldn't reach her. Instead, the faster he ran, the further away she seemed. But if he stopped, it felt like she stopped too. He always felt that the little girl was very close to him. Lu Chen knew that if he simply walked over, he would never be able to touch her. After pondering for a moment, he shouted loudly to the little girl, "Su Xiaoqing, if it's you, please answer me." However, the little girl seemed not to hear, continuing to cry. Lu Chen was very curious. Even if that person wasn't Su Xiaoqing, she should at least turn around upon hearing such a close voice. If you give up on yourself, no one can stop you. But do you want to watch all the children you saved die with their eyes wide open? If you chose to save them to atone for yourself, then you are gravely mistaken. If you want to atone for yourself, then hurry up and come out with me. As soon as Lu Chen said this, it seemed to have some effect. The little girl suddenly straightened her back and looked ahead in shock. And that person was indeed Su Xiaoqing. However, from her perspective, there was no one behind her. But she had just heard a trace of Lu Chen's voice, which was why she suddenly stood up straight. She immediately looked around, frantically searching for the source of Lu Chen's voice. Lu Chen could only watch her run around, still unable to catch up to Su Xiaoqing no matter what. It was as if there was an insurmountable chasm between them. It turned out that people in the spirit world were like ghosts in the human world. Only humans could see ghosts, while ghosts could not see humans. There was always a barrier between them, a separation of souls. Su Xiaoqing cried while running, trying to find Lu Chen. "Say, Senior, where are you? I'm so scared, it's so cold here. I want to go out, please take me out, okay?" But no matter how hard Su Xiaoqing searched, she could not see Lu Chen's figure. Eventually, she gradually gave up, kneeling on the ground and crying bitterly. "Right, I am already dead. What am I thinking? This is all just my final fantasy." At that moment, Lu Chen was also desperately shouting Su Xiaoqing's name. "Pull yourself together." But it had no effect at all. That bastard Hortings. He didn't even tell me how to bring her out after coming in. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen seemed to come up with a solution. If a soul comes to the human world, and a person wants to see the soul, they must find a way to see ghosts. Then in the spirit world, if a ghost wants to see a person, could it also use a human method? As long as it's midnight, find a deserted place, bend down to check behind your pants, and there's an 80% chance of seeing a ghost. If a person came here, could it work too? Now, with no other options left, Lu Chen decided to give it a try. There is no concept of space here anyway, so Lu Chen can freely move around Su Xiaoqing in all directions. He tried to use the principle of Su Shaoqing crouching on the ground while trying to run under her legs, hoping she would see him. However, it felt a bit perverted this way. But if he could save her, what would that matter? Yet, despite trying every method, Su Shaoqing still couldn't see him. Was this how it was going to end? Lu Chen had tried countless ways, but still failed to make Su Shaoqing see him. The time was almost up, and if he couldn't take her away, he would have to face his own end here. Was it really going to end like this? No, I said I would definitely take her out, and I must take her out. Suddenly, Lu Chen thought of a better method. Since the human world and the spirit world were opposite, if she couldn't see below, maybe she could see above. Without hesitation, Lu Chen floated directly above Su Shaoqing's head. But how could he make her look up? Time was running out. In this tense and anxious moment, Lu Chen seemed to think of something again. Previously, he could faintly hear his own voice, which meant she could feel his call. If he just called her name, that probably wouldn't work. He needed to shout out her innermost thoughts. And her obsession was, "Hey, Su Shaoqing, listen carefully, those orphans of yours can call whoever they want for help. I'm not going to care anymore. And don't think that just because you saved those orphans, they will be grateful to you. Your depressed appearance will only make them hate you more. You're lucky, you just needed one person to come here and cry, yet you scared them all away. Let me tell you, your revenge will never be avenged by anyone." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Shaoqing's mind tightened suddenly. It seemed she really felt something. She immediately got up and looked around. "Senior, is that you? Senior?" "I felt it, Senior, I'm here, Senior." Lu Chen was speechless. This little girl heard him, but she needed to look up. Now, with less than 5 minutes left in this hour, if Lu Chen couldn't remind Su Shaoqing, they would be trapped forever. Just when he was feeling overwhelmed, Su Shaoqing miraculously lifted her head. It was as if it was destined. At that moment, they finally faced each other. In that instant, they both saw one another. Su Shaoqing saw that familiar face again, and tears flowed uncontrollably. "Senior, I finally see you." Lu Chen helplessly rubbed his forehead. Finally, he had face-to-face contact with this girl. But time waits for no one. Lu Chen immediately shouted again. "This isn't the time to cry. I'm here to save you. Quickly grab my hand, and I'll take you out." Su Shaoqing knew it wasn't the time to be willful and quickly wiped her tears. After glancing at Lu Chen in the sky, she gathered her strength and jumped, then grabbed Lu Chen's outstretched hand. Due to being a spirit, it felt like Lu Chen was grasping air. There was no weight at all. With a gentle lift of his hand, he pulled Su Shaoqing up completely. "How could you make such a foolish decision? Didn't you say you wanted me to avenge you? Alright, I'll avenge you, but I want you to see with your own eyes that person being." Before he could finish, Su Shaoqing suddenly lunged at Lu Chen, hugging him tightly. Then she began to cry uncontrollably. "Senior, I'm sorry, Senior. Please don't leave me, I beg you. I will always listen to you from now on, just please don't leave me." Lu Chen looked at Su Shaoqing, who was crying in his arms, and said nothing, just gently held her. Then he slightly lowered his head. It was almost time to end, there should still be a chance. With this thought, Lu Chen immediately assumed a running posture. There were 5 seconds left until the magic array closed. Due to the approaching dawn in the real world, Lu Chen was at least 100,000 kilometers away from the entrance of the magic array. Hoardings had also lost Lu Chen's position directly from the exploration of the magic array. Generally, when this happens, it indicates that Lu Chen's position has exited the exploration range of the magic array, which is why the target has disappeared. At the same time, the sound of roosters began to emerge around them. The activation of the magic array also started to gradually collapse, and the energy sustaining the array was slowly dissipating. There was no time left. At this distance, it would have been impossible for anyone else to make it in time. However, Lu Chen's body was no longer something a normal human could comprehend. Lu Chen gathered his strength and charged forward, his speed approaching that of light. But with only 1 second left until the magic array closed, even at light speed, there was no chance. Hoardings could no longer sense any signs of life within the magic array. Even though he had exhausted all his strength to maintain its activation, in the end, he still couldn't wait for Lu Chen's figure. Until he bled from his mouth and nose, his hands swollen and red, he finally fainted completely. The magic array immediately dissipated due to Hoarding's interruption. Although Lu Chen had already seen the entrance of the magic array, he was still a bit short on speed. Ultimately, he failed to break through. The magic array completely vanished. Even the soldiers watching nearby felt a deep sense of regret. The sun had fully risen, and everything fell silent. There was no chance left. The soldiers hurried over to support Hoardings. "Captain, you did well. It's not your fault." After saying this, he closed his eyes. However, the matter was not over yet. Suddenly, a mysterious crack appeared in the air. A few soldiers noticed something was wrong and hurriedly looked at the crack. The crack began to grow larger, and more gas started to emanate from within. The people around quickly retreated, hiding not far away while continuing to watch the crack. At that moment, a hand suddenly shot out. But this time, it was not a demon, it was Lu Chen's. One hand held Su Xiaoqing, while the other was fiercely prying at the crack.
The crack was gradually widening due to his terrifying strength.
Until a blinding light suddenly illuminated the area, Lu Chen completely tore apart this space.
He roared in anger. "Open up for me!"
A Lu Chen, with a flushed face and bulging veins, emerged from the crack holding Su Xiaoqing.
"Hey, you little brat!
I brought her out, hurry up and find a way to keep her here." Hoardings, seeing the two safe and sound, still couldn't bring himself to smile. He then shook off the hands of two soldiers and walked over to Lu Chen's side, looking as if he had survived a disaster. It was as if he had just experienced a life and death situation. Looking at Lu Chen's strong and invincible expression, Hoardings finally let out a sigh of relief. "What was I worried about?" He lowered his head and shook it self-deprecatingly. "As long as you're back, leave the rest to me." At this moment, Su Xiaoqing's soul began to slowly fade away, and Hoardings quickly called for Lu Chen to put her down.
He then took out a jade pendant from his pocket. "This is my family heirloom."
After saying this, he handed it directly to Lu Chen and indicated that Lu Chen should feed a drop of blood to Su Xiaoqing. Then he could recite the incantation. It was supposed to be a very simple task, but they still encountered a problem. Lu Chen's blood was truly difficult to obtain. No matter what methods he tried, he couldn't pierce his own hand, let alone piercing it. He couldn't even manage to hurt himself. But if it were someone else's blood, it wouldn't sustain Su Xiaoqing's soul. It had to be from a young boy, and he had to be physically strong. Most importantly, he needed to have a strong yang energy. Huadingxi glanced around. There was no one here who met those conditions, not even the first one besides himself. But seeing Su Xiaoqing's body starting to slowly disappear, Lu Chen began to panic. "No way? I risked my life to bring her out, and you're telling me you can't do it." However, Huadingxi suddenly thought of something and hurriedly told Lu Chen there was another way.
"But I don't know if you're willing to do it." Lu Chen immediately told him to stop wasting time and just say it.
Su Xiaoqing's body was disappearing faster and faster, and Huadingxi didn't dare to hide it any longer, immediately telling Lu Chen, "To capture her soul, you don't necessarily need blood. Any liquid from your body will do. For example, saliva. But the current situation is that we don't know if she would be willing to take your saliva." This statement left Lu Chen in a difficult position. It seemed he really couldn't make that decision. He couldn't just force himself on her, could he? As a big man, I obviously don't mind these things. But for a girl. Just as he was halfway through his sentence, Su Xiaoqing lunged at him and kissed him fiercely. Lu Chen hadn't reacted yet when she tightly embraced his head. His mind went blank, with only a few words echoing, "This is my first kiss." Lu Chen felt flustered and immediately tightened his grip on Su Xiaoqing, then pushed her away. Her soft lips separated from his, a long strand of white saliva being pulled out. Then Su Xiaoqing looked at Lu Chen seriously, her eyes filled with affection as she said, "I did it willingly, so don't blame yourself. If you don't mind, I also." Lu Chen looked at her mouth still chewing, feeling a bit shy. After a moment of silence, he turned and squatted down in a corner. "This is ridiculous. Humans and ghosts are on different paths, humans and ghosts are on different paths, humans and ghosts are on different paths." Fortunately, after Su Xiaoqing consumed Lu Chen's saliva, the parts of her body that had disappeared began to slowly coalesce. Huadingxi seemed to have realized something and couldn't help but chuckle a few times. Su Xiaoqing. Given your current situation, you probably won't be able to leave his vicinity of 10 meters in the future. But you can attach yourself to his body. All you need to do is protect the jade pendant in his hand. As long as the pendant is safe, you will be safe. Of course, if the pendant breaks, you will completely disappear. Although I can't help you transcend, this is the only way for you to survive. I'm really sorry. Su Xiaoqing just smiled slightly and then slowly leaned closer. Looking into Huadingxi's pure eyes, she sincerely said, "Thank you." Huadingxi was taken aback. It seemed she didn't care about life and death at all. But that was fine. Listening to her words, Huadingxi also smiled slightly, then lowered his head and gently shook it. At this moment, Su Xiaoqing ran to Lu Chen's back and hugged him tightly. The sudden touch startled Lu Chen, who was already in doubt, and he instantly woke up. He straightened up abruptly, feeling a bit awkward as he turned to say, Su Xiaoqing, you really don't have to do this. Saving people is just my duty, and besides, you could be considered my junior. Now that you've been saved, you can do whatever you want in the future. There's no need to depend on me." Su Shaoqing ignored Lu Chen's words and tightly hugged him, occasionally rubbing her cheek against his back. Lu Chen, who had never comforted anyone before, suddenly felt a bit at a loss. At that moment, Su Shaoqing released him, then took a few small steps to squat in front of Lu Chen, staring at him blankly. Lu Chen could only scratch his head and look elsewhere. Su Shaoqing continued to observe him closely, watching his shy face, and eventually couldn't help but laugh. All right. I thought you were someone who feared nothing, but I didn't expect you to be shy too. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately reacted, wanting to say something, but then he saw Su Shaoqing stick out her tongue at him and make a funny face. Then she transformed into a wisp of light and disappeared before his eyes. It wasn't until the jade pendant in his hand flashed that he picked it up to examine it carefully. At that moment, Hoardings walked up beside Lu Chen, giving him a serious glance. It seemed he wanted to say something, and feeling the awkwardness of the situation, Lu Chen couldn't hold back and gently asked, "What are you doing?" Before he could finish, Hoardings suddenly knelt down and knocked his head 3 times heavily against the ground. Lu Chen, who was already quite confident, became even more confused. Wasn't it just saving you once? There was no need for such a grand gesture, right? Besides, I didn't really help much, I just brought you back. A little money would suffice. Did it really require such a formal ceremony? Now I don't even know how to ask you for some money. They say a man's knees are worth gold, but your legs aren't worth much, right? But it wasn't a solution to let him continue like this, so Lu Chen hurriedly reached out to help him up. No, don't do this. I can't afford it. However, Hoarding still looked at him with a very determined gaze, making Lu Chen too embarrassed to look him in the eye. He could only awkwardly turn his face to indicate that it wasn't necessary. Just then, Hoardings suddenly shouted a few times, "Sir, my name is Hoardings. In the recent battles, I saw in you strength, faith, and a steadfast gaze. I know my abilities are not strong, but I have a heart full of dreams. As long as I can fulfill my ideals, I am willing to do anything." After saying this, he knocked his head heavily on the ground and shouted that phrase, "Please accept me as your disciple." This declaration left Lu Chen even more bewildered. BBB begged me to be your master. You must have hit your head. Lu Chen understood that, putting aside what he could teach him, he didn't even have enough money to support himself, let alone take on a disciple who would eat and drink for free. Unless. At that moment, Hoardings shouted that phrase again. "Sir, if you do not accept me as your disciple, then I will kneel here for the rest of my life until you agree." Lu Chen found this statement strange. Racking his brain to recall, wasn't this just a common trope used in TV dramas for accepting disciples? It was useless, he didn't have the money, and even if Hoardings knelt here for a lifetime, he still couldn't afford to support him. Little did they know, their understanding of each other was pitifully lacking. One only thought of becoming Lu Chen's disciple, while the other was just trying to find a way to get through it. With Hoardings in this state, he couldn't really refuse him, could he? Moreover, he remembered that Hoardings was quite stubborn. If he didn't accept him as a disciple, he might really kneel here for a lifetime. The more Lu Chen thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. What should he do? Perhaps he should agree to him first and then find an opportunity to let him withdraw naturally. Good idea, let's do it this way. Lu Chen said as he awkwardly helped up the person in front of him, Hoardings, and reluctantly added, "All right?" Hearing those 2 words, Hoardings became even more excited. He quickly bowed several times in place. "Thank you, master. I will definitely not let you down." Lu Chen found these words increasingly unreliable. "Don't call me master, it sounds strange." He truly didn't know what he should teach this guy. No, absolutely cannot let that happen. He needed to think of a way to drive him away. But don't get too happy too soon. Becoming my disciple is very strict. If you can't meet my requirements later, don't blame me for kicking you out. Hoardings had long since stopped caring about these things. As long as Lu Chen could keep him around, everything else would be easy to discuss. After saying that, he bowed several more times vigorously, startling Lu Chen into quickly helping him up, preventing him from continuing. The nearby soldiers looked somewhat at a loss. The 2 B-level awakeners and several soldiers stood dumbfounded not far away, speechless in shock. At that moment, they firmly believed that Lu Chen was definitely an extraordinary figure, a person not to be trifled with. The events of that night were truly indescribable. However, things seemed to have come to a conclusion, and the military had thoroughly investigated everything that had happened here. After a while, everything here seemed to be moving towards a calm direction. Today was sunny, a good season for fishing. It was at this moment that many unknown creatures appeared in a river less than 500 meters away. They were enormous in size and numerous in quantity. Because of the arrival of this group of creatures, the river had, in just one day, floated countless dead fish. It seemed that all the creatures in the river had died at that moment.
An A-level team assigned to the task quickly arrived near the river. Upon reaching the scene and seeing the entire river floating with rotting dead fish, even the A-level awakeners, who had seen a lot, felt a chill run down their spines. In less than an hour, so many fish have died. What kind of monster is this? What day is it today? A patrolling uncle in a hat ran over. He reported the situation of the day to his female superior, who was wearing a black leather jacket. It has been a week since the dead fish appeared on the lake's surface, Captain. We have evacuated all the local residents nearby and dispatched 20 ships for underwater searches. So far, we have found nothing. If it continues like this, we will have to send some special personnel to dive and search. Unexpectedly, just as the patrol officer gave these suggestions, he was immediately rebutted. He was also asked a serious, unrelated question. Have all the people nearby been relocated? The patrol officer initially wanted to say that everyone had left, but when he looked up, he suddenly found that the female leader was staring at him intently. It seemed that if he said one wrong word, he would be severely punished by her. Looking somewhat frightened and not daring to offend the female leader, he could only stammer out the actual situation. Report, leader. More than 98% of the local residents have already left. But there are still a few fishermen nearby who haven't left, no matter how we. Before he could finish his sentence, he was inexplicably slapped across the face. When he looked up at the female leader again, he found her expression had changed from serious to extremely angry, and she shouted furiously, "Get lost! If you dare to hide the truth again, then don't bother working here." As soon as these words were spoken, the patrolling personnel could only cover their faces in fear and walk away submissively. The female leader knew that she was the main person responsible for this matter. How could she casually listen to the decisions of ordinary people? The danger of going down to investigate was simply too high, and she was well aware that she couldn't bear it. But if she didn't go down, there would be no other way to find out the cause. No, she had to think of a solution. Just then, the weather suddenly darkened, and before long, it started to rain lightly. The female leader, who had initially paid little attention to the rain, suddenly felt that something was strange about it. Thinking this, she reached out a hand to try to catch the raindrops, wanting to see what was peculiar about them. But the seemingly ordinary water appeared to be different. A droplet fell onto her hand. The female leader, who had not thought much of the rain, instantly widened her pupils, realizing something alarming. That droplet of rain was actually wriggling on her hand. She immediately leaned in to observe closely what this droplet was. To her horror, she discovered that there was a small creature inside, moving frantically at high speed. Moreover, the raindrop that landed on her hand did not break apart. At that moment, the small creature in the droplet seemed to be drawn by something and suddenly burrowed into the female leader's hand. Terrified, she quickly shook off the water on her hand. Then, she nervously shouted at the investigation personnel, "Run! Get to a place where you won't be caught in the rain." After saying this, she immediately rushed to hide in the nearest location. Some staff members still didn't understand what was happening and stood there dumbfounded, staring at the female leader. Some thought it was just a joke, and after looking around for a while without seeing anything happen, they started to laugh. "What's the captain doing? Nothing happened here just now." One of them clapped a hand on the shoulder of a nearby partner, teasingly saying, "It must be you, you little brat," making such a loud noise that it affected the captain. They burst into laughter. The two remained oblivious to what was actually happening, still joking around. Until one of them, while laughing, suddenly had blood and pus streaming from his eyes. Yet he was completely unaware. He continued to laugh madly until blood poured from his mouth and nose. He collapsed to the ground, finally realizing something was wrong with his body. The colleague beside him was also terrified by the scene and fell to the ground. In a panic, he shouted, "Captain! What's going on? What's happening? Captain, there's a problem over here." He frantically tried to escape, but after just a few steps, his own body began to collapse uncontrollably. Although he felt no pain, he could clearly sense that it was as if his body had been hollowed out. Exhausted, he knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, until blood also poured from his mouth, splattering onto his hands. Then, one by one, his teeth fell out, terrifying him as he sat there, horrified, staring at his hands. He screamed madly until he completely died. Others began to experience the same situation one after another. In an instant, the place that had just been filled with laughter turned into a hell on earth. The female leader shouted again, "Quick, hide!" Those who heard her no longer dared to hesitate and ran frantically toward the shelter. But at this point, many people were already beyond saving. Before they could reach the building, they had already died on the way. Watching this terrifying scene, the female leader instantly broke down. This was the first time in over a decade that she had received such a grand task, and now it had gone horribly wrong.
A torrential downpour had come, leaving only 3 B-level awakeners alive, while a large group of ordinary people perished in the infection. The female leader could only kneel on the ground, clenching her fists in frustration. Listening to the frantic pleas of people in the rain, she ultimately couldn't help but shed tears. Meanwhile, in the place where Lu Chen was, it also began to pour heavily. All areas closest to the river had been evacuated. Only Lu Chen had not been notified. This place was simply too remote. No one thought anyone still lived here, so no one came. At that moment, Lu Chen was leisurely planting flowers, completely unaware of the dangers of the rain, and to save water and effort, he had placed the flower pots where the rain could reach them. While scratching his backside, he marveled at how heavy the rain was. At that time, the news broadcasted a latest update. In Kuo Prefecture, there is a new report. The river closest to Kuo Prefecture has been seeing dead fish on the surface of the lake in recent days. Relevant personnel have been dispatched for investigation, and this matter should be resolved soon. Also, those living closer to Kuo Prefecture should be cautious when going out and remember to take precautions. This is the Global Telegraph Station. Thank you for watching, and that concludes today's broadcast. Lu Chen still looked unconcerned and even made a few sarcastic remarks. This news said yesterday that there would be many monsters appearing here, and today it says a lot of fish are dead. Is this TV station reliable? He intended to take a nap, thinking it would be comfortable to sleep while it was raining. But when he stood up and turned around, he discovered that Su Shaoqing was actually lying on his bed, propped up on her legs, reading a book. Lu Chen, feeling a bit impatient, ran over and slapped her on the backside, saying angrily, "You've been lying here all day, hurry up and move so I can sleep." However, Lu Chen's action only made Su Shaoqing act coy. How can you be so rough with someone? After all, I'm a girl. But Lu Chen, being a bit dense, completely ignored this and continued to urge her. "You can go sleep in your jade pendant, stop trying to steal my spot. Do you believe I'll just lock the jade pendant in the cabinet? Let's see if you dare to fight me for the bed again." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Su Shaoqing could only obediently move aside. Although a bit angry, she still sat up reluctantly. "So stingy. No wonder you're single." She made a face and then disappeared. Lu Chen paid no mind to what she said and simply lay down. However, while they were chatting and laughing inside, the flowers behind them withered in an instant. In a vast open space, there were neatly arranged 18 tombstones. The autumn wind blew, and a few leaves fell onto the tombstones. Hoarding sat beside one of the tombstones with a few flowers in hand. "Sigh, why has autumn come so quickly this year? My dad often said that autumn is the season of decay. When I was young, I didn't understand what that meant, but now it seems." As he spoke, Hoardings covered his forehead and chuckled coldly. The 18 tombstones before him belonged to the 18 people who had previously joined him in battling the boss. He never expected that after just participating in a task, they would be completely separated. It's quite funny to think about. Just a few days ago, we were eating, drinking, and laughing together, and now I can only sit here and admire the flowers with you. Life can be like this sometimes. After saying that, he fell silent by the tombstones. At that moment, an aged hand suddenly appeared behind Hoddings, resting beside his arm. A well-dressed, very friendly-looking uncle stood behind Hoddings. This man was Hoddings' second uncle. "Dings, don't be too sad," he said. "You should know that when you step onto the path of the awakened, you should have anticipated today. You should be grateful that you are still alive here, rather than mourning their deaths. If they could see you, they would probably be quite saddened. Take care." Lu Chen didn't respond much. He simply closed his eyes and stood still for a while before placing the flowers down and leaving. His second uncle wanted to ask Hoddings, "Where are you going?" Hoddings turned back to glance at him and softly said, "I've taken on a master, and now I need to go practice with him. He doesn't like others to wait too long, so I have to hurry. Next time I have time, I'll catch up with you, uncle." With that, he vanished from the spot. The words he left behind deeply affected his second uncle. In the eyes of the family, Hoddings had always looked down on everyone since he was young. No one could catch his eye. He dismissed those weaker than him and found those stronger lacking in talent compared to him. Thus, he had never found anyone stronger or more talented than himself. But now he had actually taken on a master. If that person wasn't strong, it would be impossible for him to lower his noble head and willingly become a disciple. Who could that person be? Curiosity, once planted, can never be quelled. "Ah, my flowers! Which bastard killed all my flowers? Get out here right now!" Lu Chen had intended to get up to use the bathroom, but was horrified to find that his once vibrant flowers had all withered and died. This filled him with immense anger, vowing to make the person who secretly killed his flowers pay the price. Just as Hoddings arrived at the entrance of Lu Chen's building, he heard Lu Chen's heart-wrenching roar. Startled, he rushed in, fearing something had happened. It wasn't until Haddings kicked open Lu Chen's door that he found Lu Chen squatting there, looking lost.
He kept muttering, "My flowers, my flowers, my flowers." Haddings thought something serious had occurred and hurried to Lu Chen's side, anxiously asking, "Master, what happened? Why do you look so dejected?" Lu Chen merely glared at Haddings with a sullen face. "You're here, my flowers." At that moment, Haddings also heard what Lu Chen was saying and quickly looked towards the withered plants at the door. He walked over, picked a wilted flower, and wiped it. Then he brought it to his nose to smell. It shouldn't be like this. When he arrived yesterday, these flowers were perfectly fine. But there were no pesticide residues on this flower. It couldn't have wilted naturally. If it wasn't poisoned or sun-dried, what could have happened? Just as he finished this thought, he was horrified to find a small bug on his hand. It was desperately trying to burrow into Haddings' hand. Unfortunately, Haddings' gloves were made of titanium alloy. Not even a small bug could damage them, let alone a grenade explosion. Haddings hurried to Lu Chen's side to explain the situation with the bug. Upon learning that these little bugs had killed his flowers, Lu Chen's anger surged. In recent days, he had already suffered greatly from these little bugs and shrimp. Clearly, this group of bastards is ridiculously small, and their combat power is lacking. But they always manage to break my defenses. As I spoke, I bit my hand in anger, glaring at the withered flowers. I was at odds with those little bugs. I immediately pulled out a can of insecticide and sprayed it forcefully into the withered flowers, trying to vent all my frustration from the past few days on these bugs. I sprayed the insecticide frantically beside the flowers and plants. Hodgins also noticed that these bugs seemed to be causing a lot of trouble for the teacher. So he stood firmly beside Lu Chen, looking at him earnestly. "Don't worry, teacher, I will help you exterminate these bugs." As soon as he finished speaking, a mass of flames gathered in his hand. Insecticide is useless, but flames might not be. At that moment, Lu Chen saw his wicked expression and immediately stopped Hodgins from proceeding. He certainly didn't want this brat to breathe fire in his house. "Stop, stop, stop. Let's put the bug issue aside for now. Why are you here today?" Hodgins paused for a moment, then took a step back and bowed deeply. "I came today to train with you, teacher. Please teach me how to become stronger." Lu Chen was speechless. Did this brat take my words as mere wind in his ears? It turned out Lu Chen had previously said that to become his disciple, one must first be able to handle spicy food. This was just the first condition, and the main reason Lu Chen could state this was that he had heard Hodgins say before that he couldn't eat spicy food. Now, I had posed a question he was bound to fail, which clearly meant I was rejecting him. I didn't expect this brat to still dare to come, and Hodgins had come precisely for this matter. He immediately shouted, "Yes, teacher. I came here this time to fulfill the first condition you set for me. I brought the spiciest items in the city. You can check their spiciness. If you think they are not enough, please instruct me. I can eat anything." Lu Chen was also taken aback for a moment, then looked at the several large bags at the door. At this moment, Su Shaoqing, hearing there was food, immediately floated out from the jade pendant. She hurriedly ran to the bags, picking them up while politely thanking Hodgins, her eyes filled with the snacks before her. Lu Chen felt something was amiss. If this little girl ate everything, wouldn't he get nothing? Thinking of this, he immediately pointed at Su Shaoqing and shouted angrily, "Put that down right now. What are you, a spirit, doing eating? I'll buy you 2 incense sticks later." Su Shaoqing just stared blankly at Lu Chen, remaining silent for a while. Then she suddenly opened the bags of snacks and began shoving them into her mouth frantically. Seeing such a terrifying scene, Lu Chen immediately took a step forward and crashed into her, and the two began to fight over the food. Hodgins beside them was completely bewildered. "Wait, weren't these bags of snacks meant for my test? What is happening now?" The rain had stopped. However, this rain had brought about a disaster. The female leader also stepped out from her cover, looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, her heart already lost in confusion. At that moment, her communication device rang. "Ding ding, can you hear me? Zhu Qing? What's the situation on your side?" It turned out that the female leader's real name was Zhu Qing, and because her identity was somewhat special, this mission was her first real combat experience. She was still a B-level awakener, recognized globally as the strongest B-level awakener. Under normal circumstances, she could directly advance to A-level awakener. Due to her complete lack of practical experience, she had not yet been granted the title of A-level awakened. This mission was meant to prove herself, which is why she accepted it. But now, she had messed up. Not only had she failed to find any clues about the monsters, but she had also lost so many people. Zhu Qing could no longer contain her emotions and fell to her knees. She could forego the title of A-level awakened, but please do not take these innocent lives. At the same time, 2 B-level awakened, who had come with her, approached from behind.
One was named Tang Hua, and the other Xu Wei Chao. Both were her best partners from the past, but Zhu Qing was slightly more outstanding than them, which is why she had reached the pinnacle of B-level awakened. They respected Zhu Qing's strength, but they did not want to see her in such a state of despair. Tang Hua lit a cigarette, tilted his head back, and exhaled. The smoke seemed oppressive in the dim light. Zhu Qing, don't be like this. You've done your best. In this situation, if it were anyone else, the outcome wouldn't be any better. You warned them from the start, they just didn't listen. You've done well. Xu Wei Chao looked at Zhu Qing with sadness. Perhaps this was the first time she had cried so heartbreakingly. Usually, she was very strong. The communication device in Zhu Qing's hand kept reminding her of what was happening here. However, there was still no response from this side. Let her be for a moment. At that moment, a massive figure suddenly appeared in the river, moving at an incredible speed. Tang Hua immediately sensed the terrifying aura and quickly dropped his cigarette, taking a combat stance. He then shouted, "Quick, there's something in the water." Xu Wei Chao and Zhu Cheng were startled and immediately entered a combat-ready state. But after a while, the imagined monster did not appear. That huge black figure merely zipped past without surfacing or doing anything. However, Tang Hua's perception was very strong. That thing had just passed by, and the tension instantly enveloped him. He was sure that if that monster charged at them, the three of them might not be able to win. Xu Wei Chao anxiously asked Tang Hua, "What's happening? Why is your face so red?" It turned out that Tang Hua had a very special ability. Whenever a powerful enemy appeared before him, his skin would turn red due to the sudden heat. The degree of redness indicated the strength of the opponent. No one had ever made Tang Hua's face turn so red in such a short time. Even when he faced 3A-level awakened alone before, he had never turned this red. But now, Tang Hua's appearance frightened both Zhu Cheng and Xu Wei Chao, making them lose confidence. Xu Wei Chao grew anxious and blurted out, "I'm done. Whoever wants to continue can go ahead. That thing in the water is not something we can handle." But as soon as he said this, Tang Hua got angry. He rushed up and grabbed Xu Wei Chao by the collar, loudly rebuking him. "What the hell are you saying? The battle hasn't even started, and you're already so downcast. Are you not a person of responsibility?" "Ah!" Xu Wei Chao pushed Tang Hua away, not wanting to listen to his nonsense. "If you want to die, go die by yourself, don't drag me into it. Don't you understand your own physical condition? What's the difference between us waiting here and waiting to die? It's not that I'm weak, but you should wake up a bit. Are you really going to risk your life for a mission?" The two were about to start fighting when Zhu Qing spoke up. She looked at her two partners, with whom she had once fought side by side. No matter how conflicted she felt inside, she couldn't joke about life and death. Even if this was her only chance to advance to an A-level awakener. "Stop arguing. Xu Wei Chao is right, I can't take on this mission. Let's go." Tang Hua wanted to persuade her further but was stopped again by Zhu Qing. "I've made up my mind, there's no need for further discussion. If you still consider me your captain, then obey my orders and leave quickly." With that, she turned and walked away. After hearing this, Xu Wei Chao and Tang Hua fell silent, watching Zhu Qing's departing figure. Perhaps at this moment, she was the one who felt the most unwilling. Meanwhile, not far away, an unusual phenomenon occurred in a water tank. The water surface inexplicably became murky. It was as if something was writhing beneath. Such a situation usually only arises when large creatures are fighting in the water, causing such significant turbidity. But strangely, the water level was not chaotic at all. Instead, it was unusually calm, showing no signs of a struggle. Just then, a fisherman appeared by the water's edge. He was an elderly man, wearing a straw hat and a raincoat, leisurely preparing to fish on the lake. He occasionally muttered complaints. These officials, with nothing better to do, just know how to fool us common folks. Yesterday they said this place often has monsters, and today they say fishing is prohibited in this lake. I've lived here for most of my life, how could I not know if there are monsters? Such talk can only fool the young, they won't fool me. After venting, he continued to cast his net, humming a folk song now and then. In this gloomy weather, the murky lake always gave a sense of oppression. The old fisherman didn't take it seriously and thought this was the best season for fishing. Most of the time, fish preferred this kind of weather. He planned to row his bamboo raft further into deeper waters. He also brought along a few cormorants, birds specifically trained for fishing, to help him catch fish more quickly. Gliding leisurely on the lake, he soon arrived at a deeper part of the river. At the same time, he was surprised to discover the murky area. Based on years of experience, this situation usually indicated that a large school of fish was active below. Today is going to be profitable. He joked a bit. "Hey, yesterday they said there were a lot of dead fish floating on the river. Why didn't I see any?" Unbeknownst to him, the bamboo raft had drifted to the center of the lake, and the fisherman immediately put down his fishing rod, intending to release the birds for catching. The moment the birds were released, they disappeared into the water.
The fisherman didn't pay much attention, as this was quite normal.
Thinking to himself, he began to set up the large net, planning to make a big catch. Just as he was feeling pleased with his cleverness, the bamboo raft suddenly shook violently. It felt as if something had bumped into it. Startled, he lost his balance and nearly fell into the river. Fortunately, the fisherman reacted quickly, bracing himself against the raft, and managed to avoid disaster.
But what had just happened? The fisherman felt a bit uneasy. What could be causing such calm water to behave this way? Could it be a big fish?
The fisherman, feeling a bit flustered, swallowed hard but decided not to take it too seriously. The few birds that had been released into the water had not made a sound since. The fisherman began to sense that something was off. He tried tapping on the bamboo slip, intending to call the birds back, but after a long while of knocking, he still saw no sign of them. Since he had hurriedly set out to sea today, he hadn't tied their feet with ropes, so he was now unsure of their situation.
Logically, they should have come up for air by now.
The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, but there was nothing he could do. He could only sit on the bamboo slip, nervously slapping it. Not far from the lake's surface, it seemed something had splashed, creating a ripple. The fisherman suddenly stumbled backward, almost falling into the lake. At that moment, the lake's surface had become eerily quiet, and the fisherman began to feel fear creeping in. Just then, another spot splashed, and every so often, a small splash would break the surface, making the fisherman unable to endure the tension any longer. He immediately grabbed the paddle beside him and frantically slapped the water, trying to scare away whatever was lurking beneath.
But after his wild flailing, the lake seemed to have truly quieted down.
The fisherman gasped for breath, nervously looking around, and after a while, once the water calmed, he finally relaxed his racing heart.
However, beneath his bamboo slip, countless heads seemed to have appeared, and he was completely unaware. I want to eat too, I want to eat too.
At that moment, Lu Chen was sitting in front of the television, one hand munching on spicy strips while the other was holding Su Xiaoqing's face to prevent her from coming over to eat. No amount of her pleading would work. Meanwhile, Hoddings could only sit behind Lu Chen, eating the large basket of chili peppers in front of him, one by one.
"Teacher, are you sure you want me to eat these?"
His mouth was bright red, tears streaming down his face. It turned out that Lu Chen had picked a basket of chili peppers from the mountains for Hoddings to eat, just so he could enjoy all the snacks by himself, leaving none for Su Xiaoqing.
Lu Chen picked at his teeth, sweating profusely. "Just listen to me.
As long as you eat that entire basket of chili peppers, you'll have passed the first test." With that, he took another big bite of the spicy strips in his hand. At that moment, the television was broadcasting an advertisement from last month. It read that today was a clearance sale at the department store. Due to the poor location of Kwa State, we have to clear out all these items. Today, everything is 90% off. Only for one day, only for one day.
This advertisement seemed to open a new world for Lu Chen.
The spicy strip in his mouth fell out in shock. He stared blankly at the advertisement, tears streaming down his face. There's hope. We're finally saved this month with that. He immediately slammed the spicy strip he was holding onto the ground, then obediently sat down to eat it.
Hoddings looked bewildered, and Su Xiaoqing had no idea what had suddenly gotten into him.
Taking advantage of his distraction, she quickly snatched a pack of spicy strips and devoured it. Lu Chen, however, grabbed Su Xiaoqing and shook her body wildly.
"We have all our meals covered this month. Hurry, let's pack up, we still have time to go."
After saying this, he quickly gathered his things and headed out, leaving the two still dazed in the room.
Hoddings could never understand what Lu Chen was up to, until a news report appeared on the television.
Kwa State has recently experienced many supernatural phenomena, with fish dying mysteriously and birds disappearing without a trace. Even some military units sent to investigate the incident have not been spared. And we still have not been able to identify the main source of these reasons, so those who have not evacuated from Kwa Province should leave this place quickly. This news is only broadcast on the Kwa Province channel. Anyone who sees this news, please leave Kwa Province immediately.
Attention, this is an emergency notice, an emergency notice.
After saying this, the television displayed a red emergency alert that kept flashing. At this moment, Hortons had already left the scene. He seemed to understand what Lu Chen was planning to do. It seemed I was too superficial and almost failed to grasp the teacher's meaning. To be able to identify where the danger was in such a short time on a single television channel? This subtle control of details was simply terrifying. It seemed I had to work twice as hard. However, at this moment, Lu Chen knew nothing and was completely different from Horton's imagination.
He simply wanted to take advantage of this great bargain and go get those things for free. On the other side, the city closest to the most dangerous river was now completely deserted. Apart from some leaves blown down by a gentle breeze, there were no living people to be seen on the entire street. In the very center of this city, a restaurant housed a dozen people. These individuals were the survey team that had previously explored by the lake, Zhu Qing, Shui Chao, Tang Hua, and others. When this team first arrived here, there were over 100 people, but now only 12 remained. Zhu Qing picked up a glass of beer and gulped it down. She wanted to use the effects of alcohol to get herself drunk, unable to face the fact that her companions had died. She felt extremely guilty, because she wanted to achieve merit. She had dragged so many people down with her. The more she thought about it, the worse she felt, and she opened another bottle of beer, downing it in one go. Shui Chao saw this and hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. Shui Chao understood that Zhu Qing was never someone who could handle alcohol. Normally, when they had meals together, Zhu Qing could never drink more than 2 bottles of beer. Yet now, she had already consumed at least 20 bottles. And looking at her, there was no sign of her getting drunk. Her face was flushed, and she was even somewhat disoriented. But she still showed no intention of stopping. Everyone present knew that if Zhu Qing continued to drink like this, something would definitely go wrong. So they all rushed to stop her. "Captain, you can't drink anymore. If you keep drinking like this, you'll lose your life." At this moment, Zhu Qing had long since stopped listening to what they were saying. She just turned to look at them with a somewhat dazed expression. Then she continued to lift the bottle to her mouth. Even when everyone rushed over to stop her, she showed no signs of stopping. She forcefully pushed everyone away. Staggering to her feet, she extended her finger, pointing at everyone present. "Who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in my affairs? Yes, I have no ability to save them, but do I not even have the right to drink? You all are making such a fuss over a little drinking. Is it that deep down, everyone wishes for my death so that you can take my place? Is that it?" The more Zhu Qing spoke, the more agitated she became, frightening those around her. "Let me tell you, if you want to take my place, you are still far from it." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhu Qing was suddenly slapped hard. The force of the slap knocked her to the ground. Covering her face, her emotions instantly flared up. She had initially wanted to teach the person who hit her a lesson, but when she looked up, she found everyone staring at her seriously. Among them, Tang Hua stood at the front, still holding the posture from just having slapped her. The cigarette in his mouth had also been dropped. Zhu Qing did not expect it to be Tang Hua who had hit her, because among all the people present, Wisteria was the best to herself. Yet now, he looked at himself with a disappointed expression. "Have you had enough of this? I didn't follow you back then just to see you cry. You need to get up right now. We truly don't have the right to take your place, because only you deserve that position. But the person I admired is not the you of now." Upon hearing these words, Zhu Qing suddenly realized, sitting there like a child who had made a mistake, looking at everyone in confusion. Then she raised her hands to look at them. "Yeah, when did I become like this?" At that moment, she wanted to cry but couldn't. Forget it. In the end, Zhu Qing held back her tears. Wisteria seemed to notice that she had come to terms with it. After saying that, he reached out his hand. The sunlight broke through the dark clouds and shone on his face. Zhu Qing wiped her face and reached out her hand, intending to take his hand and stand up. But just as she grasped halfway, an explosion suddenly occurred in front of her. The powerful shockwave shattered everything in the private room. Zhu Qing fell to the ground due to the sudden loss of weight. Smoke filled the air. Zhu Qing waved her hand to brush off the dust in front of her, waiting for the smoke to slowly clear, and sunlight to shine in. When she looked up, she was horrified to find a gigantic humanoid fish monster before her. One hand was gripping Wisteria's head, and its eyes were fixed on her. Wisteria's skin turned red in an instant. Given this situation, it seemed that what stood before her was an incredibly terrifying absolute powerhouse. A fishman, towering at least 5 or 6 meters tall, muscular and covered in scales, was holding Wisteria with one hand, standing right in front of her. Under the sunlight, with every breath it took, its body seemed to boil, emitting thick white smoke. At this moment, Zhu Qing was utterly terrified. She wanted to resist but didn't know what to do. She could only frantically fumble around for something nearby, and after grabbing a wine bottle, she quickly held it in front of her, adopting a defensive posture. Upon seeing Zhu Qing's movement, the fishman casually tossed Wisteria aside. It walked over to Zhu Qing. Looking at this weak human, it crouched down. After observing her closely, it slowly opened its mouth. Some white gas also escaped from its mouth. Then it emitted a terrifying whisper. SSSSSSS. She saw the 2 gills beside its ears vibrating wildly, and its eyes grew immensely large with its roar. A pair of ferocious eyes and a gigantic mouth appeared before Zhu Qing.
Under the sunlight, that face was incredibly terrifying. Zhu Qing's psychological defenses completely shattered, and the wine bottle in her hand fell to the ground. The sound of the bottle shattering on the floor deeply attracted the attention of the fishman. In that brief moment, Shuichao suddenly charged out, holding a high-temperature concentrated heat sword. This sword could raise its temperature to 300 degrees Celsius in a short time. Coupled with her special ability, she could instantly increase the temperature to 800 degrees Celsius. Almost anything physical would be instantly cut through upon contact with this sword. Even steel would smoke upon touching it. At that moment, Shuichao seized the opportunity while the fishman was relaxed and charged out. At such a close distance, no one could dodge. This strike was sure to hit. However, reality is always so unexpected. Just as Shuichao's sword was mere millimeters away from the fishman's neck, a gigantic fist smashed directly into her face. The tremendous impact combined with powerful inertia instantly shattered the entire body of Shuichao. All the equipment on him fell apart under the force of that punch. Yet the merman before him couldn't even be bothered to glance at Shuichao, fixated instead on Zhu Qing. The moment Shuichao was sent flying, the merman moved. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Shuichao. Before Shuichao even hit the ground, he was violently grabbed by the entire body. With a fierce squeeze, all the bones in Shuichao's body were instantly crushed. The overwhelming pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. But that monstrous strength showed no signs of stopping, tightening its grip even more. The pressure caused blood to rush to his head, filling his abdomen and stomach with blood. Blood began to seep from his mouth, nostrils, and eyes. The pain and suffocation rendered him speechless, leaving him to cry out in agony. Ah! A sense of despair surged within him. Zhu Qing could do nothing but kneel there, staring blankly at everything happening before her. Memories of the president's words echoed in her mind. Zhu Qing, you are a good child, talented and hardworking. It's just a pity that you lack awareness. If there ever comes a day when you can fully understand what awareness is, I believe you will become a world-class powerhouse. At that time, Zhu Qing did not understand the meaning of those words. She thought it was just the president's way of painting a grand picture for her. No matter how hard she tried, she could not change her fate as a B-level awakener. It seemed that if one was fortunate, they were destined to be strong, while she, with her misfortune, could only be the abandoned one. She would never become a powerhouse. Meanwhile, Lu Chen and the others were planning to head to the city center for a clearance sale, but on the way, they discovered a river. Lu Chen stopped at that moment. He clearly remembered this river, the one he often swam in with his friends when he was a child. Nothing had changed here. The only significant change was that it was no longer lively. Now, there wasn't a single person around. Lu Chen took out his phone to check the time, 12:30. The clearance sale started at 2 o'clock, so it seemed a bit early to go now. With that thought, he walked to the riverbank. This river truly hadn't changed at all. As he spoke, he squatted down and splashed some water on his face with both hands. The refreshing sensation brought back memories of his carefree childhood. He then took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Su Shaoqing floated out, lazily asking, "What are you doing, senior? I remember there's a sewage pit upstream. After the dean found out, he forbade us from swimming here. Why are you washing your face here?" Hearing this, Lu Chen was instantly dumbfounded. Is that true? But looking at Su Shaoqing's serious face, he began to feel something was off. Lost in thought, he quickly stood up and wiped his face with his clothes. What the hell? Why didn't you say it earlier? No wonder it smelled so weird. Oh my god. You Thailand Botyen hashtag and #euro. Lu Chen pointed at Su Shaoqing, speechless. The beautiful memories had now turned into a cesspool. Feeling embarrassed in front of Su Shaoqing was no different from being caught secretly eating feces. At that moment, Hattings also caught up. Seeing Lu Chen and Su Shaoqing, he hurried over. Then he bowed deeply in front of Lu Chen. I'm really sorry, teacher. I didn't understand your meaning right away. But don't worry, it won't happen again in the future. Hajin's inexplicable behavior left Lu Chen speechless. However, seeing his serious expression, Lu Chen couldn't say that he didn't understand anything. He could only pretend and say, "Oh, thick. You mean this, huh? It's nothing. Just don't let it happen next time." He. Embarrassed, Lu Chen really didn't know what else to say. At that moment, Hajin seemed to have understood something and shouted loudly, "Yes, teacher." Lu Chen was startled and a bit dazed. Su Shaoqing could only express her anger silently, pushing Lu Chen's shoulder and whispering, "What kind of love potion did you give him? What did he understand from you?" Lu Chen shyly replied, "To be honest, I don't know if you believe me." Thus, the three of them stood there, confused, looking at each other. How about we just leave it at that for today? I still have some things to do in the city.
I'm leaving now."
After saying that, he turned and ran off, and Hodgins quickly chased after him. Lu Chen was still shouting, "Hey, why are you following me?" The two of them walked further and further away. But when they completely disappeared from the surface of the lake, a skeleton suddenly floated up. It was just a moment, and the skeleton was dragged back down again.
There was something in the lake. In the center of the city.
The fishman was tightly gripping the water plants, trying to crush them to pieces. At that moment, the fishman suddenly felt a sharp pain in its leg, as if it had been pricked by something. Looking down, it discovered that Zhu Qing had stabbed a knife deep into its thigh, and she was pushing it in forcefully. However, even so, it didn't cause any substantial harm.
Instead, it angered the fishman.
It casually tossed aside the water plants in its hand and slowly turned to squat down to look at Zhu Qing. Yet, it still had no intention of attacking her, only slowly raising a finger to point at her chest. It emitted that strange sound once again.
Zhu Qing didn't understand what it meant.
She wanted to resist, but lacking combat experience, she still didn't dare to act.
Moreover, this monster was many times stronger than her. The suffocating feeling was almost making her unable to breathe. "If you're going to kill me, just do it, don't stand in front of me."
As soon as she finished speaking, a claw mark was drawn across her chest. But this scratch didn't injure her flesh, it merely tore her clothing. At the moment her clothes were torn, a strange totem appeared on Zhu Qing's chest. The pattern depicted a large fish circling a pillar, seemingly praying for something.
The fishman just stared blankly.
Zhu Qing also noticed that the fishman seemed interested in the pattern on her chest. As for how the pattern on her chest appeared, she didn't know. She only remembered that her father had said the pattern had been there since she was little. No matter if she washed it with water, burned it with fire, took medicine, or underwent surgery, the pattern couldn't be removed.
It was like a curse, forever imprinted there.
Since it didn't cause any discomfort to Zhu Qing's body, she had never dealt with the pattern.
But now, this fishman seemed very interested in it.
Taking advantage of the fishman's distraction, Zhu Qing secretly reached behind her back and took out the small knife she had prepared earlier. Just as the fishman slowly leaned in to get a better look at the pattern on her chest, Zhu Qing slowly pulled out the small knife.
The enormous fish head was slowly approaching, and a terrifying sense of pressure enveloped Zhu Qing's entire body.
Zhu Qing had imagined that this monster was massive, but she never expected that as the fish head drew near, it could be so horrifyingly large. Perhaps it was the better lighting outside, but a gigantic eye appeared before Zhu Qing, so large that it was even bigger than her entire body. Moreover, at this distance, she could almost touch it with a slight reach. But she was afraid. She feared that if she attacked the fishman, she would provoke it completely. She was terrified. She believed that the fishman would not harm her, as it had shown no intention of attacking her from the beginning. Holding on to a glimmer of hope, Zhu Qing hesitated to act. Until that eye was less than 10 centimeters away from her. It was almost within reach, and she would surely hit it if she struck. But the fear had paralyzed her, making it impossible to draw the knife.
Then, that eye blinked. Liquid moistened its entire surface.
Zhu Qing stared at the enormous eye, and amidst the tension and fear, she gradually calmed down. The giant eye reflected Zhu Qing's figure. She looked into the fishman's eye and saw her own trembling, disheveled self, and memories from the past began to resurface in her mind. Zhu Qing was resting on her father's shoulder, proudly looking around. She tugged at her father's hair and curiously asked, "Daddy, what do you do for work?" Her father was puzzled, wondering why his daughter would ask such things, but he gently patted her head a few times.
"Little Zhu Zhu, who taught you to ask that?"
The young Zhu Qing, not one to lie, replied blankly, "It was the teacher who told me to ask."
"Daddy, what exactly do you do for work?"
Her father looked down and smiled slightly.
"Actually, Daddy is a great hero." Young Zhu Qing looked confused. "What is a hero? Can they buy me delicious food?"
Zhu Qing's father chuckled, "Little Zhu Zhu, heroes can't be eaten.
Heroes are meant to save the world.
Although they can't eat, they can help more people eat safely."
Listening to her father's words, young Zhu Qing was incredibly happy. "Wow, that's amazing. Then when I grow up, I want to be a hero too. I want everyone in the world to be able to eat lots and lots of food." Zhu Qing's father, hearing his daughter's first realization, happily picked her up.
He looked at her seriously.
"Daughter, not everyone can be a hero."
Zhu Qing stared blankly at her father.
"What do I need to do to become one?" Her father patted Zhu Qing's head again. "A hero?
It's about daring to do what others are afraid to do, going where others are afraid to go, and fighting what others are afraid to fight. When they need protection, you dare to be the first to stand up. When facing a powerful enemy, you dare to stand at the forefront. If on the battlefield, you lack the courage to fight, then you have already lost the only standard to be a hero." These words struck Zhu Qing like a crashing wave, hitting her squarely in the forehead. At the same time, they echoed in her heart in the days that followed. Even now, it remains so. Thinking of this, Zhu Qing suddenly jolted awake. She stared intently at that enormous eye, her reflection disappearing within it. However, the dejected and weak expression she had just shown was long gone. In its place was her unwavering resolve and a cold gaze. Without a word, Zhu Qing immediately drew the dagger from her back and, with an extremely swift motion, slashed fiercely at that giant eye, then gathered her strength and instantly stabbed toward that eye. Blood gushed out from that eye in an instant. However, Zhu Qing's assault showed no signs of weakening. After slashing the eye, she vanished and reappeared at the back of the fishman. She frantically hacked at its neck. Feeling the pain, the fishman gathered strength in both hands and slammed a fist into its back. But Zhu Qing was already gone from behind it. The two hands that struck its back were instantly chopped to pieces. Zhu Qing then appeared again at its legs, pulling out another sword embedded in its limb, merging the two swords into one. Countless strikes tore mercilessly at the fishman's vital joints. With both hands severed, the fishman struggled to kick Zhu Qing away and create distance, but when it kicked forward, it realized its leg had been broken without it noticing. When it looked up again, it found Zhu Qing had sheathed her sword and was standing right in front of it. The fishman's head fell to the ground. Zhu Qing flicked the dagger in her hand lightly and licked the blood off the blade with her tongue. Her cold, ruthless gaze had already proven her resolve. At that moment, Zhu Qing's eyes were incredibly firm, as if such events had become utterly commonplace. The previous signs of weakness had long vanished. Now, she was fearless. "I'm sorry, comrades." At this moment, Zhu Qing had completely awakened. Her gaze was resolute and indifferent, her strikes merciless. She finally understood a truth: never harbor any emotions on the battlefield. If one always clung to a sense of luck, they did not deserve to stand at the forefront, nor did they deserve to be the hero spoken of by their father. She immediately ran to the water grass and vine flowers to provide treatment. The vine flower had only been hit on the head and had fainted. However, the water grass was injured severely, with nearly all its bones broken. Its organs were damaged, and it was losing blood rapidly. If it weren't for the fact that it still had a breath left, it would have been declared dead. Zhu Qing could feel that Shui Chao was still holding on with the last of its faith, but wanting to save him, she felt utterly powerless. Looking at his pained expression, Zhu Qing's heart ached even more. She didn't want to lose this comrade, nor did she want him to suffer any longer. In such a situation, the only chance for survival was to find a higher-level healer. But there were no high-level healers in Guizhou. The nearest high-level healer was over 1,000 kilometers away. This distance made it impossible to transport Shui Chao in his current condition. Zhu Qing knelt on the ground in frustration, pounding the earth beside the water grass. Recalling just moments ago, he had been saying he didn't want to lose his life here for nothing, always thinking about being the first to retreat. But at the critical moment, why did he rush out? Why did he save me? Why? Why? At that moment, Zhu Qing couldn't understand. She didn't want to think, only helplessly sitting there, praying for Shui Chao to hold on. Until a hand gently touched her, Zhu Qing noticed something was brushing against her hand. When she slowly lifted her head, she saw Shui Chao's hand moving. Seeing this, Zhu Qing anxiously grasped his hand tightly. "Shui Chao, it's okay, it's okay. With me here, the monster has already been driven away. You won't be in danger anymore." But even this had no effect. Shui Chao understood in his heart that he wouldn't survive, but he didn't want to see Zhu Qing looking so sad. Holding onto his last breath, he softly said, "Boss, don't be like this. You're my leader." As he spoke, blood flowed from his mouth again. "You said you would definitely take us to become those world-renowned heroes. But now, I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for that time. I hope you can witness our glory for me." At that moment, sunlight streamed in, casting a glow on the face of the water grass. With his last breath, he smiled. Looking at the heartbroken Zhu Qing before him, he completely left this world. Zhu Qing could no longer control her emotions and broke down into tears. At that moment, a voice came from behind her. "Captain, let's go. I think he would want to fight alongside you until death. He would probably be happy on the other side." At this time, Manhwa had already awakened, holding a cigarette and standing behind Zhu Qing. However, upon waking, she saw the last thing she wanted to see. After taking a deep drag, she exhaled. She walked over to Zhu Qing and grabbed her clothes. Then, she seriously warned Zhu Qing again. "The longer we stay here, the more dangerous it becomes. That monster just now was not even the strongest, and there are more than just those monsters. Compared to the reaction we had by the lakeside before, that fishman just now was merely a small fry." Zhu Qing's pupils widened at these words. She immediately drew her sword, intending to eradicate all the fish. Manhwa hurriedly stepped forward to stop her.
Zhu Qing, calm down. Zhu Qing stared blankly at Tanghua, who was blocking her way.
After a moment, she sheathed her sword. She stood in silence.
Indeed, I was too impulsive. At the very least, I can't let Tanghua die with me.
After thinking for a long time, she chose to listen to Tanghua. She didn't want Tanghua to die in front of her again. Tanghua saw her realization and comfortingly walked in front of her, softly saying, "I'm also very upset, Captain.
But what can we do now?
However, I can guarantee that if one day I become strong enough, I will definitely avenge Xu Weichao." Saying this, she grabbed Zhu Qing's hand.
Let's go.
Zhu Qing lowered her head and did not cause any more trouble, she simply followed her. But suddenly, an old soldier appeared at the door, trembling as he spoke.
We can't leave. Tanghua was taken aback and looked up. They're already here.
After saying this, Tanghua was horrified to discover that not far in the middle of the city, a large group of fish monsters had appeared.
Each one was quite large. It was the fish school.
Among them was a particularly strange fish monster, covered in what looked like dragon scales, right in the center. All the fish monsters seemed to be centered around it, while it lazily looked around, as if it didn't take this seriously at all. Just then, they all stopped. Only the most peculiar fish monster continued to walk forward. Upon reaching the center, it stopped and looked at Tanghua and the others with a disdainful gaze, one ear digging for earwax.
Ah, that cockroach brother, still saying he would rule the world with me. Really good at boasting, getting taken out before it even started.
I was excited for a few nights for nothing.
It seems that ruling the world can only be done by me.
After saying this, it looked at Zhu Qing with an indifferent expression.
You are the strongest here? I heard you took out my messenger. Wow, you have some skills.
At this point, Tanghua had already given up on fighting, as this was a battle that was simply impossible to win. She could only wait for death, drenched in cold sweat. A figure walked past her. Tanghua turned her head to see Zhu Qing, whose eyes were filled with determination. She stood in front of her, her expression intense, slowly drawing her sword.
Very well, I no longer need to look for you. Finally, I can take you down one by one. The Fish King also noticed Zhu Qing's reaction. It seems you still want to resist?
As he spoke, he waved his hand with great interest. The fish monsters behind him charged out as if they had received an order. They rushed forward at an incredible speed, like a wild bull that had broken free from its reins, smashing through all obstacles in their path. Tanghua, feeling tense, immediately picked up his weapon, and within a 20-meter radius beneath his feet, wild grass grew instantly. This was his ability. As long as someone intruded into this patch of grass, they would be instantly bound. Even if they were on his side and not wearing special clothing, they would still be ensnared. The moment a few fish monsters stepped onto the lawn, the vines immediately bound their feet. No matter how strong they were, once bound, they could not move, only struggling wildly in place. Seeing this, the other fish monsters did not slow down. Instead, they quickened their pace, preparing to leap with explosive force the moment they touched the lawn. Their entire bodies charged forward like missiles. This terrifying pressure made Tanghua fall to the ground immediately. Just as the mass was about to collide, a figure appeared in front of him. It was Zhu Qing. Near the city gate, 3 figures were slowly approaching. It was Lu Chen and his companions. Although their purpose this time was to buy groceries, they couldn't help but comment, "Is this really a city? There's not a single person around. There are fewer people here than at the entrance of my village in a 5th-tier city." Hua Dings quickly explained why there were no people here. He respectfully walked up to Lu Chen and saluted, leaving Lu Chen bewildered. "Teacher, there have been bosses appearing here frequently, so the government has evacuated all the people in advance." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen pushed him away. He looked at Hua Dings with disdain. "Can you not keep calling me teacher? You look older than me, yet you still call me teacher. Am I that old?" Hua Dings looked confused, and after a moment of realization, his eyes suddenly brightened. Then he shouted, "Yes, big brother." Hearing this, Lu Chen almost spat out his saliva. "No, can't you understand human language? Just call me Lu Chen. Otherwise, if others hear it, they might think I'm some little thug." Hua Dings bowed again. "Yes, adoptive father." At this, Lu Chen was completely petrified. Su Shaoqing beside him burst into laughter, slapping her belly and playfully hitting Lu Chen's head twice, laughing. "You went out to buy groceries and ended up with a son for free. You really are something, ha!" Lu Chen could no longer tolerate Hua Ding's words. He immediately ran in front of him, pointing and warning, "Let me tell you, you can let out farts freely, but you can't speak carelessly. The term adoptive father is not to be used here." Lu Chen gritted his teeth, looking angrily at Hua Dings. But Hua Ding still looked at Lu Chen seriously, making Lu Chen feel embarrassed to scold him. Just then, they saw 2 enormous legs appear ahead. When Lu Chen looked up, he realized that they were facing several gigantic fish monsters. Their muscular bodies engulfed Lu Chen and the others in smoke with just a single breath. On the other side, Zhu Qing stood coldly in front of Tang Hua with a sword, while the fish monsters that had just charged in were already lying on the ground. Zhu Qing stepped on the corpses, looking indifferently at the Fish King. He slowly raised his sword hand, pointing at the Fish King in the center. "Next, it's you." The Fish King, however, seemed completely unconcerned, merely sitting there with his head propped up, disdainfully looking at Zhu Qing. "Oh, interesting, really interesting. But with your level of strength, it's impossible for you to take down Brother Cockroach. There must be stronger ones behind. This is really fun." Saying this, he extended 2 fingers and waved them forward, causing countless fishmen to rush out from behind. Such a massive number surged forward like nuclear bombs. Moreover, as they stepped into the domain of the vine flowers, it did not affect the countless fishmen rushing in. Those fishmen who were trapped would be used as stepping stones, trampled underfoot as they continued to charge forward. Such a vast number was beyond the control of a mere patch of grass. Zhu Qing saw these fish monsters charging fiercely, yet she showed no sign of retreat. After fiddling with the sword in her hand, she suddenly plunged into the mass of fish. Like a war god, upon seeing a person, she would immediately retract her knife, draw her sword, and kill. Each strike aimed for vital points, almost guaranteeing a one-hit kill. Due to the sheer size of the fishman's muscles, even though Zhu Qing's speed was incredibly fast, they could still overwhelm her with their numbers. As long as she exhausted her stamina and took a punch, the battle would be over. However, Zhu Qing now appeared very relaxed, showing no signs of fatigue. On the contrary, she grew bolder with each kill. She skillfully dodged the swinging fists. Her agile body could deliver such heavy damage. She was able to cope. But Tang Hua did not possess Zhu Qing's skills and was instantly knocked to the ground by the pile of fishmen. The gap in strength prevented him from participating in such a level of combat. Having just awakened, he was once again knocked unconscious by the fierce attacks. Without the ability to fight, he could only wait to die in place. Zhu Qing, who was still in a heightened state of combat, suddenly noticed Tang Hua's precarious situation and momentarily froze. But that brief distraction allowed the fishmen to find her opening. In an instant, they grabbed her leg, and by the time Zhu Qing reacted, she was violently slammed to the ground by the fishmen. Countless fishmen then swarmed around her, hammering down frantically. The sound of countless fists pounding the ground reverberated as if the entire city were experiencing an earthquake. Zhu Qing's agility and sharp attacks were impressive, but her defense was incredibly weak. With just a slight hit from these fishmen, she could suffer severe fractures. Yet now she was pinned to the ground, with countless fists raining down on her. They attempted to pound her into a pulp. Until the Fish King gently raised his hand again, the fishmen before him ceased their assault, each retreating. They left behind a bloody Zhu Qing, already battered and bruised. The Fish King stood up, completely unconcerned. He leisurely walked over to Zhu Qing's side and slowly crouched down. Looking at the disheveled Zhu Qing, who had been beaten beyond recognition, he felt no interest whatsoever. He then slowly leaned his head close to Zhu Qing's ear. "What did you just say? Who's next? From your tone just now, it seems you were quite arrogant." Saying this, he extended a finger and directly lifted the barely conscious Zhu Qing. He tore open the fabric over her chest. The totem on Zhu Qing's chest was revealed. "But this pattern does pique my interest. If you had given up resisting earlier, you wouldn't be in this state now. Look at you, such a pretty little face, and now it has turned into this ghastly sight. I really feel sorry for you." After saying this, the Fish King became excited. The entire fish head began to swell like an explosion. Its eyes, teeth, and mouth instantly transformed into an incredibly hideous and terrifying visage. It seemed ready to swallow Zhu Qing whole, revealing a greedy expression. Slowly, it brought Zhu Qing to its mouth, gradually lowering him until half of his body had already entered its throat. Just then, a flying knife suddenly pierced the Fish King's head. Yet it remained motionless, then slowly pulled Zhu Qing out from its throat. Its head turned in a strange manner, looking towards the direction from which the knife had been thrown. There stood 2 men on a nearby tall building. One held a knife, while the other carried a massive hammer. They were 2 A-level awakeners. They seemed to be casually chatting as if they were just passing by. They paid no attention to the Fish King at all. "What do you think we should eat tonight? Don't tell me fish head soup. I feel nauseous just seeing fish right now. Let's wrap this up quickly. I barely ate anything this morning, and now I'm starving." The 2 A-level awakeners rushed over immediately after receiving their mission. Fortunately, they arrived just in time before Zhu Qing was completely devoured. These 2 awakeners were the most successful A-level awakeners in Z country. They were usually only dispatched together for significant events that couldn't be postponed. Almost every task they took on was resolved within 3 hours. The fastest time was when they defeated a level 38 boss, the Ghost Wolf, in just 30 minutes.
Such impressive achievements could even rank among S-level awakeners. One of them wielded dual knives, with overall strength placing him in the top 5 of the global A-level rankings, codenamed Falcon. The other, wielding a hammer, though not in the top 5, had explosive power that surpassed most S-level awakeners, codenamed Chasing Tiger. One was renowned for speed, while the other was known for strength. In battle, they could achieve perfect coordination. As long as the power gap wasn't too vast, they could win even in battles against higher levels. But this time, it seemed they had kicked a hard rock. The Fish King gently pulled out the sword embedded in its head, glaring at the two of them with a fierce expression. "You dare to disturb me while I am eating. Unforgivable, unforgivable." With the Fish King's roar, countless fishmen swarmed like a nest of ants, all rushing towards the tall building. Falcon smiled. "It's your turn." Chasing Tiger, as if receiving an order, swung his hammer with a fierce motion, unleashing an invisible whirlwind. He then assumed a stance to gather strength upwards. Glancing at Falcon, he teased, "There are really a lot of them. So, let's play whack-a-mole." With a roar, he exerted force in his legs, his hands tightening instantly. At that moment, his veins bulged, and the massive hammer in his hands plummeted like a giant mountain. It smashed down hard on the rushing fishmen. The moment any fishman touched the hammer, their bodies would be crushed into pulp. No matter how many enemies stood before the hammer, they were all turned into meat paste. It wasn't until the hammer struck the ground with a tremendous impact, creating a powerful shockwave and a deafening sound, that it finally came to a stop. The entire ground was left in a state of utter ruin from the impact. The fishmen, still running wildly, lost their balance as the ground suddenly cracked open. Some fell while others crouched down. This powerful shockwave was felt as a threat even by the Fish King. Not far away, Lu Chen and the others also sensed the intense tremor. Lu Chen thought it was an earthquake, and in a panic, he hurried into a nearby restaurant. He randomly found a chair and hid under it. This action left Hoardings and Su Shaoqing dumbfounded. "Senior, should I say you're foolish, or that you're overly clever? Even if you don't recognize an earthquake, you should know what happens after one, right? Others are running outside, and you're burrowing in. If you don't understand, at least you know to hide under a chair. Even if you're hiding, wouldn't it be safer in the corner behind the counter?" Su Shaoqing teased Lu Chen, truly baffled by how he had survived this long with his intelligence. However, Hoardings had a different perspective. He immediately stood up. "I think what my brother did is right. In a normal earthquake, in a situation where there are tall buildings on both sides, the road might actually be the most dangerous place, because no matter how these buildings collapse, they will affect our position. Rather than standing outside, it's better to find some cover to hide, perhaps it could protect us. But I believe that with my adoptive father's physical strength, even without hiding, this kind of earthquake wouldn't harm him." Seeing Hoardings daring to argue with her, Su Shaoqing immediately retorted. The two began to debate seriously. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, hiding under the chair, could only awkwardly watch them analyze the situation. The main reason Lu Chen was afraid of earthquakes was that he had been terrified by them since childhood. Witnessing his relatives fall before him had left a psychological shadow. Now, he was merely reacting reflexively by hiding under the chair. However, he soon regained his composure. "Hey, you two. What nonsense are you talking about? Instead of analyzing my problems, why not find out what caused the earthquake just now?" Lu Chen's words suddenly shocked Su Shaoqing and Hoardings. Su Shaoqing covered her mouth in disbelief, tears welling in her eyes. "Senior, you've finally grown up. You can ask some useful questions now. I'm proud of you. I always thought there was nothing in your mouth but excrement, and I apologize for that previous thought." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen felt increasingly uncomfortable, and in frustration, he went up to give Su Shaoqing a big shove. "Eating my food, drinking my drinks, living in my place. And now you're lecturing me, huh? Do you believe I'll throw the jade pendant in the toilet? Let you experience the feeling of having excrement stuffed in your mouth?" At that moment, Hoardings quickly stepped in to stop him. It wasn't out of concern for Su Shaoqing, but for the jade pendant. "Teacher, just let the jade pendant go in the toilet. This is my family heirloom, we can talk this out." Just like that, before the three reached their destination, they began to argue again. However, the few fishmen that had just blocked their way were now reduced to only 2 hands left. At this moment, Chasing Tiger stood in front of the Fish King with a disdainful expression. Looking up at the boss before him, he provoked a few words. "This fish head is not bad. It must taste terrible in soup, but steaming it would be nice." Saying this, he turned to look at the falcon upstairs. "Hey, when do you plan to come down? You're not going to make me do all the work alone, are you? I can tell you." Just as he was halfway through his sentence, it abruptly stopped.
A massive fist had already slammed hard into his face. The powerful force shattered the entire facial bones of Chasing Tiger. The immense impact accompanied the sound of that punch landing. Chasing Tiger flew out like a missile. The armor on his body was instantly shattered by the force of the punch. The hammer also fell to the ground. The Fish King was already furious to the extreme. Gritting his teeth, his eyes wide open. The smoke from his fist had not yet dissipated. I have said before, I hate it the most when someone disturbs me while I'm eating. You deserve to die 1,000 times. Saying this, he walked over to the hammer, gently grasping it with his left hand, intending to use it to smash the 2A level awakeners in front of him. However, once he tightened his grip on the hammer, he suddenly found himself unable to move, as if something had pulled him back, causing him to take 2 steps back. When he looked down, he realized that he couldn't lift the hammer at all. A sense of humiliation surged up instantly. The Fish King quickly retreated to the side of the hammer, gripping it tightly with both hands, intending to exert force. But even then, he could barely lift the hammer a little. Then, due to its weight, he had to let it drop suddenly. His expression was one of great surprise. The weight of the hammer was astonishing. Not far away, from where Chasing Tiger had just been knocked down, several voices came through. Hey, that punch just now was pretty good. The power was enough. It's a pity you hit the wrong spot. My head can't even be damaged by a missile, yet you chose to hit it. Saying this, he slowly walked out from the smoke. He twisted his neck, and all the fractures on his face healed completely. Next to appear was Chasing Tiger, fully committed. Recently, the quality of monsters has been getting higher and higher. It's becoming increasingly difficult to make a living. Chasing Tiger brushed off the dust from his body, looking at the Fish King with disdain. At this moment, the Fish King was already furious to the extreme. He had never thought that someone could be so arrogant in front of him. How dare they act so pretentious in front of me? The Fish King, somewhat angrily, walked around Chasing Tiger. Although he was very displeased, he no longer dared to underestimate this human. Isn't it just a bit stronger? Compared to that cockroach, it really doesn't count for much. Or perhaps, that cockroach was taken down by you? Chasing Tiger, listening to the Fish King buzzing around him, had already grown somewhat impatient. He dug at his ear with one hand and disdainfully said, "If you want to fight, then fight. Can you stop buzzing around me like a fly?" This mocking remark instantly enraged the observing Fish King. At that moment, he could no longer hold back. His pupils dilated, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from his spot. He then punched Chasing Tiger, who was digging in his ear, right on the head. The violent impact caused Chasing Tiger's hand to plunge into his own forehead. Blood gushed out instantly. Chasing Tiger stood there, momentarily stunned. However, he quickly healed at an incredibly terrifying speed. He immediately squatted down, and with his right hand charged, he delivered a powerful punch to the Fish King's abdomen. The tremendous force made the Fish King spit out a mouthful of green pus and blood, sending him flying backward. The powerful shockwave shook the surrounding buildings. It wasn't until the Fish King crashed into a building that he finally came to a stop. Looking at the fist mark on his abdomen, he couldn't help but recall that cockroach. When he had fought that cockroach before, he had experienced this kind of oppressive power. Now, he was able to feel it again from a human. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he revealed a strange smile. At this moment, after sending the Fish King flying with a punch, Chasing Tiger was still standing there teasing. "By the way, where did you learn this bad habit of yours?" "I don't know, you have to wait for others to finish talking before you can start fighting. I'm digging out earwax, and you come at me with a big show of force. I think you're tired of living." After saying that, the falcon, who was on the rooftop, jumped down. A bit bored, he reminded Chasing Tiger, "Don't play too much. Wrap it up quickly. There are still injured people over there." Chasing Tiger turned to glance at the fallen Zhu Cheng and the barely conscious Teng Hua. After a sigh, he walked over to the hammer. He picked it up with one hand and swung it beside his shoulder. He looked at the spot where the Fish King had just been sent flying. There was already no movement there. At that moment, a cool breeze blew by, ruffling Chasing Tiger's hair and slapping against his face. A careful sniff revealed the scent of the tide. It felt as if he were standing by the lake. An ominous premonition surged in his heart. The falcon raised his hand and took a closer look. He noticed his body hair standing on end. A strong sense of discomfort made him acutely aware that danger was imminent. After a while, a figure slowly emerged from the dust. It was the Fish King. Chasing Tiger looked disdainful and stepped forward. He raised the hammer on his back, pointing it at the Fish King. "Hey, stop pretending. I've already figured you out, don't act like a master." But as soon as he finished this sentence, he regretted it. Because as the dust settled, the Fish King in front of him had already been pierced through the chest. The monster that pierced its chest simply tossed the Fish King aside.
Behind it appeared a monster that was the same size as a human.
This was the Fish King's final form, known alongside the Cockroach King as the Twin Monarchs. It was entirely red, and the gills that used to be by its ears were now on either side of its chest. It spat a large mouthful of water onto the ground. It touched its neck with its hand.
Why are there only 2 useless ones? What happened to that cockroach from last time?
The Fish King in front of him seemed to have no memory of the previous Fish King and directly asked for that cockroach.
Because it was an independent entity, its true form would only appear when the Fish King was under serious threat.
To be precise, it was the true body. The previous Fish King was merely a filter for weaker opponents. Only the substitute that could defeat it had the qualification to battle the current true body. Chasing Tiger looked at the Fish King before him, and a strong desire to fight ignited within him. Although he was nervous, it was exhilarating. Without saying another word, he tore off his clothes and took a horse stance on the spot.
He laughed maniacally. Ha ha, this is the feeling I want. At that moment, his momentum reached an unprecedented height.
The Falcon also sensed the killing intent radiating from the Fish King. He quickly reminded Chasing Tiger, don't be careless. This guy looks quite formidable. But Chasing Tiger paid no attention to the Falcon's warning. A surge of energy in his mind made him think only of brawling with the Fish King before him. The killing intent emanating from the Fish King even startled the unconscious Xu Cheng and Teng Hua awake. Even in a deep state of unconsciousness, their bodies wanted to escape this dangerous place as quickly as possible. The killing intent radiating from the Fish King was even stronger than that of Chasing Tiger. And Chasing Tiger's momentum had reached its peak. At that moment, he pounced forward like a fierce tiger. The sense of power surrounded him, and with each step he took, a huge footprint appeared on the ground. The feeling of the earth shaking profoundly showcased his strength. He charged in front of the Fish King, leaning back with one hand, his entire body tilted to one side, gathering all his strength for a powerful punch. With a fierce smash, the punch landed on the Fish King's abdomen. The astonishing force caused the tiger's fist to sink deeply into the Fish King's belly. The powerful impact instantly shattered countless buildings behind the Fish King. The tremendous shockwave was so strong that even some ordinary fishmen nearby couldn't withstand it and had to shield themselves with their hands. Even the nearby Teng Hua and Xu Qing were left dumbfounded. They had never seen a human capable of such power in their lives. They had only heard of it or seen it on their phones. But now, they were experiencing it firsthand.
This chasm between humans was palpable.
However, even with such terrifying strength, the punch from Chuehu still failed to topple the Fish King. The warmth and smoke still lingered on his hand, yet the Fish King remained completely unmoved. Moreover, the ground beneath its feet showed no signs of cracking. Chuehu could distinctly feel that his fist had struck something that was utterly impenetrable, like steel.
His arm could no longer move forward even a fraction.
When he looked up, he was startled. The Fish King was smiling. Interesting, it said, looking down at Chuehu with disdain. It seemed that this punch had piqued its interest. This action from the Fish King frightened Chuehu. Not only him, but also the Falcon, who was executing the mission with him not far away. Such a fierce punch had failed to injure this monster. The Falcon was already sweating coldly. Forget about monsters, even some S-class beings would likely be hurt by such a punch. Yet this creature before them was completely unscathed. Chuehu was stunned for a moment. But he quickly regained his composure. He would not allow any monster to look down on him. He immediately withdrew his hand, lowered his head, and gritted his teeth.
Anger surged within him, and he let out a loud shout.
Ah! Countless fists swung out, striking the Fish King fiercely. Each punch that landed on it produced a sharp explosive sound, creating rolling shockwaves. However, it seemed to have no effect. The Fish King not only remained unharmed but stood there with a look of enjoyment, hands on its hips, relishing the blows. Until it began to feel a bit bored. With a swift motion, it casually swung its arm and instantly twisted Chuehu's head. At this moment, there was silence. Chuehu, having lost control of his head, slowly stopped moving his hands. His body still had some reflexes, flailing aimlessly in place. The Fish King merely stretched, looking completely relaxed. This feels great. It's been a long time since someone gave me a massage like this. To be honest, I really don't want to kill you. But your mouth is too annoying. I don't like chatterboxes. At this moment, the Fish King's actions had transformed it into the ruler of this place. With an absolutely overwhelming presence, it stood on the battlefield. The Falcon was already frozen in fear. Once he regained his senses, he immediately drew the 2 swords he had. He assumed a defensive stance. But the cold sweat on his forehead kept flowing uncontrollably. The oppressive aura of the Fish King was simply too strong. His mind was racing with thoughts. He was going to die. Meanwhile, Shuehu's head was slowly healing.
This small movement did not escape the Fish King's notice.
It then walked over to him and placed a hand on his head. With a wicked smile, it gently tugged and directly removed Shuehu's head.
Blood splattered onto its face. Shuehu was completely defeated.
The Fish King then glanced at the falcon and slowly approached him. At this point, the falcon was already so frightened that he didn't know what to do. He had come here merely to complete a mission. There was no need to risk his life. The monster before him was beyond his control. The flustered falcon glanced around. He realized that he was still quite far from the Fish King. After closing his eyes and thinking for a moment, he chose to retreat. The falcon firmly believed that at this distance, no one could stop him from escaping with his speed. Once he made up his mind, he immediately sheathed his sword and swiftly retreated like lightning. But as he jumped into the air, he was horrified to find that the Fish King, who had been nearby just moments ago, had vanished. His pupils dilated in shock. He quickly looked around, trying to catch a glimpse of the Fish King, but it was as if he had evaporated, completely disappearing from sight. He felt an increasing sense of panic, wanting nothing more than to flee the area. The longer he stayed, the more he sensed the looming danger. Just as he turned his head, a massive figure appeared before him. A scene of despair unfolded. The Fish King stood before him, arms crossed, wearing a smile. The falcon's hands moved at lightning speed to draw his sword. But by the time his dual blades struck the Fish King, his neck had already been snapped. The Fish King simply lifted his body, standing still. The falcon was defeated. At that moment, only the injured Zhu Qing and Tenghua remained on the battlefield. Zhu Qing was completely broken, unable to move at all. He could only muster a bit of consciousness to watch as the Fish King slowly approached him. But Tenghua was still able to act. He watched the Fish King drawing closer to Zhu Qing, feeling increasingly anxious. Dragging his battered body, he stood up. The Fish King noticed Tenghua, but his current state posed no threat to the Fish King at all. So the Fish King paid no attention to Tenghua and continued toward Zhu Qing. Just as he was about to reach Zhu Qing, he was suddenly bound by a tangle of inexplicable wild grass. The grass seemed to tighten more and more. Any slight movement would cause it to grow wildly around him, wrapping tightly around the Fish King's entire body. The Fish King felt the strange grass and looked up at Tenghua. He saw him standing there, smoking a cigarette, looking utterly disinterested while casting a spell. But how could this wild grass possibly restrain the Fish King? With a gentle lift of his hand, the grass binding his hands was torn apart with brute force. After casually shifting his body a few times, he broke all the vines that had wrapped around him. They had no controlling effect whatsoever, not even a momentary restraint.
Tenghua realized this would be the outcome, so he didn't pay it much mind.
He simply exchanged a glance with the Fish King, then took a deep drag from his cigarette. He blew the smoke toward the Fish King, trying to divert all attention to himself. Zhu Qing understood Tenghua's intention, but now he couldn't even move, let alone speak. He could only watch helplessly as tears streamed down Tenghua's face. Yet the Fish King had no intention of killing Tenghua. He continued to reach for Zhu Qing. Just as his arm was about to touch Zhu Qing, a stone struck the Fish King's face. This time, it was Tenghua again, who was holding several stones in his hand.
"Captain, don't worry. I'll meet that little brat first, so don't come looking for us too soon. You promised to let that bastard see the strongest scenery."
With that, he laughed on the spot. His gaze sharpened instantly as he gripped the stones tightly and hurled them at the Fish King. But they still had no effect and were easily caught by the Fish King. But these pebbles were not ordinary stones. The moment the Fish King made contact, Vineflower smiled. It had indeed fallen into the trap. The few small stones that had just been there suddenly exploded in the Fish King's hand, sprouting countless vines that instantly wrapped around the entire Fish King.
Moreover, a bunch of flowers bloomed as well. Yet, even this was useless. In an instant, the Fish King shattered all these so-called wildflowers and weeds.
But when it looked down, it realized it had been tricked. Bamboo Qing had long since disappeared. The spot where she had just been lying left behind a wilted flower in a huge pit. Feeling mocked, the Fish King instantly erupted in fury, staring fixedly at Vineflower. Vineflower merely smiled slightly at the Fish King and slowly raised its hand, giving a middle finger. Due to the limits of its body, blood unconsciously flowed from the corner of Vineflower's mouth. Its current state was merely a flicker of life. In truth, its body had already suffered severe injuries. However, this still did not affect its showmanship.
"Come here," it said. "Give your grandpa a massage."
At this point, the Fish King was already very angry.
However, after lowering its head to think for a moment, it realized that even if it killed Vineflower, there would be no sense of accomplishment. Instead, it would only allow Vineflower to succeed. It was better to find Bamboo Qing and kill her in front of him for a more satisfying experience. With this thought, the Fish King's expression shifted from anger to joy. In fact, to ensure that Vine Flower did not fall before it found Bamboo Ching, it even kindly walked over to treat Vine Flower. Although Vine Flower had no idea what tricks it was up to, just looking at its charming smile made it feel very uncomfortable. Without saying a word, it spat a mouthful of saliva directly at its face. Then it smiled. This attack was not very aggressive but was highly insulting. However, the Fish King was a magnanimous person and ignored Vine Flower. After wiping the saliva off its face, it instantly disappeared from the spot. The Fish King firmly believed that no teleportation array could transport someone such a long distance so quickly. Given the condition of that guy just now, Bamboo Ching had probably just left the city and was likely in some corner of this city. Moreover, she still had the blood of the fish people on her. With a little searching, she could be found quickly. Although this method was feasible, it never occurred to him that there was someone in this city who was even more ruthless than he was. Lu Chun. At this moment, Lu Chen had also arrived at the entrance of the supermarket that was having a clearance sale. Looking at the empty supermarket and the deserted street, he fell into deep thought. A large sign at the entrance read, "Closed." Lu Chen's face darkened. He had prepared a large bag for stocking up, but now it was of no use at all. What a scam, these unscrupulous capitalists. They promised a clearance sale today and dared to trick me. He threw the bag he was holding onto the ground and rushed into the supermarket, looking around. He tried to find something to eat, even just a little. However, after searching for a long time, he still found nothing. Angered, he began to curse at the empty supermarket. But still, he gained nothing. Seeing Lu Chen angry, Hoddings quickly stepped forward to comfort him. "Big brother, do you need me to find the owner of this shop? This is false advertising. I can make them all go bankrupt immediately." Lu Chen turned to look at Hoddings, and his serious expression did not seem like an act. He silently thought that this guy wouldn't bring his aunts and uncles to smash up someone else's store, would he? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, and after shivering, he waved his hand. "Forget it. Just consider it as me being scammed. Although that's what they say on the surface, deep down I feel like cursing 1,000 times. Under the pretense of monsters lurking about, they are just exploiting us common folks. What unscrupulous merchants." But in the end, I had no choice but to leave the shop in despair. Until something caught my eye. How could there be a bunch of flowers and plants right next to the supermarket entrance? I have to admit, they looked quite nice. Could it be that someone else planted them? But who would plant these flowers here? I was about to turn and leave, but the more I thought about it, the more I felt I was missing out. So, I took my bag and walked over, wanting to sneak some wild grass to take home and plant. I can't let anyone else profit at my expense. I could only cry while squatting there, cutting these grasses. Even Hoddings beside me looked speechless. But as I was cutting, my hand brushed against something strange. At first, I didn't pay much attention, but it fell off. I even asked Hoddings, "Hey, Hoddings, what kind of grass is this? Have you seen it before?" Hoddings looked up and was instantly startled. There I was, squatting there, holding a handful of hair, completely dazed with scissors in hand, ready to cut. He quickly reminded me, "Ao Lao. Teacher, is there a possibility that what you're holding isn't wild grass?" I was stunned for a moment, then looked at the dark, messy things in my hand. It really didn't look like grass. It looked more like a handful of hair. A bad feeling crept in. I was jolted awake, my eyes wide. I quickly let go of the hair in my hand and stumbled back in panic. Supporting myself on the ground, I stepped back a few paces, fearfully pointing at the pile of grass in front of me. This. A corpse. These unscrupulous capitalists actually buried a body right here. No. We have to call the police, we must call the police. However, Hoddings quickly realized that the person in front of him was still alive. He hurried over to the pile of grass and removed all the flowers and plants. Only then did he see a woman lying inside. There was even a faint sound of breathing from her chest. It was the barely alive Zhu Qing. And at that moment, Zhu Qing woke up. The first thing she saw was Hoddings. And she recognized him. After all, Hoddings was somewhat of a public figure, but she felt that even he couldn't defeat that fish monster. But now she couldn't speak, only desperately trying to communicate with her eyes. Lu Chen and Su Shaoqing, seeing Hoddings' reaction, also came over. Zhu Cheng noticed Lu Chen, who looked dazed. However, her mortal eyes couldn't see Su Shaoqing's spirit. Lu Chen had no energy fluctuations, he was an ordinary person. Having one more ordinary person here was just an added burden. So, Zhu Qing's anxious expression grew more urgent. They had to leave before that fish monster arrived. The Lu family seemed to sense that she wanted to say something, but they didn't understand at all. Su Shaoqing felt the same way but couldn't comprehend it either. After all, how could anyone understand? but the slap in the face came quickly. Holdings actually understood. You want us to leave quickly? There's a formidable creature here that we can't handle? If that's the case, just blink twice. Shu Qing didn't expect Holdings to react so quickly. He could even predict this. Was he even human? But to avoid wasting time, she hurriedly blinked her eyes. Lu Chen and Su Shaoqing looked at Holdings with confident expressions. Did this guy grow up eating translation devices? But Holdings did not listen to Zhu Qing's words. Instead, he squatted beside her and gently closed her eyes with his hand. Don't worry, no matter how strong the enemy is, they can't defeat my brother. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen felt a bit angry. He immediately pointed at the very serious Holdings in front of him and said angrily, "Hey, let me tell you. Stop talking nonsense. Once we're out in society, don't keep calling me brother. It makes me feel like a petty thug collecting tips." However, Holdings continued to look seriously at Zhu Qing. From her terrified expression, it was clear that this guy was not to be underestimated. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a huge explosion sounded from behind. The powerful shockwave created a massive crater right where they stood. All the windows in the vicinity shattered simultaneously in that instant. Frightened, Su Shaoqing quickly hid behind Lu Chen, who in turn hurriedly took cover behind Holdings. Smoke billowed up, and a voice emerged from within. "I finally found you, little mouse. You made me search for you so hard." The overwhelming sense of pressure hit them instantly. Holdings was also taken aback by this energy. It felt just like the first time facing that cockroach, extremely suffocating. The Fish King made his entrance, slowly walking out of the smoke, exhaling a breath. The pressure intensified immediately. Holdings quickly assumed a fighting stance. But when Lu Chen finally got a clear look at the Fish King, he relaxed his guard instead, because this fishman looked too much like a human. Moreover, Lu Chen's body was telling him that this guy posed no threat to him. In Lu Chen's eyes, he had no killing intent at all. It was no different from a regular child throwing a tantrum. Having spent years struggling in hell, Lu Chen had not encountered anyone with a murderous aura since he came out. One could say that no one could make his body feel danger. Lu Chen swaggered up to the Fish King, looking at it with some confusion. "Hey, you're an awakened too, right? Why are you destroying public property? If you want to come, just come. Why stomp so hard? Don't you know how hard it is for maintenance workers? Hey, I'm asking you a question." The Fish King looked at Lu Chen, who was chattering in front of him, and began to feel a bit impatient. He hated people who talked too much and were particularly weak. Lu Chen perfectly matched these two traits that he despised the most. However, Holdings behind him still had some substance, but not much. At this moment, Lu Chen got closer and closer to the Fish King, still unaware of the seriousness of the situation. He even jumped up and slapped the Fish King's head. "Ha, are you even listening to me? Just because you wear a fish monster mask, you think you're tough? Let me tell you, people like you." Bang! Before Lu Chen could finish his sentence, the Fish King landed a heavy punch on his head. Lu Chen flew out like a cannonball. Seeing Lu Chen being knocked away, Holdings shouted urgently, "Teacher, are you okay?" The Fish King merely scratched his ear, chattering away, so annoying. He then pointed at Holdings in front of him. "You, come out. I want to see if you have the strength to take down that cockroach king. If you really can, then let's have a match." At this moment, Holdings could no longer care about Lu Chen, as the Fish King was simply too strong. Just like the previous cockroach king, one careless move could lead to utter ruin. Thinking this, without a word, he began to form seals with his hands. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, erupting around Holdings. The flames blazed fiercely, spreading in all directions until they completely engulfed the Fish King before him. However, such an attack seemed to have no effect. Although there was a slight restraining effect, Holdings' flames were not strong enough to harm the Fish King. The Fish King took a deep breath and blew out forcefully, extinguishing Holdings' flames in an instant. He then mocked, "It seems you are not the one who took down the Cockroach King. Too weak." Holdings, however, paid no attention to his words. His mind raced, and his eyes darted around until he suddenly thought of a solution. He immediately formed a series of hand signs. Sealing technique. As soon as he spoke, a heavy iron chain appeared beneath his feet. Although there weren't many chains, they were heavy. Any monster bound by them could not escape. The downside was their low hit rate. However, this monster seemed very confident in its strength and likely wouldn't dodge the chains. Sure enough, just as Holdings had anticipated, this guy intended to endure all of my attacks. The chains effortlessly bound it. The Fish King seemed to sense the unusual nature of the chains around it. The thickness, the weight, and, wow, they were too tight. The Fish King then tried to pull at the chain with its hands, and as expected, it couldn't break free. Holdings saw the Fish King struggle with the chains. "It's useless. This chain is not material. It is a soul entity. You can't pull it off with brute force. If you can be bound, then it should be a price for your own pride. You have nowhere to escape. The Fish King fell silent for a moment after hearing this. Finally, it covered its eyes with its hand and lowered its head, seemingly deep in thought. When Hortense tried to get closer to take a look, he was horrified to find the Fish King smiling. By the time he realized what was happening, he had already been struck hard in the chest by a powerful punch. A sharp pain surged through him. Hortense spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was sent flying by the force. His chest was shattered from the blow. Just as he was about to crash into a building, Lu Chen appeared. With incredible speed, he instantly caught Hortense. His expression was very serious, and his demeanor was extremely focused. Hortense looked at Lu Chen, and that inexplicable sense of safety returned. No matter how unreasonable he usually was, he always brought the safest feeling in the most desperate times. Even without any energy fluctuations, the killing intent he exuded was unique. The strongest man, Lu Chen, had arrived. The Fish King also saw Lu Chen. However, it couldn't tell when Lu Chen had appeared. This person before him had no energy fluctuations at all. He looked like trash. Ha! What's going on? You trash are still alive. At this moment, Zhu Qing also recognized Lu Chen. Although she couldn't be considered strong, she could still catch a glimpse of Lu Chen's speed in 1 or 2 frames. The Fish King, however, could not. This was a testament to Zhu Qing's agility talent. Among those present, only she could see even a glimpse of Lu Chen's figure. Lu Chen had taken on a different position in her mind, a person who was somewhat inscrutable. The Fish King looked at the ordinary man before him, its expression already growing impatient. It walked fiercely up to Lu Chen and, without a word, slapped him hard across the face. It then grabbed his head and, in a 365-degree spin, threw Lu Chen like a lead ball. Lu Chen was violently flung away by this strange force, crashing into countless tall buildings before finally landing steadily. However, the Fish King had already teleported in front of Lu Chen again, stomping him hard into the ground. He rubbed fiercely against him. Lu Chen's clothes could not withstand such a powerful impact and tore apart. Yet, the Fish King showed no signs of stopping. He gathered strength in both hands and struck Lu Chen's head violently. The Fish King, who was already incredibly strong, became even more ferocious with the iron chains bound to his body. With every punch he threw, the surrounding buildings shattered from the immense shockwave. He was trying to beat Lu Chen to death, but he completely forgot one thing. Even if Lu Chen was an ordinary person, how could he possibly endure such fierce attacks? The Fish King, whose attacks grew increasingly violent, never considered this problem, until a loud explosion rang out. The fierce punches stopped. The Fish King looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. Lu Chen had effortlessly caught that powerful fist and was now examining the Fish King closely. Oh, I see. You must be a monster. That means I can take you down. The Fish King could not fathom that Lu Chen would dare to question him back. Seeing his fearless expression, he was already filled with immense rage inside. How dare he underestimate me? This was simply unforgivable. In an instant, the Fish King's entire face contorted, the veins on his forehead bulging. He immediately raised his other hand, clenched his fist tightly, even the veins were popping out. Then he looked down at Lu Chen's head, aiming for his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he showed a very strained expression and smashed down hard. He swung a punch at Lu Chen's head. The power of this punch could effortlessly flatten a mountain in an instant. No matter what kind of magic this man had, if he got hit, he would either die or be severely injured. That fist struck Lu Chen's face like a steel nail, sinking in hard. At the moment it made contact with Lu Chen's face, the surrounding area for dozens of miles was flattened. A powerful explosion sound swept through. Even Hortense and Zhu Qing, not far away, were affected by this tremendous shockwave. Fortunately, Hortense activated his shield in time, saving Zhu Qing's life. The shockwave continued to grow larger, attempting to destroy everything within 100 miles. Just when Hortense's shield was about to give way, an even more explosive sound swept in, completely covering the Fish King's attack. With immense destructive power, it directly blasted half of the Fish King's body into pieces. The world quieted down at that moment. Lu Chen had merely raised his hand slightly and thrown a punch, and the Fish King was nearly done for. Yeah, you must be a monster. I knew my brain was quick, otherwise, you would have gotten away with it. Until now, Lu Chen was still only guessing that the Fish King might be a monster. After all, the Fish King's appearance had more humanity compared to a real monster. He then scratched his face, somewhat at a loss. This is a monster, right? I didn't kill anyone. Meanwhile, the Fish King, with half of its body remaining, was already terrified. Having never experienced what it felt like to be oppressed, it was now experiencing it firsthand.
That absolute sense of suppression had rendered it unable to move. Moreover, it could sense that the man before it had no intention of killing it. He had held back just now. Otherwise, it would have truly been finished. Fortunately, its body still possessed strong healing abilities, otherwise, that last blow would have ended it. However, although Lu Chen had no intention of continuing to kill it, there was still a troublesome guy behind him. Hodgins had already taken off his gloves and tied back his hair. He was staring intently at himself. The Fish King saw that the situation before him was indeed not suitable for continuing the fight. In an instant, he fled with lightning speed. Lu Chen did not pursue him further. However, when he sat up and glanced around, he was completely dumbfounded. Hey, where is this? Wasn't I just in that city? Before him lay a wasteland. The city had long been reduced to rubble. He sat there, dazed and somewhat at a loss. At that moment, Hodgins was chasing the Fish King. Even though it was severely injured, its speed remained astonishingly fast. Hodgins had used all his acceleration spells, and his condition was at its peak. Yet even so, he could only barely match the Fish King's speed. If this continued, it would truly escape. He absolutely could not let it get away. If such combat power were released back into the world, it would have devastating consequences for humanity. At this moment, Hodgins' mind raced again, until he noticed that the iron chain he had previously cast a spell on was still binding the Fish King. This made things easier. The Fish King was fleeing while observing Hodgins' movements, but suddenly, it realized that Hodgins had disappeared. The one who had been right behind it just moments ago, if he had been a bit more decisive, he might have actually caught up. Had he given up? That would be fine. Just as the Fish King felt pleased about this, it was suddenly yanked back by something. While moving at high speed, it was forcibly stopped, the sensation akin to a car flipping over, causing its insides to feel as if they were tearing apart. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. The Fish King looked down and saw that the iron chain was tightly binding it. It had almost forgotten about that. In fact, the moment the Fish King was bound, it had thought that the chain could not be broken. But as long as it eliminated the caster, the chain would naturally disappear. Who could have anticipated such a significant variable as Lu Chen? Now the chain was still wrapped around it. It was truly a trap of its own making, terrifying. Hodgins stood proudly in place, forming a hand seal. As long as the chain was more than 1 kilometer away from him, it would automatically retract. This was a mandatory rule of power that pure physical strength could not overcome. The Fish King was no exception. Your life has long since ended. Give up. I said before. You will pay the price for your pride. The Fish King was starting to panic. There were no other options left. It could only determine the outcome with this guy before it. It hoped that the guy wouldn't come rushing over. On the other side, Zhu Qing drowsily looked at Lu Chen, who was sitting not far away, fumbling around. At that moment, Lu Chen was her hero. Her father's words echoed in her mind. Little Zhu Zhu, not all heroes need protection. Even heroes have their own heroes. Saying this, he had patted little Zhu Qing's head. Little Zhu Qing looked at her father with innocent eyes. Then, Daddy, what kind of person becomes the hero among heroes? And who will my hero be? Little Zhu Qing's father showed a kind and gentle expression. He smiled slightly in the brilliant sunlight. Besides your father, it's someone who stands up for you in your most desperate moments. Even knowing they can't win, even knowing they might lose their life, they still dare to stand in front of you without hesitation. Their smile must be very sincere, and their face must be very pure. Zhu Qing slowly raised her head, silently watching the somewhat dazed Lu Chen. The sun became incredibly dazzling at that moment, shining down on Lu Chen. He was smiling at me. Very sincere, very pure. Indeed, a bit silly. Lu Chen was still standing there, looking at Zhu Qing with a foolish grin. Countless staff members had rushed over. Among them were 7 A-level and 1 S-level awakeners. These awakened individuals were all from the United Nations around the world. As for the S-level, they were only here out of interest. However, such an interesting event would attract any S-level. Due to the seriousness of this incident, which had threatened the nation, such high combat power was dispatched to handle the situation. Some people, seeing Lu Chen dazed and standing still, mistook him for the boss and rushed over to apprehend him. No matter how Lu Chen tried to argue, it was useless. They pinned him down like a human trafficker and handcuffed him. Hey, don't go too far. I didn't kill anyone, he said, panicking and glancing towards Zhu Qing. If you don't believe me, ask her. Just as he finished speaking, Zhu Qing smiled slightly and then fainted. This further convinced those present that Lu Chen was causing trouble, and they quickly added another iron clamp to his hands. They had completely subdued Lu Chen. Fortunately, the S-level awakener came over. He took one look and saw that Lu Chen was an ordinary person, with no energy at all.
Let him go.
This guy is just an ordinary person, he can't cause such serious damage.
Arresting him is useless. A few staff members, seeing the S-level awakener speak, quickly stepped forward and bowed. They then released Lu Chen.
Although Lu Chen was freed, he felt somewhat insulted.
It was a feeling he couldn't quite articulate. With eloquence, he walked up to the S-level awakener and said something outrageous. First, thank you for letting me go, and then I'll mock you a bit. This left everyone present dumbfounded. The entire place fell silent.
But Lu Chen's next words were even more bizarre.
I really thank you for letting me go. But saying I'm an ordinary person is a bit insulting. I'm at least an awakener. You're not respecting me. What do you mean? This guy can't have such destructive power.
You give me. Before he could finish, several staff members pinned him to the ground again.
They felt very sorry for the S-level awakener. I'm really sorry. I didn't expect this guy to be a lunatic. It seems that releasing him was unnecessary. I wonder which institution he escaped from.
Just as those words were spoken, Lu Chen easily pushed them all away. The handcuffs broke with a light touch.
However, Lu Chen's anger had not subsided. He crazily ran over to the S-level awakener. A group of staff members couldn't stop Lu Chen's advance.
Lu Chen charged up and gave the S-level awakener a blow to the head, warning him, "I'll let you show off." This action completely enraged the person before him.
A person can be silly, but they cannot be unreasonable. Even a lunatic cannot be forgiven.
Today, they had to make the person before them lose an arm, to teach him what it means to respect others. A powerful killing intent slowly spread, and the nearby staff members were so frightened that they dared only to step back.
They thought to themselves, what a pitiful person. We've done our best to save him, but now no one can save him.
As they spoke, they prepared to take action.
At that moment, an explosion sounded.
Everyone was drawn to the sound, all looking towards that direction. They saw a man walking over, holding a head. The person in question was indeed Hoardings, who had maximized all his attributes to the fullest. The killing intent he exuded was no less than that of an S-class, fully deserving of being called an S-class awakener. It seemed that only Hoardings could cause such devastating damage. Everyone regarded Hoardings as the main player in this battle, while Lu Chen was merely seen as some fool who had escaped from a mental hospital.
However, the actions that followed left everyone present in shock. The S-class awakener, upon seeing Hoardings, hurriedly approached to greet him. As he moved beside Hoardings, intending to shake his hand, a dramatic scene unfolded.
Hoardings completely ignored the S-class awakener and walked past him, coming to stand in front of Lu Chen. After a serious glance, he knelt down.
Thank you for your guidance, teacher. I will never forget this in my lifetime.
If it weren't for you, I would never know where a person's limits lie. If it weren't for you, I would never understand the vast gap between strengths.
I am truly happy for this. Thank you.
Hoardings' actions left not just the others, but even Lu Chen himself, utterly bewildered.
He couldn't understand what was being said at all. What should he do now?
He regretted agreeing to those test questions in the first place.
Now, he was completely at a loss. The people around, witnessing this scene, were equally shocked. Even the S-class awakener felt unprecedented astonishment.
A powerful figure like him was kneeling before an ordinary person, calling him teacher.
Who wouldn't be startled by that? The surrounding staff also hesitated to approach any further. Lu Chen's identity had now become a mystery. Many speculated that perhaps this was his teacher who had taught him since childhood.
If that were the case, it would make sense even if he was a bit weaker. But looking at it, the age difference between the two didn't seem significant. It wouldn't be reasonable if he had taught him since childhood.
Could it be an ideological mentor?
After exchanging glances, everyone immediately dismissed that idea. Although they didn't know how strong Lu Chen was, his demeanor was truly foolish. There was no way he could be an ideological mentor, and they decisively abandoned that illogical thought. They simply couldn't fathom why Hoardings would call this guy teacher. Hoardings had looks, wealth, and status.
There was no way he could be that.
The S-class awakener also found it impossible, but soon he thought of a possibility. He quickly walked to Hoardings' side and clapped him on the shoulder, looking at him earnestly.
Brother, don't worry. Tell me, does he have any dirt on you?
Don't worry, just tell me. I definitely won't let him succeed. You don't need to be so humble before him. I can capture him right now, torture him, and make him reveal your secrets.
This method is foolproof. Trust me.
As soon as these words were spoken, both Hoardings and Lu Chen were left speechless.
Lu Chen first frowned, then silently walked over to the S-class awakener's side. What were you just saying? The S-class awakener didn't regard Lu Chen highly.
He stepped forward, chest out, looking at Lu Chen. Just as he was about to speak, an invisible killing intent rushed toward him. Such intense perception only arose in life and death situations.
Could a boss have appeared nearby?
He immediately became alert, scanning the surroundings for the source of that killing intent.
Others who saw this S-Class awakened one's strange behavior were also a bit curious. However, after scanning the area, he found that there were indeed no traces of monsters. Could it be his illusion? Little did he know that the killing intent he sensed was coming from Lu Chen right in front of him. Hoardings noticed that Lu Chen was getting angry and quickly stepped forward to intervene, fearing that Lu Chen might slap him to death.
"Teacher, don't do this, teacher.
There's no need to ruin your reputation over someone like this."
If it weren't for Hoardings and Su Shaoqing holding Lu Chen back, this person would have likely faced dire consequences. And so, the case of the Fish King came to an end. The remaining small fish in the river were all cleared out by the S-Class team that had rushed over. Lu Chen also replanted a batch of flowers and plants. This batch wasn't stolen from outside the supermarket. Instead, it was bought by Hoardings, who thought Lu Chen liked flowers, so he had a truckload delivered. Little did he know that Lu Chen only planted a few flowers because he was too poor to grow anything else. If it were something else, he would still be interested. As long as it was free, Lu Chen liked it. The nearly dead Wisteria also revived thanks to the Fish King's slight healing. However, both of its hands and feet were completely shattered, and due to the long time that had passed, even a high-level healer couldn't fully cure it. Although it could walk normally, it was unable to exert any strength. It couldn't even do some heavier tasks. Zhu Qing was injured even more severely than Wisteria. However, due to her unique physical condition, she healed quickly. Now, aside from some psychological trauma that hadn't been treated, she was fully capable of carrying out other tasks. Knowing that Wisteria was to be discharged today, she arrived at the hospital early. In her hand, she held Wisteria's favorite soft cigarette. She leisurely walked to his bedside. Looking at Wisteria, who was staring blankly out the window, Zhu Qing directly tossed the cigarette onto his bed. "What's wrong? Feeling depressed so early in the morning?" Upon hearing Zhu Qing's voice, Wisteria felt a bit happier. He turned his head to glance at the soft cigarette on the bed. With a helpless gesture, he covered his eyes and laughed. "You really know how to pick things. Who gives a newly discharged patient a cigarette? You're the first one. But thanks anyway." Seeing Wisteria in such a good mood made Zhu Qing feel more at ease. She lowered her head and chuckled a few times. Then she slowly walked over and gently tapped Wisteria's arm. "You little rascal, why are you thanking me? I just noticed you usually like this kind of cigarette. I don't know much about gifts, so I just bought what you usually like." "What? You don't want it? If you don't want it, I'll take it back." Wisteria quickly tucked the cigarette away. "I want it, I want it, I want it. How could I refuse the captain's gift?" There was a teasing tone in her words. However, Zhu Qing wasn't foolish. She quickly realized he was being dismissive. She immediately pushed him again. "Who are you being sarcastic with?" Soon, the two burst into laughter. Just like that, the hospital room was filled with joy and laughter. Even the nurse at the door could feel it. It seemed that whenever this woman came, the patient inside would be very happy. As for anyone else, no one could sway him. Wisteria was an orphan, having grown up alongside Shui Chao and Zhu Qing. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were childhood sweethearts. In Wisteria's heart, Zhu Qing was like a sister, and Shui Chao was like a brother. Unfortunately, they had already been separated by death. They had sworn to live and die together, but now, the injured were injured, the disabled were disabled, and the dead were dead. They were no longer the same as they once were. Fenghua lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. But this time, he choked. He coughed desperately. When Zhu Qing handed him the water from beside him, Fenghua grabbed Zhu Qing's hand. Then he looked at her with a serious and earnest expression. "So, where do you plan to go next?" His gaze was resolute as he spoke. Zhu Qing did not answer his question, only silently lowered her head. However, Fenghua already knew everything. "You can't hide it from me. You've been expelled from the guild, and you've also been blacklisted by the global guild. Don't even think about carrying out missions. You don't even have the qualifications to enter dungeons anymore. Tell me, what are you going to do next?" Zhu Qing knew that such matters couldn't be concealed. Sooner or later, they would be exposed. She just didn't expect that Fenghua would find out so quickly. There was no need to continue lying now, so she could only silently lift her head and softly say, "If it were before, I might have really given up. But this time, it's different. I've met someone very special, perhaps I can learn more from him." Fenghua looked at Zhu Qing in disbelief. What kind of person could help Zhu Qing improve? At that moment, Lu Chen at home sneezed again. He complained irritably, "Which bastard is cursing me again? Why am I always on someone's mind every day? I haven't offended anyone, have I?"
Meanwhile, Hoardings was in the flower shed, watering the plants. That's right, because Hoardings had brought in so many flowers and plants that there was no room left on the dormitory balcony. Lu Chen didn't want to waste them, so he built a flower shed. Hoardings' main task was to water the flowers and sprinkle the grass. To others, watering flowers and grass seemed like the most ordinary thing, but to Hoardings, it was different. He believed this was merely a test from Lu Chen, a way to hone his patience. Indeed, it was a very tricky task. Of course, Lu Chen had no such thoughts. He was just bored and too lazy to plant anything, so he passed all these tasks on to Hoardings. Meanwhile, Su Shaoqing had fallen asleep on the sofa. That's right, the sofa was also something Lu Chen tricked Hoardings into buying, but it wasn't a huge loss. When Lu Chen was conning him, he had included the cost of Hoardings' meals in the price of the sofa. There was no forced buying or selling. Of course, this was just his own definition. Hoardings thought it was only natural. As long as he could learn from Lu Chen, money was not an issue. Just then, a shout came from outside the distant door. "Sir, is it you? Is the sir home?" Hoardings, who was watering the flowers, also heard the voice and slowly walked out. He saw a girl standing at the door, dressed in a tracksuit, holding a basket of fruit. After carefully examining her, Hoardings remembered that she was the injured girl, Zhuqing. "What do you need from my teacher?" Zhuqing was very excited to see Hoardings. After all, Hoardings was someone she greatly respected. She had heard a bit about some of his legendary events. "Mr. Hoardings, I'm here to find that gentleman from the other day. Is he home now?" Zhuqing began to anticipate Hoardings' response. However, Hoardings just turned to glance at Lu Chen's dormitory and then looked back. "The teacher is not available today. Please go back." This answer clearly doused the enthusiastic Zhuqing with a bucket of cold water. The smile that had just been on her face instantly darkened. "Ah, I see. I'm really sorry about that. But since you've brought this fruit basket, please accept it. I'll come back when you have time next time." However, this gesture did not touch Hodgins at all. He directly interrupted her. "Take your fruit basket away. Teachers don't casually eat other people's things. Don't come back next time either. I don't like people who come with ulterior motives." Looking at Hodgins' cold demeanor, Zhuqing felt somewhat helpless. However, Lu Chen was her last chance. If she lost even that, then her existence would lose its meaning. But right now, she didn't even have the opportunity to meet that gentleman. Was this considered a failure? Thinking of this made her heart unwilling. She could only lower her head, silently pick up the fruit basket, and then turn to leave. Hodgins watched her walk away, and a slight ripple stirred in his heart. But it was just a little. Then he planned to continue watering the flowers. But would Zhuqing give up so easily? Obviously not. When Hodgins walked back into the flower shed, Zhuqing seemed to see an opportunity. Her whole body suddenly perked up. Taking advantage of Hodgins' inattention, she ran wildly to the front of the dormitory building and shouted at the entire building. "Sir, I know you're inside, no matter what your reason is for not wanting to accept me. But at least let me see you one more time, okay?" Such a loud voice was still heard by Lu Chen, who was playing games inside the dormitory. After a moment of surprise, he curiously walked out to the corridor. Zhuqing also saw Lu Chen, and her heart couldn't help but fill with excitement. A smile appeared on her face. "Sir, I finally see you. Can I become your disciple?" This sudden statement made Lu Chen, who was initially curious, lose all interest in an instant. He turned around and walked back into the dormitory, slamming the door shut. He even muttered a complaint. As expected, curiosity killed the cat. "The ancients didn't lie to me." After saying that, he directly lay down on the sofa, not caring that someone was still lying on it. He accidentally woke Su Shaoqing up. She even thought a peg had fallen on her, such a big lump just sat down here. Even after waking up and realizing it was Lu Chen, kicking him twice was useless. He was as stubborn as a bull. But just as Lu Chen started a game, another voice came from outside the door. "Sir, I don't know why you don't like me. Please take this fruit basket with you. It's also mine." Before she could finish her sentence, the fruit basket in her hand had already disappeared. Lu Chen had appeared in front of her at some point, and the fruit basket was in his hands. He was just greedily looking to see what was inside. "Hey, you brought something, why didn't you say so earlier? Come, sit inside." This unusual behavior left Zhuqing stunned. How did Lu Chen suddenly become so enthusiastic? Su Shaoqing upstairs also leaned over the corridor railing, looking at Zhuqing with an indifferent expression. She was munching on something. "That's just how he is. You'll get used to it. Come in." Although Zhuqing didn't understand the meaning of this, at least she could finally go in. As long as she had the opportunity to interact with Lu Chen, there was another chance for victory. But when she walked into the room,
The scene before her made her feel somewhat at a loss. Clearly, the decorations and items in this room were so old, and clearly, these two people looked so disheveled. Yet the room was so clean. In fact, the entire room is managed by the cleanliness-obsessed hoardings. That's why it's so tidy. These two only eat and sleep, so it's impossible for them to keep things so organized. The reason Zhu Qing can see Su Shaoqing is that hoardings has set up a barrier here. Whether it's spirits, energy, or monsters, as long as they enter this 10-mile radius, they will reveal themselves. Zhu Qing looked at the decorations and style here with some disbelief. Shouldn't Country Z have already achieved precise poverty alleviation? How could there still be such a dilapidated place? But then again, with a top billionaire like hoardings here, it couldn't possibly be due to a lack of money. They must have wanted to cultivate in such a place from the beginning. After some mental supplementation, she confirmed this idea. Soon, Zhu Qing casually found a spot in the room to sit down. At this moment, hoardings also approached. After all, he couldn't just let someone casually approach Teacher Hua. He had to see what this guy's intentions were. Zhu Qing's first goal in coming here was to ask Lu Chen to be her master. However, she was immediately denied. This outcome was within Hoarding's expectations. Seeing her decisively rejected by the teacher, he couldn't help but feel a bit proud inside, although he didn't quite know what she was proud of. However, the second condition was surprisingly agreed to by Lu Chen. Sir, although I don't know how terrifying your strength really is, I know you have never participated in a dungeon. Given your strength, you should at least rank among the S-Class strong. But I have searched the global rankings of all S-Class Awakeners, and your name is not among them. So I don't understand why you are unwilling to participate in dungeon refreshes. Isn't this a great opportunity to make a name for yourself? Just as he said this, Hoardings immediately interrupted him. Superficial. With the teacher's strength, is there a need to go to such places? Your unreasonable request is something the teacher will never agree to. Lu Chen, hearing Hoarding's words, also gave a thumbs up in affirmation. However, when Xu Cheng mentioned that the Awakener's dungeon refresh ranking could earn a substantial bonus every month, the atmosphere changed. For dungeons within 10 levels, you can earn 3,000 yuan a month. For dungeons within 20 levels, you can earn 20,000 yuan a month. For dungeons within 30 levels, you can earn 100,000 yuan a month. For dungeons within 40 levels, you can earn 300,000 yuan a month. For dungeons within 50 levels, you can earn 500,000 yuan a month. For dungeons within 60 to 70 levels, you can earn 1 million a month. For 80 levels, there are no limits. The strongest few S-Class Awakeners in the world are only at around 80 levels. No one has ever reached 90 levels. Of course, if someone can break through 90 levels, the money would be considered trivial. Lu Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. After all, he was at least within 10 levels, so wouldn't that mean he could earn 3,000 yuan a month? This was much better than working. What? I still have to continue and refresh 2 more dungeons to earn 3,000 yuan. Lu Chen had already been sick of that place before. Now he had to go there 2 more times. It's really hard to make money these days. Xu Qing didn't expect Lu Chen to react this way. However, she patiently explained why it was necessary. Yes, because the first level of the dungeon is a place every awakener must go, so it naturally cannot be counted in the salary. Only after reaching the 3rd level of the dungeon can one apply for national subsidies. At this moment, Lu Chen's face was filled with despair. If the first level was this difficult, how much harder would the 2nd level be? No, absolutely not. But my 3,000 yuan, oh heavens! Why are you always so unfair to me? Xu Qing looked at Lu Chen, who was so upset, and didn't know what to say. Sir, with your strength, you should be able to easily clear the first 20 levels of the dungeon, right? Why are you still so upset? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen became a bit impatient. Frowning, he grabbed Xu Qing. It's easy for you to say. Have you been there? Have you ever experienced that kind of despair? Xu Qing didn't know how to respond, only able to awkwardly watch Lu Chen, feeling lost. He then scratched his own face. Sir, although I know that dungeons can indeed be quite dangerous, but I managed to clear the 23rd level. The earlier levels didn't seem that hard. He said this, but it felt strange to say it to Lu Chen. And your disciple here seems to have cleared up to the 41st level, right? But as soon as he said this, he regretted it. Could it be? The sir was saying this on purpose. After all, Hoardings was right next to him as a disciple. How could he not understand these things? Is this a test for me? Xu Qing seemed to suddenly realize, instantly understanding. He immediately dropped to the ground and shouted, Sir, I was wrong. I misunderstood your intentions. I sincerely apologize again. Xu Qing's sudden kneeling left Lu Chen stunned. He had no idea what was happening and could only blink at Zhu Qing in confusion. Meanwhile, Zhu Qing had imagined Lu Chen as a big shot who had cleared the dungeon to a high level. He just grew tired of the fighting and killing in the dungeons, which was why he said such things. Otherwise, given his current strength, how could he say something like that? It really is my fault. But among those present, besides Lu Chen and Su Shaoqing, who looked bewildered, Hoarding stepped forward and smiled at Zhu Qing. "Ha, you really are still too young. Such a simple question, and you only just understood it now. If it weren't for my brother's generosity, you probably wouldn't even have the qualifications to enter here." Hoarding's words were explosive, once again shocking Lu Chen and Su Shaoqing. What are they talking about? I completely don't understand. Su Shaoqing also glanced at Lu Chen and said seriously, "Is that what you mean?" Lu Chen could only shake his head blankly, indicating he didn't know. However, Zhu Qing and Hoardings continued their conversation. The more they talked, the longer it became, and the more confused they got. It was like a string of password screws, leaving Lu Chen and Su Shaoqing in a daze. Until Lu Chen fell asleep. They finally stopped. Hoardings nudged the sleeping Lu Chen. Lu Chen suddenly woke up with a start, looking around in panic. What happened? What happened? Is something wrong? Hoardings explained everything. "Teacher, I think her thoughts are too naive and not suitable for you, but she is now insisting on having you participate in the dungeon. If you don't need it, I can kick her out right now." Lu Chen could only look at Hoardings helplessly. It wasn't that there was a problem with what he said. It was just that this guy had woken me up. Moreover, I completely couldn't understand what he was saying. I originally wanted to casually brush him off and directly persuade this girl to leave, but what she said afterward was simply too tempting. "Since you insist on not going, then I won't force you. Unfortunately, the luxurious private room I prepared for you all has to be cancelled." Upon hearing the word luxurious, Lu Chen quickly ran back to Zhu Qing's side. He flopped down heavily, lying directly in front of her, striking a very handsome pose. A hint of sincerity shone in his eyes. "Beautiful lady, please wait. Regarding the dungeon, I think we can reconsider this matter carefully." As he spoke, he slowly got up. "Actually, I've thought about entering the dungeon for a long time. Money is just an external thing. Mainly, I really want to prove myself. Give me a chance, and I want to show everyone." As Lu Chen spoke, his eyes revealed sincerity. Each word did not seem perfunctory. Others might not see it, but he could definitely perceive that look. Perhaps what Lu Chen said was false, but deep down, that was indeed his thought. At this moment, Lu Chen was thinking about how to make it to the third level first. This 3,000 yuan salary was not to be taken for granted. Most importantly, the luxurious private room sounded very high-end. Although he didn't understand anything, just the word luxurious was enough. He had to go today. How could he pass up something free? Besides, if that guy Huadingxi could make it to the 41st level, it meant his will was strong enough. His will might not be that strong, but getting through 2 levels of the dungeon should still be fine. The main point was still to get it for free. At this moment, Su Shaoqing and Huadingxi did not expect Lu Chen to agree so readily. Su Shaoqing definitely knew that Lu Chen was doing this just to get something for free, but Huadingxi began to imagine. Could it be? Suddenly enlightened, he slammed himself onto the ground. "I understand, teacher. Your teachings will be unforgettable for me. I will also go to this dungeon." The sudden voice immediately startled Lu Chen. What a lunatic. How come he looks exactly like this girl? Could they be twins, specifically here to trick me? Thinking back, both came to seek a master, which is quite possible. Zhu Qing was also taken aback by this statement. Could it be? Then she suddenly knelt down, prostrating herself in front of Lu Chen. "Sir, forgive my ignorance. Your level is far beyond mine. In just this brief meeting, I have gained so much. Even if you are unwilling to take me as a disciple, I am willing to follow you for a lifetime." But Su Shaoqing, seeing this scene, was stunned. "No, are you too crazy? Can't you see the question marks all over his face? He is not at all what you think he is. Please don't be fooled." But the most bewildered was still Lu Chen. "Indeed, these two are here specifically to trick me. First, they want to take me as a master, then eat and drink for free at my place. I understand now. Their knees are really not worth much. Kneeling after a few words, kneeling after a few words. They completely treat me as a tribute, right?" In the laboratory, an ordinary researcher walked up to a man. "President Zhang. The composition of this fish head has been fully examined. If calculated based on normal strength, it can reach the combat power of the 50th level of the dungeon." This so-called President Zhang was the S-rank awakener who previously thought Lu Chen was a lunatic. His real name was Zhang Jitian, ranked second to last among S-rank awakeners, in 18th place,
and was the president of the Luotian Guild. He was currently studying the fish head that Huodingxi had chopped off. Even though the entire body had already disappeared, the cells inside that head were still crazily reproducing. If not suppressed by medication, perhaps it could truly repair its own body. This terrifying will to survive, even with just a glimmer of hope, refused to give up. One can only imagine how strong it was when its whole body was alive. Next to the fish head lay a piece of armor. A very large fist imprint had already been struck into the chest. This was precisely the chest armor that Li Xia had worn before. Zhang Jitian also had a very wicked thought. If the Fish King were to be resurrected and then given a fine piece of chest armor, would it be able to shatter this armor with a single punch? What an interesting idea, just thinking about it was thrilling. Meanwhile, Lu Chen also followed Zhu Qing's advice and participated in the dungeon selection tournament. When everyone wanted to enter a higher level dungeon, they needed to undergo a test here. Only those whose strength met the requirements for entering a higher level dungeon would be approved to proceed. Lu Chen's purpose for coming was to take the test. However, the tests here were not solely martial, there were also literary tests. If one did not pass, even if their strength met the requirements for entering the next level, the state would not allow them to proceed. Lu Chen was quite confident in this regard. After all, he was at least half a college student. The literary test was a piece of cake. It was the martial test that worried him a bit. Soon, Lu Chen arrived at the entrance of the testing hall. A few staff members were standing at the door. Seeing Lu Chen's silly appearance, they couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him. They merely played with their phones, looking utterly bored, completely disregarding Lu Chen. It wasn't until Lu Chen approached them to inquire that they even glanced his way. "Hey, you guys are the staff here, right? Could you tell me where the dungeon testing platform is?" But even after Lu Chen finished speaking, the two staff members still ignored him, glancing at him before returning to their phones. This behavior directly infuriated Lu Chen. "Hey, my parents never dared to give me this kind of attitude. How dare you show me a face like that? But I have no parents. But what does that matter?" The more Lu Chen thought about it, the angrier he became, and he directly grabbed one of the staff members by the collar and yanked hard. "You bastard, what are you doing? You're giving me attitude right off the bat, huh? Do you still want to keep your job? Do you believe I'll report you?" However, after Lu Chen said all this, the staff member still showed no reaction, continuing to play with his phone as if Lu Chen were invisible. It seemed this kind of thing was already commonplace for them. After a while, one of them shouted, "Security! Where's security? Where's security? Quickly, drag this guy out." As soon as he finished speaking, several security guards walked in. Upon seeing Lu Chen causing a scene, they approached him and jabbed a fork at his head. The guards, like dogs with forks, directly shoved Lu Chen out. However, Lu Chen was out. But behind him, Huodingxi, carrying several large bags, witnessed the scene. Seeing his teacher treated this way, anger surged in his heart. He immediately released his body's pressure, and a terrifying aura erupted from him, causing the nearby security guards to break into a cold sweat, their bodies going weak. Even the doorman at the entrance was frightened by this pressure, quickly scurrying out like a little dog. Lord Huodingxi, please, have mercy on us. It was our fault for not knowing you were coming here in time." The guards apologized to Huodingxi while slapping their own faces. Hajin showed no signs of anger at all. His old face darkened, adopting a high-handed posture as he looked at the group. "What good is it to apologize to me? You should ask my teacher." The staff member beside him looked completely bewildered. Hajin's teacher? He had never heard of such a person. But no one dared to be the first to ask, so they could only stand there awkwardly, fidgeting with their fingers. "Mr. Hajins, who is your teacher?" Hajins didn't expect that this group of fools didn't even know who they had offended. The overwhelming killing intent erupted once more. Just as he was about to teach these people a lesson, a hand rested on his arm. When he turned to look, he found it was Lu Chen. "Forget it, Hajins. We're running out of time, let's hurry inside and finish up." Upon seeing Lu Chen, Hajins quickly took a step back and bowed deeply, expressing his sincere apologies. Although Lu Chen felt embarrassed about such things, he had gotten used to it after experiencing it multiple times. The two soon arrived at the training facility. Lu Jia initially thought it was just a simple training ground, nothing special. But when he actually stepped inside, he was truly amazed. The moment he walked through the door, a vast space appeared before him. This place was as large as 16 football fields combined. It was equipped with all kinds of training equipment, and there were countless people undergoing tests. Different levels of measuring instruments were available from the inside out. The deeper you went, the higher the required strength. Most of the people being tested here were those within the 20th level dungeons.
Beyond the 20th level, there were hardly any. Since Lu Chen had only cleared the first level, he was assigned to the second-level training area. It was already filled with thousands of people. Almost everyone shared Lu Chen's mindset, just trying to secure a basic living allowance. Hajin's, however, was different. There was not a single person in the 42nd level training area where he was. He was all alone, so there was no need to queue. Moreover, there were staff members providing him with comprehensive service. While I was here to toil like a beast, he was here to enjoy life, right? I refused to accept this. Lu Chen angrily threw his cup on the ground. Strutting over to a training area with fewer people, he was quickly noticed and dragged back by a bunch of security guards. Moreover, for littering, he was fined several $100s. It was a direct blow to him. What the hell is this? I haven't even received my $3,000 basic allowance, and I've already been fined $500. However, the staff didn't care about Lu Chen's complaints and stated that if he caused any more trouble, they would kick him out. Although Lu Chen was very angry, he stopped to look around, thought it over carefully, and ultimately decided to give up. He would get his allowance first. Saying this, he stubbornly ran to the back of the long line to queue again. Looking at the long line and then at Hajin's, who was sipping red wine, he felt genuinely miserable. How long would this take? Just like that, Lu Chen spent 8 hours queuing after having breakfast. He had previously wondered why everyone in front of him was carrying a bag. Now he realized they were all filled with food. It was infuriating. Not only was he hungry, but he also began to feel mentally dazed. This boredom was even worse than being in the dungeon before. However, seeing that there were still hundreds of people in line ahead of him, he felt a bit more at ease. It wasn't a waste of time after all, having spent so many hours queuing. At that moment, a loud chatter began to rise from the crowd nearby. Everyone turned to look at the same spot. Some staff members rushed over as if to welcome an extraordinary figure. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Young Master Li has arrived. However, many people were still unclear about who young Master Li was, until some ordinary folks recognized the person in front of them. Don't you all know young Master Li? The third son of the Phoenix Guild, Li Siki. There are occasional rumors about him online. They say he's a prodigy. At 7, he could kick a boulder apart. At 10, he could lift a car with one hand. By 16, he was rated among the top 3 on the global genius list. Now at 18, he just awakened and directly advanced to a B-level awakener. A prophet once predicted his future. It said he might enter the ranks of A-level awakeners before he turns 30. And the vice president of the Phoenix Guild regards him as the future of the family. Now he's here to refresh the dungeon. Hearing the title of the third son of Phoenix City, a large number of people began to recognize this genius. After all, the name Young Master Li was quite niche, so it was normal not to recognize him. But the name of the third son had stirred quite a wave online. Although he was the third son, he still looked quite handsome. He was seen wearing sunglasses, casually sipping milk tea while cutting in line, completely ignoring those who had been waiting all day. He swaggered past them. Although there were many dissatisfied voices, no one dared to stand up against him due to his status, until he reached Lu Chen's side. Lu Chen suddenly grabbed his clothes, and Li Siki was instantly pulled back by this powerful grip. A surge of anger erupted from the top of his head. Who the hell doesn't have eyes and dares to grab me? When he turned around, he found a very angry fool tugging at his clothes. Rage surged instantly. Are you looking for death? I'll count to 3, and you better let go. But before he could finish speaking, he forcefully tried to shake Lu Chen's hand off. The result was predictable. It was utterly useless. Lu Chen, with a gloomy face, said, "Didn't you see how long we've been waiting in line? Don't think just because you're a kid, I won't dare to hit you. You look all prim and proper, but don't you understand the order of arrival?" Upon hearing this, Li Siki could no longer hold back. He grabbed Lu Chen by the collar, pressing his body forward, glaring fiercely at Lu Chen. "You dare to meddle in my affairs? Do you even know who I am?" Before he could finish, Lu Chen slapped him with a powerful backhand. The force sent Li Siki spinning through the air before he landed slowly. For a moment, he was stunned by this brute strength and impulsiveness. Still reeling, he felt a massive killing intent. Looking up, he realized that the man in front of him exuded a powerful oppressive aura. It was making it hard for him to breathe. His heart raced. Cold sweat began to trickle down Li Siki's back. He had never experienced such a feeling before. What to do? Just as he felt he could no longer hold on, an assistant beside him called out to him. "Young master, are you okay? I'll have someone drag this person out right now." Saying this, he waved his hand, and a bunch of security guards began to gather around. However, this action startled Li Siki, and he quickly extended his hand, shouting loudly, "Stop! Don't move yet! Indeed, it was my fault. I shouldn't have cut in line.
Come on, let's go queue up.
However, the assistant beside him still wanted to say something, but was immediately silenced.
Although a bit displeased, who could blame him? He could only follow with a puzzled expression and queue up behind him again. Lu Chen, seeing this, didn't dwell on it too much. After all, it was almost his turn.
Soon, some staff members said, 5 more from the back can come in. This place was completely different from what he had imagined. He had thought there would be some high-difficulty moves or very thrilling tests. Unexpectedly, what lay before him were just some physical testing machines that one would find in a gym, similar to fitness equipment. In another office, 3 people sat, which was what the girl referred to as the written test. However, Lu Jia quickly realized that this was definitely not the testing area. Perhaps it was just a warm-up. Yes, it must be that way. Halfway through his thoughts, Lu Chen felt a slap on the back of his head from a passing staff member.
What are you daydreaming about? Don't you see there are so many people still queuing behind? Hurry up! Lu Chen could only touch the back of his head and walk up with a grievance. He cautiously muttered a few words. It's just a test, why be so fierce? Saying this, he walked over to the so-called strength testing machine. Before him stood a muscular man, preparing to punch the strength tester with all his might. However, the way he was gearing up was quite comical. He was squatting like he was on a toilet, his entire face flushed red, as if he were blushing. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh at the sight. But after being glared at by the muscular man, he could only feign innocence and suppress his laughter. Yet, the man's earlier antics were just too funny. The more he thought about it, the more he laughed again. But before he could enjoy it for long, he received another slap on the head. The staff member had come over again. You brat, what are you laughing at? Do you think you can do better than him? When it's your turn, don't let the people behind you mock you. Otherwise, you better shut up right now. Lu Chen, feeling inexplicably wronged, received another hard slap on the head. Although he felt a bit indignant inside, he thought about it and realized he was indeed in the wrong. He shouldn't mock others, no matter what. So he could only awkwardly indicate that he wouldn't laugh anymore. However, the staff member didn't let him off the hook and directly pointed to the room beside them. With a hint of helplessness, he said, there's someone testing here, so go over there first. Lu Chen glanced in the direction he pointed, which was indeed the written test office. He had heard that the pass rate here was very low. Even students from prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Beta rarely scored above 80. Lu Chen didn't believe in such superstitions. He was determined to see just how difficult this exam was today. However, the main purpose of his visit today was to test the martial arts assessment. He wanted to save the written test for last, so he awkwardly discussed with the staff member. Hey, brother, can I not go there first? Let me finish this martial arts test first. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the staff member slowly raise his hand. Seeing this, Lu Chen immediately conceded. Alright, okay. I'll go, is that okay? After saying that, he could only nod and bow, dejectedly running to the entrance of the written test room. What to do now? He wasn't mentally prepared for the written test yet, but he still had some confidence. Just as he thought of this, the door to the written test room opened. A young man wearing glasses, looking like a model student, was crying while wiping his tears, muttering a bunch of unwilling words. You guys are really bullying people too much. I hate you all. After saying that, he ran away. Lu Chen quickly went up to comfort him. It's not worth it, buddy. It's just a test, right? As long as you study more, I believe you can pass next time. But that guy seemed to ignore Lu Chen's words and pushed him away. With a haughty tone, he said, Who are you calling buddy? I'm a girl. As soon as those words came out, Lu Chen felt like his eyes were about to bleed. This guy's leg hair is longer than my hair, and he dares to say he's a girl. Seriously, if I weren't looking at you, I really want to punch you. He could only helplessly point at him. Buddy, don't joke around. Even if you say you're a girl, I'd believe you if you said you were a gorilla. As soon as he said that, Lu Chen was hit hard by a slap. Then the girl in front of him ran away, leaving Lu Chen speechless. What's wrong with this guy? However, in the studio, the voices of the interrogators could be heard again. Next, after hearing the call, Lu Chen took 2 small steps forward. The moment he walked into the office, the whole world seemed to quiet down. Once the door was closed, it was completely insulated, not a sound from outside could be heard. It felt like a secret, even though it was the same. The atmosphere suddenly became serious. Lu Chen cautiously sat down opposite the interrogators. He saw that the screen still displayed the information of the previous test member. Wang Gang, female, 18 years old, graduated from Qingbei University, failed the exam with a score of 32. This string of data shocked Lu Chen. If even Qingbei University could only score 32, then what chance did I have from this second-tier university?
But soon Lu Chen calmed down. After scanning Lu Chen's information, the interrogators began to question him. There were 3 people sitting in front of him, all with their backs to him, but he could clearly hear that there were 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was in the middle. The first to speak was also the woman.
Lu Chen, from Guizhou.
That's rare. After saying that, she fell silent for a moment.
Mr. Lu, we will ask you some simple questions next.
There are no standard answers to these questions, but we will evaluate all your answers later.
Please listen carefully to what I am about to say. Hearing this professional tone, Lu Chen felt a bit nervous.
It had been a long time since he experienced this feeling. His first interview seemed like it was ages ago, so Lu Chen took this questioning very seriously. He looked at the 3 interrogators with a serious and earnest expression, occasionally swallowing his saliva.
Until the first question came up. A pound of eggs and a tofu, which do you think has greater value? At first, Lu Chen thought this question was nothing strange. Isn't it just testing market prices? The egg soup didn't specify where the eggs were from, and the tofu didn't specify what kind it was. But normally, a pound of eggs would definitely be more expensive than a tofu. Lu Chen answered without hesitation. I choose socks. As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned. No one knew what was going on in Lu Chen's mind.
Just when Lu Chen was feeling pleased with his answer, he was directly given 3 votes of 0.
This left Lu Chen completely bewildered. And these 3 couldn't even distinguish the price of a pound of eggs and a tofu. What was this guy here for?
The 3 of them began to whisper among themselves.
Could he be a lunatic? Lu Chen also heard their conversation and instantly became angry.
He directly scolded the 3 of them. Hey, stop being sneaky.
I heard everything you were saying. So what if I got the answer wrong? Why call me crazy?
The 3 interrogators felt guilty and could only cough awkwardly a few times to express their apologies. However, Lu Chang was still very angry, but he held back for the sake of answering the next question. At the same time, he understood a principle. The previous question was just a simple one, and this was a serious inquiry room. There weren't that many tricky questions. Once he realized this, Lu Chen suddenly understood. He firmly believed that the next question would definitely not be difficult for him.
However, the second question left Lu Chen dumbfounded. Mr. Lu, let's start the second question. Pound, S equals infinity pi slash n equals 2, 1 slash n8. Could you please tell us how to solve this question?
Upon seeing this question, Lu Chen felt like his eyes were about to pop out.
What the hell are these numbers? Is this something a human can answer? Other than that 1, 2, and 8, can you tell me if there's anything else a human can calculate from those numbers?
But time waits for no one. There was only 30 seconds to answer a question. However, Lu Chen really didn't understand this question at all and could only answer randomly. If I get deducted points, then so be it. I'll have to take the next question more seriously.
The answer is infinity. The staff nodded in relief. Correct answer. With a firm expression and sharp tone. We are very satisfied. All 3 of them gave full marks for this question. This left Lu Chang baffled. He had answered seriously and got it wrong, while Lu Chen, who just made something up, got points. Alright, I admit I was shallow before. But for the next question, I will definitely answer perfectly, without relying on luck. Lu Chen was very determined. But that was just talk.
In reality, he had forgotten all those knowledge points long ago during college.
Who remembers those things after going to college? It's not like he was preparing for graduate school. However, the next question quickly began.
The interrogators also felt sorry for their unreasonable behavior in judging Lu Chen earlier.
Mr. Lu, you truly are a talent. We were too offensive just now.
Please don't take it too seriously. Although Lu Chen knew that he had just guessed randomly, seeing these people suddenly being so polite made him feel a bit embarrassed. So he could only awkwardly say, no problem, no problem.
Since Mr. Lu has already let go of past grievances, let's quickly start the next question.
After saying this, one of them took out a book and opened a page. After pondering for a moment, he said, if you were walking down the street and suddenly found a $1 bill and a $100 bill on either side of the road, which one would you choose to pick up?
As soon as this question was asked, Lu Chen instantly froze. Something was off, very off.
Although this question seems simple, if I say I would take the $100, that would be too obvious. It's definitely a trap. If I say I want to take the $1, that would be even more foolish. Why would I take $1 instead of 100?
This question is interesting.
What if I say I would take both?
I choose both.
Just as he was halfway through his sentence, he immediately stopped.
Lu Chen suddenly realized that something was wrong again.
He had just said half of it, and the staff were already laughing like this.
There was definitely something wrong.
The three interrogators in front of him were sitting there, laughing like fools, unable to contain themselves. To be honest, it felt a bit insulting.
Lu Chen gritted his teeth and angrily questioned them, "You guys are going too far. This is already a personal insult." Hearing Lu Chen's complaints, the three interrogators immediately stifled their laughter and forced themselves to calm down.
After coughing a couple of times, they reminded Lu Chen that time was running out.
With only 20 seconds left on the clock, Lu Chen couldn't care less. He decided to treat a dead horse as if it were a live one. "I choose not to pick either."
As soon as he said this, the three interrogators were taken aback.
They then feigned calmness and asked Lu Chen why. His answer was quite unexpected. "Because."
The corners of his mouth lifted slightly.
"The education I've received since childhood has taught me that if you find money, you must hand it in, you can't be greedy. If you find money and are very happy, the person who lost it will be very sad. So we must hand in anything we find immediately. I think the appearance of this question is meant to test my humanity."
Upon hearing this, one interrogator, who had just taken a sip of water, suddenly spat it out.
This answer was simply absurd. What kind of humanity could be tested with 100 yuan?
Yet, they couldn't pinpoint what was wrong with his statement. Handing in found money was indeed commendable. However, it still felt strange, but they couldn't quite figure out why. Just as he was feeling troubled, he glanced at the two other interrogators beside him and found their expressions even worse than his. They seemed deeply troubled by this question, all wearing frowns.
If this question was wrong, it seemed right in a way.
But if it was right, it felt like it would be a win for this brat. It seemed they all shared the same thought.
After some careful consideration, they decided to pass Lu Chen. "Ah, Mr. Lu, let's say you got through this question.
Next time, try a bit harder, and don't always get stuck on these trivial matters."
What the hell does it mean that I got through? Can you not worry your disdain on your face? What's with that look of contempt?
It felt like this time, winning was not glorious at all.
What do you mean by trivial matters? Isn't that the correct answer? But Lu Chen still held back his anger, his expression one of constipation. At least he got the question right. Hold it in, hold it in. Lu Chen thought this question was already ridiculous enough. He didn't expect the next question to be even more bizarre. "Mr. Lu, when you take a shower at night, do you wash your butt first or your feet?" At that moment, Lu Chen could no longer hold back.
His previously constipated expression instantly crumbled. He placed one foot on the table and lunged toward the chairs. He grabbed one of the interrogators tightly.
"What kind of ridiculous question is this? What does this have to do with entering the instance? Are you just wasting your high salary here, unable to find anything interesting? Do you think I'm a fool to toy with?"
The two interrogators beside him quickly urged Lu Chen to calm down. If he acted impulsively this time, he would regret it for a lifetime. If he acted impulsively this time, he would completely lose his chance. If he acted impulsively this time, he would spend the rest of his life in prison. We are also asking questions based on normal logic. This is really the fault of us interrogators. Hearing this, Lu Chen once again suppressed his anger and returned to his previous position. However, they posed another question. "Can underwear and socks be washed together?" This time, Lu Chen could no longer hold back. He directly took action, and the three of them went at it together. However, it was clear that since he had done this, his score naturally plummeted to a terrifying 12 points, even lower than the score of the student from Qingbei University who had just entered. When Lu Chen walked out the door, he was mocked by the guy who had just finished the martial arts test. "I thought you were something special. Turns out you just made a big fool of yourself." This remark provoked Lu Chen again, and without a second thought, he rolled up his sleeves and gave the guy 2 hits on the head. However, this action was quickly interrupted by the security guard. Thus, Lu Chen's first test ended with an astonishing score of 12 points, successfully earning him the title of second to last on the test leaderboard. He didn't even qualify for the minimum guarantee and ended up losing 500 yuan. On top of that, he was insulted. This deal was a total loss. At the same time, a creepy guy approached, throwing a flirtatious glance at the very sad Lu Chen. "Hey there, little sister, don't be discouraged. Everyone has their off days." Lu Chen was taken aback. Who was this burly guy, picking his nose and scratching his butt? Damn, he just called me sister right off the bat. How do I look like a woman? But he quickly recalled this scene. It was eerily similar to when he had just entered the interrogation room. Truly, fate plays tricks on people, fortunes change. Li Siki, who was still waiting in line at the door, saw Lu Chen being dragged out and hurried over to ask, wait, what's going on?" The security guard explained everything. "Li Xiao, you may not know, but this guy came here to cause trouble.
The test hadn't even finished, and he had already injured 3 interrogators. He also verbally insulted the normal personnel undergoing the test. I suspect he has mental issues, so I brought him out.
Hearing this, Lisiki stroked his chin.
That should be the case. This guy looks somewhat upright, not like an unreasonable person. Could my intuition be wrong?
He thought to himself as he strode over to Lu Chen. After glancing around Lu Chen for a moment, he noticed that Lu Chen was full of flaws, yet he still gave off an inexplicable sense of pressure.
Was it an illusion?
He wanted to test Lu Chen while sitting, but as he slowly approached, he suddenly made eye contact with Lu Chen. That terrifying pressure hit him again, scaring Lisiki to quickly lower his head and turn around, running back in a hurry.
This guy is definitely a strong one.
It seems he is deliberately hiding his strength. No, I can't let this unreasonable group anger this strong person. With that thought, he grabbed the security captain.
Do you know what you've done? Quickly put that guy back in for testing. Do you realize what you just did almost got us killed?
The security captain looked bewildered, but he couldn't ignore Li Xiao's words and reluctantly went back to give Lu Chen another chance. Perhaps Lu Chen had some connection with Li Xiao. In any case, he couldn't offend him. However, Lu Chen hadn't yet recovered from his previous days when he was dragged back in by several security guards again, looking completely confused.
Hey, what are you guys doing? I tell you, I don't have a single cent on me. It won't help to drag me back.
The security guards didn't know what to say and could only silently drag Lu Chen to the testing machine and drop him there.
Then they turned and left.
Only the man who had been in the martial arts test and a staff member remained. Stop looking. Although I don't know what your relationship with Li Xiao is, I advise you to give up. Tests like this, if you don't pass, it doesn't matter how strong your background is.
Lu Chen still didn't understand what he was talking about.
The testing staff member laughed again.
Look at him, that dumb look. He looks like he would drool even if he were cured. Do you think he can pass the test?
After saying this, both of them burst into laughter, leaving Lu Chen standing there with a bewildered expression. Although he was angry, he really had to hold it in this time. If they continued to be so rough, he probably wouldn't get another chance.
Besides, who exactly was Li Xiao? Why couldn't he remember knowing this friend? Could it be that girl from before?
Just as he thought of this, the older brother who was testing in front finished. The martial arts test score was 76 points, which was above average. In the martial arts test, a score of 76 was already considered passing. Even if the academic test score was low, one could almost enter the second or third level of the dungeon.
Moreover, after this man finished the test, he provocatively walked over to Lu Chen.
Taking advantage of his distraction, he flicked Lu Chen's forehead with his hand, making a strange sound. With that smart look on your face, how are you going to complete these tests later? As soon as he finished speaking, the man was slapped in the face.
Lu Chen took one step, then two, and walked over to the punching power test machine. After pondering for a moment, he tightly clenched his fist.
Before anyone could react, a powerful explosion sound erupted. When the explosion stopped, everyone stared in shock at what was before them.
Lu Chen had smashed the entire testing platform with just one punch.
The tremendous impact had directly created a hole in the wall behind it. Smoke was still rising from his hand. However, Lu Chen clearly didn't take this seriously and looked completely at a loss.
Oh, is this machine broken? I didn't even use much force, how did it break?
To others, Lu Chen seemed a bit like he was showing off, but he genuinely didn't know. After all, he really hadn't used much force, his fist hadn't even fully swung out before the testing platform exploded. He stood there foolishly looking at the staff beside him, asking if the machine was broken. However, this scene had already left the staff dumbfounded. Having lived for so long, they had never seen such a situation. Even S-Class Awakeners, when testing in these ordinary dungeons, only had the strength of B-Class Awakeners.
Lu Chen was like a fully leveled S-Class Awakener suddenly coming here to play with a low-level character.
The staff had nothing to say to Lu Chen and simply pointed to the equipment beside him, indicating that he could proceed to the next stage. Although Lu Chen was a bit confused, he scratched the back of his head and moved on to the next stage. This time, all eyes were on Lu Chen. The testing personnel next door even rushed over to witness Lu Chen, to see if he really had that kind of strength.
Lu Chen seemed to sense everyone's gaze. What's going on with these people today? Why are they all coming over here?
He was completely unaware that everyone was watching him. However, Lu Chen didn't mind, stretched his back, and walked over to the leg test section. As long as he could jump 5 meters from a standing position, it would be considered passing.
Jumping 10 meters would be good, and jumping 20 meters would be excellent. Lu Chen glanced at the distance ahead and found it wasn't far.
Since he wasn't sure how far he needed to jump, he planned to aim for the farthest line behind. He thought to himself, that must be the passing line, no wonder it's so close. With that in mind, Lu Chen stretched his legs.
The staff immediately reminded Lu Chen, wait for me to count to 3, then you can start jumping. Okay, I'll respond to that. Lu Chen looked over and nodded. The countdown began. 3, 2, 1. As soon as the words were spoken, the ground beneath Lu Chen's feet exploded. A powerful wave of air suddenly erupted, and before Lu Chen could even grasp the situation, he was already at the finish line. When everyone finally regained their composure, they could see Lu Chen's position. Lu Chen felt a bit frustrated. This is it. I accidentally jumped over the line. I hope I'm not disqualified again? The strength Lu Chen displayed shocked the entire venue. At that moment, it seemed even the security guards sensed that this friend of young Master Li was indeed not simple. Lu Chen stood there in a daze, occasionally scratching his belly. Jumping out of the line shouldn't be a problem, right? Who would dare question Lu Chen's performance? The staff could only nod and run over, bowing and saying, and no problem. Sir, you can proceed to the next test. However, the subsequent events were the same. Lu Chen breezed through them all. Swimming 100 m in 1 second. Sprinting 100 m in 1 second. Doing 100 push-ups in 1 second. Doing 100 sit-ups in 1 second. Almost all the following events ended in an instant, at a speed of 1 second. The destruction caused to the testing platform looked as if it had just experienced a fight. Yet, even so, Lu Chen still felt that this was merely a warm-up before the real test. The actual test probably hadn't even begun. The staff backstage, witnessing such a scene, directly rated Lu Chen a perfect score of 100. They announced that with Lu Chen's strength, he could easily enter dungeons above level 20. They intended to relay this information to Lu Chen. But just then, a man walked in. With yellow hair, a cigarette in his mouth, and wearing tight pants, he looked just like a spirited young man. When he fully stepped inside, it became clear who he was. An A-level awakener, Huang Lu. He watched the video, replaying Lu Chen's test content over and over, feeling extremely displeased. Lu Chen, I finally found you again. This time, I will make you wish you were dead. The others were also terrified upon hearing Huang Li's words. Their bodies tensed up, cold sweat pouring down. After a while, an older man approached, trembling as he spoke. Huang, supervisor, what do you mean? Huang Lu disdainfully threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out. Isn't it just an awakener whose strength has reached A-level? Let him enter the dungeon. But, he must enter an interesting place. After saying this, he let out a strange laugh. At this moment, Lu Chen had been arranged in the waiting room. However, he wasn't idle, diligently picking at his feet. Until a few staff members in white lab coats walked in. They were wrapped up tightly, with no patterns on their clothes, just white on white. They looked more like experimental personnel than staff. The previously quiet atmosphere suddenly became tense. Lu Chen, right? We have already investigated all your information. Your father passed away when you were born, leaving only you and your mother. Your mother also died when you were a year and a half old, and you were sent to an orphanage when you were 2. After graduating from university, you chose the path of awakening. The records also show that you were trapped in the first-level dungeon for a month. When you came out, your clothes were tattered, and you were carrying a knife, right? Lu Chen had no intention of hiding anything. He scratched his ear. Yes. But there's something I need to correct. I shouldn't have been in the instance for a whole month, right? I feel like it was at most 3 or 4 days, maybe even less. Just as he was halfway through his sentence, the staff member in white slammed his palm on the table. His eyes revealed a seriousness of 12 out of 10. Listen carefully. I'm here to confirm information, not to play house with you. The data won't be wrong. What is, and what isn't. This action startled Lu Chen, but it only startled him for a moment. He didn't understand. Wasn't it said that I had already qualified? Just give me my results and let me go. Is there still a need to confirm information? However, to ease the tense atmosphere, Lu Chen straightened his back and cleared his throat. Yes. It's just that I feel it's a bit unreasonable. If I had been in there for a month, I wouldn't have eaten or drunk anything for a month. No normal person could withstand that. I can guarantee that I didn't eat anything. Lu Chen's words were cut off again by the stern interruption. The staff member didn't care whether Lu Chen agreed or not. He directly walked over and rolled up Lu Chen's sleeve. He placed a mark on his arm. Lu Chen was left dumbfounded. I don't care how long you were in there, but since you've passed the test, we'll take you directly into the instance. Saying this, he dragged Lu Chen away without waiting for his consent. This forceful action, though quite rude, didn't raise any alarms for Lu Chen. He simply thought it was a necessary step to enter the instance.
so he didn't struggle and allowed them to pull him along. Little did he know, this time it was Huanglo who brought him into the instance. It was the 66th layer of the instance, the Gate of Wisdom. This was a terrifying instance, where countless strong individuals had perished. And these strong individuals were not lacking in strength. To pass this layer, mere physical power was useless. If one's intelligence wasn't up to par, they would never find a way out.
Huanglu intended to use Lu Chen's intelligence to trap him forever in this instance.
Moreover, there was another person who wanted to enter this 66th layer instance. That person was Li Xiao, Li Siki. Since this instance didn't have any dangerous combat areas, anyone with sufficient intelligence could enter directly. Li Siki wanted to clear this place once to establish a reputation for himself. However, at this moment, he was completely awed by Lu Chen's strength. Looking at the dilapidated testing area, Li Siki was left in a daze. He staggered into the testing area. Looking at the ground, looking at the walls, everything was severely damaged. He silently reminded himself, could I do this if it were me? No, even my brother couldn't do it so easily. Feeling a bit broken inside, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. Even more terrifying was that he had shattered the testing spirit stone. Such terrifying power, perhaps only I could see it among everyone present. No one would notice this. I personally witnessed the S-rank awakener, my Tianfeng, say that the hardness of this stone is 10 times that of diamond, and it doesn't belong to anything on earth, so until now, no one has been able to break this stone.
Even S-ranks couldn't do it, but Lu Chen did.
What terrifying power this was. At this moment, Lu Chen had already been brought to the entrance of the 66th layer of the instance.